Chapter 2139. Looks like I have to use the spirit fire. Xiao Hua's phoenix body fluttered, the wind on his wings faintly sounded. His sharp phoenix claws could actually tear a piece of the blood-colored rock, steadily gaining the upper hand. But if Xiao Hua wants to kill Zhang Qingxiao, it's absolutely impossible without the spirit fire. Xiao Hua's figure slightly swayed, the magic power in his whole body surged. He was already prepared, the bright thunder escape was about to be activated. That wisp of spirit fire already passed out from his Buddhist heart. As long as he gets close to Zhang Qingxiao, he will definitely spit out the spirit fire without hesitation. He believes that under the scarlet spirit fire, Zhang Qingxiao will definitely turn into ashes. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes also emitted a cold light. He had already regarded Xiao Hua as a murderer who harbored evil intentions. Zhang Qingxiao also activated his secret technique. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. The bright scenic bell shook violently, and the invisible sound waves gradually expanded. Based on Xiao Hua's reaction just now, Zhang Qingxiao also has the confidence that her full-strength attack can make Xiao Hua instantly lose consciousness and kill him in one strike. The two people's killing intent suddenly appeared, the whole place sensed it. Not only was Bai Min shocked, even the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators and the dozens of aura refining disciples scattered around the sea panicked. They have never seen the sect master with such great fanfare. It seems the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to be ignited, a real biting cold wind came out. At this moment, there was suddenly a change in Xiao Hua's storage pouch. A dark green brilliance unexpectedly flew out from his storage pouch, straight into the air, and immediately rushed to the right side of the sky. And immediately afterwards, a tyrannical divine sense swept over like a waterfall. Who? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. This divine sense is not something she can compare to, this person's divine sense is far superior to hers. Nyang nyang. Xiao Hua stared blankly again, then immediately became overjoyed. That dark green brilliance was the token that the mysterious Nyang Nyang gave him, telling him to check it after he built his foundation. After Xiao Hua built his foundation, it's not that he didn't think about it, but because he had to accompany Xue Xue to gain experience, he didn't have the time, so he temporarily put it in his storage pouch, waiting to send Xue Xue back to the mountain. Who knew that he would actually meet the Nyang Nyang at this time? Seeing Xiao Hua's joy, how could Zhang Qingxiao not know the severity of the situation? She no longer cared about fighting with Xiao Hua and waved her hand, ordering, "Let's go." Yes. Everyone bowed and waved their hands, hurriedly tidying up. Sect leader Zhang. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? How could Xiao Hua let Zhang Qingxiao go? He activated his avatar and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. His sharp phoenix claws flickered and blocked Xiao Hua's attack. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Zhang Qingxiao smiled maliciously. She raised her hand and flicked her finger. Dang! A bell rang. The phoenix battle form trembled rapidly and fell from the sky. Xiao Hua felt the space around him shaking again. He couldn't stand steadily. Chi! A clear and melodious sound rang out. The sound penetrated the bell and resounded in everyone's ears. Xiao Hua's ears immediately became clear, and his avatar also stabilized. Then, he withdrew it back into his physical body in an extremely dispirited manner. Can't I stop you? A rainbow-like brilliance flashed in the distance and landed in the sky above everyone. The Empress revealed her figure and coldly said, Junior Zhang Qingxiao of Heavenly Demon Sect greets Senior. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to be negligent. She pointed at the bright scenic bell and it immediately flew into her hand. She then bowed and greeted. Oh. So it's a sect leader. The Empress's beautiful eyes swept over and said, no wonder your tone is so arrogant. He, Xiao Hua. Dyer's cute appearance appeared beside the Empress. She looked at Xiao Hua and blinked her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Zhang Qingshao. Zhang Qingshao. Zhang Qingshao. Hearing Zhang Qingshao announce her name in front of the empress, this name was like thunder in Xiao Hua's mind. It was even more powerful than the bright scenic bell from before. Isn't this the name of second senior brother? This guy. Could it be second senior brother? How is that possible? Although second senior brother flaunts himself as outstanding and elegant, he's still far from this guy. Moreover, although second senior brother's corpse isn't seen and we can't determine whether he's dead or alive, master and eldest senior brother are both dead. How can second senior brother live alone? Even if second senior brother is alive, it's impossible for him to have such a high cultivation. A gold core cultivator, master. That's what he dreams of. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes were moist. He didn't care about Dyer's appearance. I don't dare. Zhang Qingshao smiled apologetically and said, Junior is only talking to Xiao Hua. Senior is a cultivator with profound magic power. Junior is not your opponent. I absolutely don't dare to say these words in front of you. What are you waiting for? The Empress did not take Zhang Qingshao seriously at all. As her divine sense swept over, she saw dozens of disciples frozen in the ice layer. Senior, please no. Zhang Qingshao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior was looking for something here. Who would have thought that these cultivators would see it? Junior was afraid of leaking the news, so I had no choice but to, Senior. Seeing this, how could Bai Min let go of this opportunity? He hurriedly stepped forward and said, this guy is the sect master of the heavenly demon sect. He intended to provoke the conflict between our outer islands and Meng country's cultivation sections. That's why he set up an ambush and used the name of Immortal Music sect to kill us outer islands disciples. He even wanted to let Junior escape and spread false news. If fellow Taoist Xiao didn't appear in time, this thief's plan would have succeeded. Senior should know that if our outer islands fought with Meng country's cultivation sects, tens of thousands of cultivators would die. Senior, you must uphold justice for us. Don't let this bastard escape. The Empress's expression didn't change at all. She said indifferently, I also don't know the art of divination. Who knows who is telling the truth? It's normal for cultivators to fight each other. How can one cultivate without dying? Senior's words are correct. Zhang Qingshao rolled her eyes and said, Junior is looking for Qiu Yinlu. How is it the ambush that this guy said? Oh. Qiu Yinlu. The Empress seemed to have heard of this name before. She asked curiously, how did Devil Monarch Qi Feng's weapon end up in Dawn Rain Continent? Empress knows of true Monarch Qi Feng. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly and immediately said respectfully. How could the Empress answer him? She said indifferently, if it's for this weapon, it's normal for you to seal the news. However, do you think that this Foundation establishment cultivator would know of your devil cultivator's weapon? It's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Qingshao smiled apologetically. In order to not leak any information, Junior can only do this. That's reasonable. The Empress's brows didn't crease as she said it as a matter of course. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshao smiled apologetically again. Since Senior has already distinguished right from wrong, then can Junior leave? Senior, you must not let him go. His hands have taken the lives of many cultivators. Bai Min said anxiously. Chapter 2140. The Empress glanced at him and said with a smile, what does the lives of cultivators like you have to do with me? This. Bai Min was flabbergasted and didn't know how to answer. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Qingshao cupped her hands and was about to fly away when the Empress said coldly, did I allow you to leave? This. Zhang Qingshao was also hesitant, not knowing what the Empress meant. Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Dai naturally couldn't let the Empress speak and asked curiously, "Why aren't you speaking after seeing the Empress?" He. Xiao Hua collected his thoughts and smiled apologetically. Junior suddenly thought of something else. "Please forgive me, Empress." "Humph, you're already at Foundation establishment, did you forget the Empress's words? If it weren't for this servant accompanying the Empress, you wouldn't have sent out this Jasper Caltrop." Dai scolded as she stole a glance at the Empress. Xiao Hua was anxious and hurriedly bowed. "I'll let the Empress know." However, without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, the Empress waved her hand and said coldly, "I'm only asking you, what happened here, don't say anything else." "Yes." Xiao Hua knew that the Empress was angry and hurriedly looked around. Junior also doesn't know what happened, but Junior saw that the fishermen on these two ships were about to be buried in the belly of the fish, and their relatives at the seaside were grieving inconsolably. Junior couldn't bear to see such a tragic thing happen, so Junior came to intervene, wanting to save these fishermen. As for what those two families are doing, Junior really doesn't know, and also really doesn't want to know. These lowly people. The Empress had long seen the fishing boat under the protection of Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal and was very surprised. "You want to save these lowly people?" "I'll let the Empress know, Junior really does think so. The life and death of those two families has nothing to do with Junior," Xiao Hua said without hesitation. For these lowly people, you can take action, but you don't care about the life and death of these cultivators." The imperial concubine chuckled. "Although this concubine doesn't know what you're thinking and doesn't understand what you're thinking, this concubine will still go with the flow." As she spoke, the Empress waved the sleeve of her palace dress. A cloud surged and flew under the cloud-suppressing seal. It ignored the light of the cloud-suppressing seal and swept up the ship, the fishermen floating around, and even the wreckage of the other ship. In an instant, it flew to the shore. Ah! Seeing such a divine ability, Xiao Hua's eyes unconsciously lit up. If he had such a great ability, why would he need to expend so much effort? Next, Xiao Hua pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal, soaring dragon shears, and other items flew back into his hand. He bowed and said, "Junior thanks the Empress for her great kindness on behalf of these fishermen." "What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who protected them?" Although the imperial consort's tone was indifferent, it was clear that her anger had dissipated somewhat. She pointed at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "This person is a little strange. Even this consort can't see through him. Do you think this consort killed him? Or should we let him go?" Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly paled. Xiao Hua's heart was beating wildly. If it was before he knew Zhang Qingxiao's name, he would definitely clap his hands and cheer without hesitation. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the heavenly demon sect. But after knowing Zhang Qingxiao's name, his first reaction was that self-righteous second senior brother of his. How could he let someone with the same name die in front of his eyes? That's right, if this Zhang Qingxiao isn't that Zhang Qingxiao, then, why did he keep inquiring about my background? Why did he let me go when he could clearly trap me last time? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the first time he met Zhang Qingxiao and what Zhang Qingxiao asked. But if he is second senior brother, why did he kill me when we met this time? Do I want his life or not? But if I don't want his life, then I'll miss this good opportunity today. If I want to kill this guy in the future, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Xiao Hua. He knew clearly in his heart that as long as he told the truth, Xiao Hua would definitely either kill him or let him go. Since he couldn't be sure of Xiao Hua's background, what was the difference between telling the truth and telling the truth? However, facing Xiao Hua who couldn't be sure of his background, Zhang Qingxiao absolutely couldn't tell the truth. Just Xiao Hua alone could force him to reveal the truth. How could he meet gods and kill gods, meet ghosts and kill ghosts? Suddenly, Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily and said to the Empress, "Empress asked the wrong person. Didn't Junior say it already? Junior only cares about the life and death of these fishermen. The life and death of these people have nothing to do with Junior. Empress can decide for yourself. Hee, that's true. The Empress also laughed. What does the life and death of you cultivators have to do with me? As she spoke, she flung her sleeve and brought Xiaohua along. The three of them flew up and quickly flew to the shore. They ignored Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Sect Master. The 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators looked at Bai Min and whispered, what should we do? Go. How could Zhang Qingxiao dare to make any other plans in front of the Empress? He hastily waved his hand and brought the disciples to flee in panic. Before Zhang Qingxiao left, he still fiercely glared at Xiaohua who had already landed on the reef in the distance. After Zhang Qingxiao and the others of the demonic sect left, Bai Min was somewhat dumbfounded. According to his thinking, Xiaohua or the Empress would at least save the dozens of people frozen under the ice. After all, for Xiaohua, it was just a matter of a word. For the Empress, who seemed to have boundless magic power, it was also a piece of cake. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would throw away their responsibilities and simply ignore him. Bai Min activated his ardent pearl and barely managed to melt some of the ice. However, the ice was so hard that it was condensed by the magic weapons of the 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators. His ardent pearl really couldn't do anything. In desperation, Bai Min could only look at Xiaohua again. That's right, how could Xiaohua, who was kind enough to save the fishermen, ignore these cultivators who were about to die? Bai Min thought for a moment, then pitifully and dispiritedly flew to the left of Xiaohua and the others. He obediently stood there with his hands by his side and didn't say anything. As for those fishermen, they were really sad and happy at the same time. They originally thought that they were going to be swallowed by the ice water and die a violent death. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua would actually come out and stabilize the entire fishing boat with a cloud-suppressing seal, blocking all danger outside the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. Then, like a dream, the entire fishing boat flew up and landed on the shore in the blink of an eye. It landed in front of the women and children who had almost become orphans and widows. It was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. For a moment, the entire fishing village was in an uproar. Everyone counted their harvest and sent the women and children back to the fishing boat. A few slightly older old men, who were probably the leaders of the fishing boats, trembled as they came to the reef where Xiaohua and the others were. They also obediently knelt on the beach and pitifully looked at the Empress and the others. Xiaohua followed the Empress and landed on the tall cliff. He pointed at Xue and said, Empress, that's Junior's junior sister. Oh. You have a junior sister? Didn't you say you were a loose cultivator? Dyer blinked, but then she looked at Xiaohua's spirit storage bag and asked, that? Little Martin. Your child, Xiao Huang. Is he, dead? Dyer's eyes were big and full of doubts. Her expression was somewhat unbearable, as if she was extremely afraid that Xiaohua would say some bad news. Xiaohua patted his spirit storage bag, but in reality, he used his primordial spirit to take out Xiao Huang. He smiled and said, Dyer, Xiao Huang is very good. He has already completely recovered. However, he is now sleeping soundly again. Dyer happily clapped her hands and jumped up. She smiled and said, as expected, little Martin is really fine. Empress, this servant said that little Martin is at his mother's place and his heart will be at ease. He will definitely be fine. The Empress looked at Dyer's happiness and also smiled faintly. Dyer unrestrainedly reached out and wanted to pick up Xiao Huang. At this time, Xiao Huang slightly opened his eyes and looked at the scenery around him with surprise. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Dyer. Apparently, Xiao Huang still remembered Dyer. He only slightly waved his tail and didn't have any reaction. He closed his eyes again. Little Martin, why are you so sleepy? When Dyer saw you, you were already sleeping. Why are you still sleeping now? Dyer lovingly stroked Xiao Huang's fur and said. Yes, Empress, why is Xiao Huang always sleeping? Xiao Hua also asked softly. He should be trying to distract the Empress' anger. And, hearing Xiao Hua's words, the Empress restrained her smile and said indifferently, the advancement of spirit beasts is different from that of cultivators. They repair and evolve their bodies while sleeping. Don't you cultivators of the human realm also heal through closed-door cultivation? It's the same principle. Then, the Empress looked at Dyer and said with a smile, don't talk about little Martin. Back then, but halfway through, she stopped. Her face showed a strange expression and said, Dyer, give little Martin to this Empress. Yes. Dyer was a bit reluctant, but she still gave it to the Empress. The Empress took Xiao Huang and inserted a three-colored light into it. Then, she closed her eyes again. After a while, her face showed a dignified expression. Xiao Hua, what did little Martin eat after waking up? The Empress suddenly asked. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hide it and told her about Yi Yuan and Jin Dan. The Empress thought for a moment and handed Xiao Huang to Dyer. She frowned and said, this Xiao Huang of yours is strange. Why does he call you mother? Where did you get, speaking up to here? The Empress glanced at Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and said lightly, you still don't remember. I'll let the Empress know. Xiao Hua nodded, Junior already knows that my Naiwan palace is sealed, and my Dantian is also sealed. As for my memory, I still haven't recovered. The Empress looked at Xiao Hua with a bit of surprise and said, I didn't expect you to build your foundation so quickly and reach the middle stage of foundation establishment so quickly. You were able to detect the seal 100 years earlier than this Empress expected. Xiao Hua. Chapter 2141. Xiao Hua knew that the Empress was asking and blushed. Just as he was about to speak, Dyer asked curiously, Empress, this servant doesn't understand. The Empress glared at Dyer and said, speak. What exactly is little Martin? Dyer looked innocent. Dyer has been thinking about it for so many years. Seeing that the Empress seemed to have discovered something, Dyer couldn't help but ask. Can't you ask later? The Empress's tone was slightly dignified. This servant doesn't dare. Dyer's face also turned cold, as if the Empress had discovered her thoughts, and she lowered her head slightly. And, you girl. This Empress brought you here to experience emotions. You may have some gains. Don't try to be smart. The Empress lightly warned. Yes, this servant understands. Dyer hurriedly replied. The Empress looked at Little Yellow and said, this Empress is still somewhat confused, but this Empress is basically certain that this little Martin is not little Martin. As for what it is only a guess. Perhaps, it is the Truth Listener beast. Truth Listener. Dyer heard this name and trembled, throwing Little Yellow out of her hand. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was beside her and reached out to catch it. He seemed to have seen this name from somewhere before, but he didn't have any impression of it for now. Truth Listener. It's the legendary, strange beast that can expel evil, distinguish right from wrong, and understand the secrets of heaven and earth. It's born to suck in ghosts and souls, and it's born to feed on them. The Empress enunciated each word clearly. Hiss. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood where he had heard the name Truth Listener from. Wasn't it the inheritance of ghost cultivators? Truth Listener was the natural nemesis of ghost cultivators. It specialized in eating ghosts. Every malicious ghost and ghost king was Truth Listener's food. Moreover, Truth Listener could see the 9 underworlds. All the dark secrets of heaven and earth could not escape its eyes and ears. However, according to what this Empress knows, little Martin is still young. Whether it can evolve into truth listener depends on its luck. The Empress said again, this strange beast is a heavenly wonder, and it is even rejected by heaven and earth. It has encountered many disasters in its life. If it is not careful, it will die. However, what puzzles me is that if little Martin is truth listener, should have been able to detect it the last time. Why am I only able to detect it now? Furthermore, little Martin's form is completely different from the Harkins when it was young. Dai's panic had yet to subside. She fearfully looked at Xiao Huang in Xiao Hua's hand and said with a trembling voice, Nyang, Nyang Nyang, since it's a vicious beast, there must be something unusual about it. It's normal that Nyang Nyang doesn't know about it. Dai, you don't have to be so scared. The Harkin may be infamous for its ferocity, but how could it possibly harm you when you were young? If you befriend him now, who knows, he might be able to protect you in the future. The Empress said with a smile. Her smile was so charming that even the sea breeze became gentle. Really? Daphne asked in disbelief. She had almost forgotten that she was holding little Huang in her arms. Well, don't forget that you saved his life. Xiao Hua said as he handed Goldie over. Didn't he let you hug him when he saw you just now? That's right. Daphne smiled, but there was still some fear in her eyes. Her arms were a little hesitant. Xiao Hua smiled and placed Xiao Hua in her hands. If you can't hug him properly now, you won't have the chance to hug him when he grows up. Okay. Daphne took a deep breath and took little Huang. Unlike before, there was a great deal of surprise in her eyes. After Daphne hugged little Huang, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Junior was just about to explain to Nyang Nyang, it's fine, I don't need any explanation. The Empress waved her hand indifferently. I just casually picked up this little Martin that looks like the Harkin. It can be considered a good karma. It has nothing to do with you. Junior came out to train this time to accompany Junior sister. Xiao Hua knew that if he didn't explain, the Empress wouldn't forgive him. He looked at Xue Xue who was sitting on the beach in the distance. His eyes showed gentleness as he said with a smile, Junior didn't want to build his foundation, but under a coincidence, he suddenly built his foundation. It was really out of Junior's expectations. However, because Junior's sister still hasn't built her foundation, Junior has always been accompanying her. She said she wanted to come to Guihisi to see the sea. This Guihisi is so far away from the state of Shi, so Junior wanted to wait until I returned to the state of Shi from Guihisi before sending the message. Oh. The Empress was disdainful at first and didn't really take it to her ears. But at this time, she suddenly asked curiously, so, you also built your foundation during this training? You accompanied your junior sister out. Saying this, the Empress looked at Xue Xue. Junior doesn't dare to hide anything. Nyang Nyang, please investigate. I just built my foundation a few years ago. Xiao Hua couldn't say the specific number of years and quickly replied, Junior still hasn't returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Empress said thoughtfully, your cultivation is really fast. In just a few years, you reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Are you hiding your cultivation because you're afraid others will know? That's right. Seeing the Empress's question, Xiao Hua knew that the anger in her heart was slightly reduced. He smiled apologetically and said, when others see Junior's foundation establishment cultivation, they naturally think Junior is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If Junior reveals his skills, wouldn't that be a great advantage? You human cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent really have too many thoughts. If the Empress snorted coldly and said, if this Empress makes a move, regardless of whether you're at foundation establishment or Qi refinement, you'll all be killed. How could there be any advantage to be taken? Yes, how can Junior compare to Senior? Xiao Hua smiled embarrassedly. Since you're accompanying your lover to travel the Dawn Rain continent, then this empress's matter can't be considered too important. This empress won't say any more. The empress looked at Xiaohua and Xue with a trace of surprise in her eyes and sighed. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. Thank you, empress. No need. The empress still waved her hand. What orders does empress have? Xiaohua said again, although Junior's strength is weak, if Junior can help, I'll definitely do my best. And the empress nodded and said, actually, this empress isn't a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. Oh. When Xiaohua heard the empress say, cultivator of the human realm of the Dawn Rain continent, he felt that something was wrong. Now that he heard it, he somewhat understood and asked curiously, then empress, where are you from? This empress is also not a cultivator. The empress shook her head and said, this empress is from the 10,000 demon realm. 10,000 demon realm? It was obviously the first time Xiaohua heard this name. His face revealed astonishment. What is that place? The 10,000 demon realm is the same place as the Dawn Rain continent. The empress smiled and said, it's just that it's full of demons. Not humans. And this empress is also not a human. Chapter 2142. Then the empress explained, Dawn Rain continent is just a continent. It's extremely big and it's filled with human cultivators. There are also cultivators from other races. This space is considered a human realm. And in other spaces, there are also cultivators from other races. For example, Dawn Rain continent's enemy, the demon realm. That's the space of demons and beasts. There are some temporary or permanent connections between different spaces, commonly known as space cracks. If it's bigger, it's called a space passage. If it's smaller, it's called a space crack. This empress has only been in your Dawn Rain continent for a few decades. I also know that your Dawn Rain continent's Imperial Demon Valley has a space passage that opens from time to time. My 10,000 demon realm and Dawn Rain continent are both demon realms. There are also some space cracks. However, it's very secretive and not many people know about it. When this empress was traveling in the 10,000 demon realm a few decades ago, I suddenly saw a space crack appear. Only then did I realize that it actually led to Dawn Rain continent. And this empress happened to have something to do here, so I brought into this space. A few decades ago. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The time that the empress mentioned was similar to the time when he appeared in Shanghuaming in his memory. Could it be that he was from the 10,000 demon realm? Yes, that space crack seems to be temporary. When this empress came in, the crack had already begun to gradually disappear. The empress said thoughtfully, moreover, when this empress came in, it was near the Imperial Demon Valley. The surroundings seemed to have just gone through a great battle. The space was extremely unstable and there were many cracks. Then, isn't there another space that leads here? Xiaohua turned his eyes and asked. You can say that. The empress nodded, however, what other spaces are, whether there are any cultivators, or what race of cultivators there are all uncertain. At least this empress hasn't heard of any other space for now. This junior understands. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. He was afraid that he had some relationship with the 10,000 demon realm that the empress came from. After all, Xiaohuang was also recognized by the empress at this time. The empress hesitated slightly and said, actually, this empress came to Dawn Rain continent this time to find a person. As for him coming here as a man and a woman, this empress doesn't know. Yes, this junior understands. If senior knows how that senior came, where he went, or even if there is an image of him, that would be for the best. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. The empress shook her head. He naturally came to Dawn Rain continent through a spatial rift. As for where he went, isn't that what this empress is looking for? Furthermore, it's impossible for him to reveal his true body in front of human cultivators. Therefore, it's impossible for this palace to have an image of him in Dawn Rain Continent. Xiaohua didn't give up. Then. Senior must have some clues, right? If this consort had it, this consort would have found it long ago. Why would this consort need your help? The imperial consort said in annoyance. Of course. Xiaohua suddenly understood. If the Empress had some random clues, all she needed to do was find a cultivation sect and give them some benefits. Why would she need to look for him? Of course, I also have some misgivings. The Empress said. With a wave of her hand, a ray of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua felt that not only was he unable to hear any sound, but even everything in front of him was also a three-colored expanse. It should be the Empress who set up a restriction. Sure enough, he heard the Empress say again. This person has my 10,000 Demon Realm Supreme Demon Body Cultivation Technique. This Empress doesn't want more people to know about it. Ah. This was the first time Xiaohua heard someone mention the words, supreme. Furthermore, it was from the Empress whose cultivation was unfathomable. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although that cultivation technique is useless to the human race. The Empress frowned. But the interference is great. This Empress doesn't want this information to be leaked. This. Xiaohua hesitated and said embarrassedly, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique, this junior. I'm afraid it's really beyond my ability. And, this Empress also didn't put any hope on you. The Empress said disdainfully. However, if you can really help this Empress find it, this Empress can consider passing on the most basic, modified chance to you. Empress, didn't you say that it's useless to the human race? Xiaohua asked curiously. What's the use of passing it to this junior? This Empress seems to have seen you have some kind of Dharma body. Presumably, you are also a descendant of some kind of demon cultivator. Using this basic chance, it can help you cultivate a Dharma body. If you can master it, it will be more than half of your original strength. Ah! So powerful. Xiaohua was shocked. This cultivation technique is really incredible. The 10,000 Demon Realms External Incarnation Technique is the magical power of the Demon Realm's great saint. How can you know it? The Empress said proudly. This technique is comparable to Shang-Qin Heaven's 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. At this point, the Empress suddenly realized something. She immediately stopped talking and changed her words. In short, this cultivation technique can connect to ghosts and gods. If you can find it, this Empress will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua's heart was itching. He cupped his hands and said. The Empress clapped her hands and took out a dark green jade ruy-like object again. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, take this object. When this object is 100 or so kilometers away from that person, it will produce a reaction, and this Empress will naturally know. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully took it and carefully put it into his storage bag. This time, don't let this Empress down. The Empress warned. Yes, I definitely don't dare. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. That artifact has the image of that person in the 10,000 Demon Realm. If you have the time, you can take a look. The Empress said again. That person in the 10,000 Demon Realm is called Minghua. He is also a well-known figure. Yes. Xiaohua could only be a follower. Alright, this Empress is leaving. The Empress clapped her hands. Xiaohua's eyes shook for a moment and returned to the previous scene. There are still a few people waiting for you over there. Where is the Empress going? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. The Empress hesitated for a moment and said, this Empress has a feeling that there are some opportunities in the north of the country of Xi. I'm afraid I have to go there and take a look. Oh, Xiaohua nodded and bowed. This junior wishes the Empress success. Gidge, the Empress smiled. Why does it mean success when the horse arrives? Why not a camel beast? What about a lion? This. Xiao Hua also scratched his head and said honestly, since it's like that, this junior also doesn't understand. Ha ha ha, the Empress swept her gaze and glanced at Xue Xue. She said, this junior sister of yours is quite interesting. It seems. Forget it, let's not talk about it. If I tell you, you will be bound again in the future. Don't think too much. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, he already knew that the Empress already knew that his Naiwan Palace and Dantian were sealed when she first met him. However, she just didn't say anything. It seems that this time is also the same. She clearly saw that something was wrong with Xue Xue, but she still didn't say anything. Are all experts like this? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Xiao Hua took Xiao Huang from Dai Er's hand and bowed. Farewell, Empress. Xiao Hua, this time, don't disappoint the Empress. Dai Er's gaze was still on Xiao Huang as she said with a smile. Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua thought of the opportunity that Dai Er gave him again and again. His heart warmed. He clapped his hand and took out a youth-retaining grass. He said, this is something that this Xiao obtained by chance. This is for Dai Er. Ha ha ha, youth-retaining grass. Dai Er was overjoyed. She grabbed it and said with a smile, Empress, Dai Er also has youth-retaining grass. Dai Er won't be afraid when Dai Er transforms in the future. The Empress's eyes revealed affection. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, this Empress knows why you didn't take this Empress's matter to heart. It turns out that there are no benefits. No, definitely not. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. The Empress thought for a moment. She clapped her hand and took out 2 jade slips. One was dark green and the other was pale white. She handed them to Xiao Hua and said, this is my 10,000 demon realms flowing cloud movement technique. If you can practice it, you can help this Empress. This other jade slip is an introduction to the 10,000 demon realms language. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Hua to refuse, she waved her hand in Xiao Hua's hand and flew to the sky with Dai Er. Junior thanks Senior. Xiao Hua held the jade slip in his hand and cupped his hands to the sky. He was quite emotional in his heart. No wonder so many cultivators wanted to climb up to high-level seniors. With just a casual move, without waiting for him to speak, the flowing cloud movement technique was given to him. Listening to the meaning, this movement technique was not ordinary. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check the jade slip, nor did he have time to check the dark green jade. He turned his head to look at Bai Min and the few fishermen who seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. When Xiao Hua flew over, the few old fishermen had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Junior brother thanks Shen Hun for his kindness. He, you wait, Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and said, it wasn't I who did it. Didn't you see it after waiting? It was that fairy who saved me. Spiritual Master. An old man with wrinkles on his face as if carved by a knife said with emotion, that fairy and Spiritual Master both need to be thanked. However, this junior is even more grateful to Spiritual Master. If it wasn't for Spiritual Master saving us, we would have already become food for fish and shrimp. Yes, the fairy and Spiritual Master are both good immortals. We pray that the 2 immortals will live as long as the heavens, and their love is stronger than gold. The other few people smiled apologetically. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, old man, that fairy is I's senior. How can you say that? If the fairy knows, your lives won't be guaranteed. Ah. Several people's faces immediately turned green. They smiled apologetically and said, this junior saw that the 2 immortals are both beautiful. They are really a pair, so I made a wild guess, don't say any more. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped them. He pointed at Xue Xue and said, "That person is Ai's dual cultivation partner. Don't let her hear it." At this moment, Xue Xue was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. She seemed to have comprehended something, so how could she hear it? However, the few fishermen nodded their heads in sympathy and didn't mention this matter again. However, the leading fisherman still asked for Xiao Hua's name. Xiao Hua didn't care. Since he did it, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, so what if he left his name? Xiao Hua still hadn't reached the realm of doing good deeds without leaving his name. Chapter 2143. So it's Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. The fisherman kowtowed again, "Daoist Master Xiao, we don't know how to repay your kindness to us. From now on, we'll definitely set up a longevity tablet for Daoist Master and pray that Daoist Master's fortune will last forever." Then thank you very much. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and sent the fisherman away. Only now did Xiao Hua turn to Bai Min and say, "Fellow Daoist Bai, is there anything else?" "This." Bai Min smiled bitterly. What else could there be? Xiao Hua was definitely asking while knowing the answer. However, Bai Min wasn't a brainless person. He rolled his eyes and bowed, "I'm here to thank Daoist Master Xiao for saving my life. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao's intervention, even if I could escape this calamity, I'm afraid none of the 57 disciples of my overseas star Bright Island, Jiue Island, Awakened Silicon Island, and Tiger Spine Island would have survived. I didn't plan to save these fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua shook his head, "Fellow Daoist Bai, your words are too heavy." "Of course not." Bai Min said anxiously, "Although Daoist Master Xiao didn't intend to save us, this is the truth. If Daoist Master Xiao didn't show up, we would have died long ago. Daoist Master Xiao can't erase this matter." "Alas, all right." Xiao Hua said helplessly, "Don't say so many useless words. I promise to save these disciples." "Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao." Bai Min was overjoyed. However, before he could finish thanking, Xiao Hua said again, "However, I can't save them for nothing." Of course. Bai Min smiled apologetically, "Senior, if you have any conditions, just say it." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to say that he would bring their storage pouches, he thought of something. These are all Qi refinement disciples. What good things can they have in their storage pouches? Don't ask for something else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Yes, I have 3 conditions." Bai Min said somewhat uneasily, "Daoist Master Xiao, if your conditions aren't difficult, can you save the disciples of the islands first? If they're frozen in the ice for too long, it's not suitable for their swimming physique." "Fine," Xiao Hua nodded, "Zhao's conditions aren't difficult, I'll save you and your disciples first." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Bai Min imitated the fisherman and called him Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua glanced at Xue Xue. Seeing that there was no movement, he flew above the ice layer. The gigantic block of ice floated on the surface of the sea. It was 1,000 feet wide and several tens of feet deep. It was sparkling and translucent, looking extremely beautiful in the dark of the night. "Go!" Xiao Hua waved his hand and the fire carpet flew out. Although this thing was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit fire, Xiao Hua's fire controlling technique was very subtle and didn't damage the formation too much. Therefore, after obtaining Fei Xiqing's storage pouch, Xiao Hua easily repaired it with the 5 elements refining technique. The fire carpet flew into the air, and as Xiao Hua poured his magic power into it, it gradually grew bigger, turning into a layer of fire that was hundreds of feet wide. The thin flame was greenish-red in color, and its temperature was extremely high. Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the layer of fire slowly descended and gradually seeped into the layer of ice. Immediately, the unbreakable layer of ice immediately turned into ice water and mixed into the sea. What caused Bai Min to be astonished was that the fire net avoided all of the disciples without exception. Not even a single hair was burned. Although the disciples rescued by Xiao Hua weren't in any danger, their vitality was greatly damaged. They didn't have time to thank Xiao Hua, and they all used their flying talismans to land on the shore, took medicinal pills, and adjusted their breathing. And Xiao Hua had to use nearly 8 fire carpets in a row before he managed to save all the disciples of the various islands. Seeing that Bai Min was busy arranging the cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't say much and flew to Xue Xue's side, sitting close to her. What did Empress mean by Xue Xue's words? Xiao Hua secretly tried to figure out Empress's tone just now, trying to judge whether it was good or bad. Unfortunately, Empress's tone was extremely indifferent, so how could Xiao Hua judge whether it was good or bad? Forget it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. If it's good fortune, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Empress is also extremely right. If you know too much, you will inevitably be afraid of everything. It's really boring. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out the pale white jade slip to check. After Xiao Hua's spiritual sense entered it, he looked at it for a moment, and his face revealed a strange expression. Isn't this the simplified green seal text? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. The words of the 10,000 demon realm were actually similar to the green seal text. Of course, the words were much simpler, and since this simplified green seal text could be written into the jade slip, it naturally lost the power of heaven and earth, and lost the essence of the green seal text. 10,000 demon realm. Demon, what is this thing? Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, and knew that it was impossible to comprehend it in a short time, so he put it away. His eyes looked at the dark sky, the little stars, and the curved moon, and thought, 10,000 demon realm is actually the same space as the Dawn Rain continent. What does it look like? If I'm not wrong, I should be from the 10,000 demon realm. If so, I am also a demon. If I'm a demon, why can't Empress see it? She still thinks I'm a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. It's really strange. And I finally know the origin of Xiao Huang. It's actually the extremely powerful Di Ting. Damn, even Dai is afraid of it. If this kid becomes Di Ting in the future, won't he? Xiao Hua suddenly thought, can he absorb the souls of spirit-severing cultivators? In that case, this young master's matter will be easily solved. AI, it's not that simple. Didn't Empress say? Xiao Huang still has a long way to go to become Di Ting. This road is so long that this young master can even split his spirit. I still need this kid to vent my anger for this young master. Xiao Hua was disheartened again. This guy only knows how to sleep and eat and sleep. Thinking of Xiao Huang's cuteness, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile, like a loving mother. Right, if Xiao Huang is Di Ting, what's that Xiao He? Why haven't this young master met Xiao He? Ming Hua, what kind of famous character is this? He actually has the supreme technique of the 10,000 demon realm. And he even came to the Dawn Rain continent. And, with such a technique, he must hide in the dark to cultivate, he must have come here to cultivate. Oh my, the external incarnation technique is comparable to the 1 qi into 3 pure ones of Shang-Qing heaven. Right, what is this Shang-Qing heaven? What is 1 qi into 3 pure ones? Empress's words are really profound. Also, external incarnation, why, does it sound similar to the ghost cultivator's technique in countless ways? It seems to be somewhat similar to the sword heart energy seed technique. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, could it be, at the end of the technique, no matter what it is, it will all return to the origin? The 1 qi into 3 pure ones must also be a cultivation technique like this. Chapter 2144. That's right, that Zhang Qingxiao is from the Devil's Sect. There must be something like this in their cultivation technique. It's just a matter of who can cultivate it to the extreme. Thinking of Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua was full of doubts. He thought of Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei. The night passed quickly, and at dawn, Xue Xue woke up. Seeing Xiao Hua by her side, she smiled sweetly, clapped her hands, and immediately handed the pink jade slip to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only glanced at it with his divine sense and knew that there was still a restriction inside, so he didn't ask any more questions and carefully put it into his space. He understood that Xue Xue would definitely not say anything until the time was right. Husband, those fishermen have all been rescued, right? Xue Xue's gaze swept across the many disciples resting in the distance and understood. And your husband was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, why did my wife suddenly cultivate? Did you have some enlightenment? That's right. Xue Xue smiled sweetly and said, the last knot in my heart has been untied. I feel that I can enter the foundation establishment stage at any time. Ha ha ha, great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He actually somersaulted a few times in the air and said, this trip to QC was not in vain. He, Xue Xue also laughed, it's a pity that I was comprehending and could not see my husband display his might. Ha ha ha, my wife is wrong. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pinched Xue Xue's nose and said with a smile, the one who displayed his might yesterday was not your husband, but someone else. Eh? Who? There was someone else who helped. Xue Xue was surprised and looked around. Unfortunately, other than Bai Min and the others who had already stood up and were walking over, there were no other cultivators. It was very lively yesterday. Xiao Hua had a mysterious expression on his face. He then looked at Bai Min and the others and said in a low voice, however, these cultivators brought a bamboo pole for me to strike. After I'm done, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Bamboo pole? Knock. What do you mean? Xue Xue asked curiously. At this time, Bai Min and the others had already arrived. The four of them bowed and said, I and the others thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving our lives. There's no need to bow. Xiao Hua said with a smile, yesterday, fellow Taoist Bai Min has already paid his respects to quite a few people. If it wasn't for him begging me bitterly, I would have left long ago. When Bai Min heard this, his heart warmed. He was very pleased with himself. He felt that everything that happened yesterday was not in vain. That's right. We all know fellow Taoist Bai's feelings for us. He could have escaped, but he chose to stay with us instead. In the future, the connection between Awakening Silicon Island and our 3 islands will be even closer. Ko Qinglian said with deep affection. A strange expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face, damn it, this Ko Qinglian couldn't have been interested in Bai Min for a long time, right? She actually took this opportunity to confess today. This is what I should do. Bai Min said with a smile, however, I've already agreed to 3 of fellow Taoist Xiao's conditions yesterday. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please give me your orders. I hope that the 4 of us will be able to satisfy fellow Taoist Xiao's requests. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak. The 3 of them also smiled apologetically. This fellow is quite tactful. Xiao Hua secretly gave a thumbs up to Bai Min in his heart. He said again, my 3 conditions are very simple. First, I also want to hunt some sea beasts in the heavenly sea. I hope that the island masters of the various islands in the sea will show mercy and not blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. Bai Min immediately replied, not to mention fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness to us, even if fellow Taoist Xiao brought his dual cultivation partner here to hunt sea beasts, we won't interfere too much. And, that's good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, my second condition is, can you let me cultivate your water escape technique? Water escape technique? Bai Min was slightly stunned. He looked at the others and was very puzzled. Ding Xuan thought for a moment and smiled apologetically, is fellow Taoist Xiao talking about the technique that we use to enter and exit the sea? That's right. Could it be that it's not a water escape technique? Xiao Hua knew that he was wrong. I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that it's not a water escape technique, but a type of water dispelling technique. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, it's an ordinary technique of the various islands in the sea. In essence, it's a flying technique. As she spoke, Ko Qinglian slapped her hand and took out a jade slip from her storage pouch. She handed it to Xiao Hua and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in this technique, I'll give it to you right away. So it's like that. Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He received it with his hand and looked at it with his divine sense for a moment. He nodded and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Ko. Seeing Ko Qinglian rush to give the water dispelling technique to Xiao Hua, Ding Xuan smiled apologetically again and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao's third condition is. If my Tiger Spine Island has it, I'll definitely give it to you. When did these people become so respectful? They all want to curry favor with this young master. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. His strength was comparable to 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and he also had the backing of a cultivator like the Empress whose true cultivation was unknown. Which cultivator wouldn't want to make friends with him? Cough cough, my last condition is, who knows where Sunset Island is? After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people very eagerly. Sunset Island? Sure enough, the 4 people looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you. It seems that none of them have heard of this island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll let you know. Among the various islands in the sea, there are Star Bright Island, Moon Island, Broken Star Island, Sunrise Island, Star Island. And there's also Scorching Sun Island. However, I've never heard of Sunset Island. Xiang Wenqing finally got the chance and hurriedly said. Then, is there any island that has the celestial race? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and still asked. If we're talking about the celestial race, then the various islands in the sea should all be counted. Bai Min said with a smile, as for the true celestial race, I'm afraid they're already gone. Oh right, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to find Sunset Island, my Silicon Islands records are more comprehensive. Moreover, my island master also has a wide range of connections. Fellow Taoist Xiao might as well return with I. You'll definitely be able to obtain some information. Ding Xuan, Xiang Wenqing, and Ko Qinglian smiled bitterly. As expected, Bai Min was the first to say this sentence. However, they were also clear about Bai Min's righteous act yesterday, so they couldn't snatch it from him. Thus, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, since fellow Taoist Bai invited fellow Taoist Xiao to the island, we won't fight over it. We'll go report to the island master and ask him to make a decision. Immediately, the 3 of them each took out a small storage pouch and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, these 3 conditions are practically unspoken. We still feel apologetic in our hearts. These sea beasts' inner cores, beast skins, and other items are the specialties of QC. Please kindly accept them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart. Truly, he got whatever he wanted. Sometimes, some words not spoken were more important than spoken. Xiao Hua pretended to decline a few times, but he accepted them. Immediately, the 4 island masters formed a team. Xiao Hua carried Xue and followed everyone into the sky, heading towards QC. Behind them, in the fishing village, many fishermen indeed erected Xiao Hua's longevity memorial arch. At first, they were grateful, but later, as long as they paid their respects to Xiao Hua, after going out to sea, they would be calm and even had a bountiful harvest. However, the fishermen who didn't pay their respects were far worse. It was unknown whether it was true or if they made it up. In any case, as time passed, all the fishermen in QC began to pay their respects. Taoist Master Zhao's name actually became their guardian god. Sometimes, faith came about like this. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps it was true, perhaps it was false. However, as for whether it was true or false, even the believer couldn't say for sure. And, even if it was the believer, how could he say it clearly? The depths of Qi were different from the seaside. Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by the crowd, felt that all he could see was waves. He couldn't see north, south, east, and west. Other than the sparkling light in his eyes, he couldn't see anything else. Moreover, the sound of waves in his ears was mixed with the whistling sea breeze and the cries of seabirds. After flying for an hour, Xiao Hua still couldn't see anything different. It was simply like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Good boy, this young master is a directionally challenged idiot. On Dawn Rain Continent, let alone here. Xiao Hua sighed and stole a glance at Xue Xue. At this moment, Xue Xue's eyes were also filled with confusion. Naturally, she had the same thoughts as Xiao Hua. As they were traveling, Bai Min and the others paused slightly and turned to fly towards the north. After a while, they once again flew towards the east. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Bai, why is that? Wouldn't it be fine if we just directly flew over? Why are we taking a detour?" Bai Min smiled apologetically and said, "I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Just now, the place we passed by was a dangerous place. Its range was several tens of miles. Within it, divine sense was disturbed, true qi, and true essence were also disturbed. Many times, flying techniques couldn't be used. Ordinary cultivators who didn't know about it would most likely lose their lives if they fell into it." "Oh, there's such a thing." Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Wasn't this similar to the forbidden and dangerous places on Dawn Rain Continent? Exactly. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, "This place is still the inner sea of my QC. It's far from the deep sea. According to my island master, not only are there many dangerous places like this, there are also many powerful sea beasts in the sea. Even if Gold Core, Nascent Soul, and other seniors were there, they could be attacked." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, "This Xiaoan knows that as long as those demonic beasts reach the 8th stage, they can transform. Their strength is comparable to nascent soul cultivators. Since those sea beasts can attack nascent soul cultivators, and it said that even spirit-severing stage seniors are disturbed, these sea beasts should be around the 8th stage. Why, didn't they transform?" The reason why Xiao Hua asked this was because he had just seen Yang Yang and die, so he was extremely puzzled. "I know about this." Ding Xuan said with a smile, "My island master once said that because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Qiu Sea becomes thinner, although those powerful sea beasts can defeat nascent soul cultivators, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is innately thin, it's not enough for them to transform. If they can't do it in the deep sea, then they'll come to the near sea." Xue Xue said with a smile, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is still abundant. He, if the 8th stage sea beasts come to the near sea, those spirit-severing stage seniors, I'm afraid they'll swarm over." Ding Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 2145. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Yes, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the distant sea was insufficient, it was still possible to survive. In the coastal sea, it was true that it could transform, but before it could transform, its inner core would be taken away by cultivators. How could it still cultivate? And for powerful human cultivators, if they wanted to hunt 7th or 8th stage sea beasts, they had to take the risk of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being insufficient. They had to take the risk of being killed by sea beasts. In this way, each of them formed a kind of restraint. This was also the reason why there were so few demon cores in Xiaoyu continent. However, why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so thin in the depths of Guihe Sea? An even more terrible question appeared in the mind of Xiao Hua, who liked to think. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have to take our leave. Just as he was thinking, Ding Xuan, Ko Qinglian, and Xiang Wenqing stopped in midair with their disciples. They cupped their hands and said, "Our 3 islands are on the east side of Awakening Silicon Island. We have to part here. Once again, thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist Xiao. If you have free time, please come to our 3 islands. Island Master will definitely thank you." The 3 of them said. "Okay, I have visited Awakening Silicon Island. If I have the chance, I will also go to the 3 islands to take a look. In addition, if the 3 of you have news about Sunset Island, please also inform me." Xiao Hua said a few polite words and parted ways with the 3 of them. After the 3 of them left with their disciples, Xiao Hua asked again in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Bai, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. This Gue he see is so big. If you only rely on the sun for directions, I am afraid it is not reliable. How do you distinguish the direction? How do you identify the route?" He, Bai Min clapped his hand and took out a spoon-like light green magic tool. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the magic tool used by our overseas islands, Compass Point. You only need to carve the map of the sea near you into it and that magic tool will be able to guide the direction." "Haha, I see." Xiao Hua laughed. "Looks like I am not too bad at directions. Everyone is a sea idiot when they are on the sea. By the way, fellow Taoist Bai, can you give me a copy of the map of the Sinan Sea and the Qiu Sea?" Xiao Hua asked without any trace of politeness. Bai Min looked a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "This kind of artifact and sea chart are the secrets of each island. I can't take it. However, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants it, I'll mention it to the island master when I see him later. With fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness to my Silicon Island, it shouldn't be a problem." "Alright," Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't mind. If the Awakening Silicon Island wasn't given to him, he could just casually find one on the Qianhe Sea. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized black shadow appeared on the horizon. Bai Min pointed at it and said with a smile, "This is my Awakening Silicon Island." "Oh." Xiao Hua gazed into the distance. That island was truly too far away, and he couldn't see it with his eyes. Xiao Hua was also too lazy to release his Buddhist consciousness. He only nodded slightly and followed Bai Min as they flew straight to Awaken Silicon Island. Only when they flew closer did Xiao Hua get a clear look. He was somewhat flabbergasted again. This island was really too big. Its circumference was actually 100 li. Moreover, there were hundreds of small islands of various sizes clustered around it. These hundreds of small islands seemed to form a large-scale formation, protecting this Awakening Silicon Island from all sides. Bai Min even started to lead Xiao Hua around the island from afar. They flew to the east and flew to the west. Obviously, they were avoiding the restrictions within. "This defense is too tight," Xiao Hua said with a slight smile. "We can't not defend." Bai Min smiled bitterly. The Qianhe Sea is not like the Xiaoyu continent. Not only do we have violent astronomical phenomena, such as hurricanes, fierce rain, and even inexplicable thunder. Even the tsunamis that we frequently encounter are hard to withstand with human strength. Not to mention that occasionally, some tyrannical sea beasts come here. It's really hard for you. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of survival in the Qianhe Sea. Hiss. Bai Min sent out the communication talisman. That light blue flame rushed into the water and disappeared in an instant. "I hope my island master can have the information that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know." Bai Min carefully smiled apologetically. "I hope so." Although Xiao Hua said so, he was still nervous in his heart. Haoming City didn't know, Bai Min and the others didn't know, but this Sunset Island might not be easy to find. Sure enough, several days later, Xiao Hua's face carried a trace of disappointment. He left the awakening Silicon Island accompanied by an early gold core cultivator. "Husband, it looks like there's trouble," Xue Xue said considerately. "Both Island Master Zhang of Awakened Silicon Island and their self-proclaimed knowledgeable elder have said that they've never heard of it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find Sunset Island." "Yes, that Zhang Ye said it clearly. The tides rise and fall of the Qianhe Sea, and the islands in it are also uncertain. That Sunset Island is probably one of them, and now it has already sunk into the sea. Where can we find it?" However, Island Master Zhang also said that many islands changed their names because their island masters died or because their cultivators declined. Maybe Sunset Island still exists. It's all possible. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have told us the locations of the 4 largest islands in the Qianhe Sea: Scorching Sun Island, Iceblade Island, Gale Island, and Yensen Island. Where should we find them? Then where should we go now? Xue Xue asked again. From Island Master Zhang's tone, the locations of these 4 islands are very far from the coastal waters. Moreover, they are very far from each other. He, this Zhang Yi is quite righteous. Not only did he give me the compass, but he also gave me the sea map. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and a light cyan compass appeared in his hand. He probed it with his divine sense. After looking at it for a long time, he clapped his hand again and took out the sea map he obtained from Haoming City. He pointed his hand, and the sea map flickered with a blue brilliance and fell into the compass. Then, a layer of brilliance overflowed from one end of the compass to the other end. "Great!" Xiao Hua checked again and said with a smile, 60% of the 2 sea maps match, and the other 40% complement each other. The sea map of the Qianhe Sea is considered complete. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. "What's wrong, husband?" Xue Xue always knew about Xiao Hua's whims and asked with concern. Xiao Hua frowned for a long time and shook his head slightly. He said puzzledly, "There seems to be some warning signs. However, I don't have any way to check the warning signs. Perhaps someone on the Dawn Rain continent wants to plot against me again. Who exactly is it? With husband's cultivation, I'm afraid only a Jindan cultivator can cause a warning sign." Xue Xue also pondered and asked. "Husband, you must be careful. When we return from the Qianhe Sea, we must be even more careful. We must take the transportation array all the way. And, for safety's sake, that's exactly what I have to do." If Xiao Hua was himself, it would be fine. However, he couldn't ignore Xue Xue's safety. Zhong Tianyao previous threat wasn't without reason. In this world, there were many high-level cultivators who didn't care about their status. Chapter 2146. Let's go. That Scorching Sun Island is quite close to here. Let's go there before. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, held Xue Xue's soft hand, and said with a smile, "We don't need to hurry. If you can build your foundation on this boundless sea, how wonderful would that be?" "Exactly, that's what I was thinking." Xue Xue also covered her mouth and said with a smile, that Scorching Sun Island might be another name for Sunset Island. "Let's go slowly and enjoy the scenery of the sea." Then, Xiao Hua took Xue Xue, and the 2 of them really flew leisurely. The sea map in the compass was very complete. The sea map in Haoming City recorded some islands and the situation on the islands, while the sea map in Awakening Silicon Island mostly recorded the routes between the islands, the dangerous places in the sea, and the distribution of sea beasts. Xiao Hua took the compass and followed Xue Xue all the way. They avoided all the dangerous places, and Xiao Hua didn't let go of any place with sea beasts. He didn't know what these sea beasts were for, so he hunted some and put them in the space. If it weren't for the fact that his space didn't have enough space to hold seawater, with Xiao Hua's greed, he might have taken these living sea beasts into the space. Moreover, for Shue's foundation building, Xiaohua didn't walk much every day. He walked at sunrise and stopped at sunset. According to the instructions of the compass, he found an uninhabited island or reef, and laid down a rabbit array to rest or cultivate. This trip took more than 10 days, and they hadn't even reached half of the journey from awakening Silicon Island to scorching Sun Island. On this day, Xiaohua and Shue landed on a slightly bigger island. The sky was already dark, and the sky was still clear before. At this time, the sea breeze gradually rose, and dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Beside the dark clouds, there was a dark red color. Good heavens! Xiaohua looked at the sky. An unparalleled might of heaven and earth was faintly brewing. He couldn't help but be speechless. It's often said that man can conquer the heavens, and cultivators also have the responsibility to go against the heavens. But this might of heaven. I don't know what kind of cultivation base a cultivator has to contend against it. Young master's cultivation is still shallow. Let's go with the flow for now. Xiaohua pursed his lips and took out the flowing cloud movement technique. He had already finished reading the explanation of the 10,000 demon realm. After all, he had some understanding of the green seal text. These simplified green seal text were not particularly difficult for him. In fact, he had already mastered the so-called water-dispelling incantation during the few days he was on awakened Silicon Island. What kind of movement technique is this? Isn't this wind evasion? Xiaohua simply read through the movement technique's training method in the jade slip, and immediately understood. Presently, he'd already cultivated the wood movement, earth movement, and fire movement, and he was even cultivating the lightning movement amongst lightning cultivators. So there was probably no cultivator on Dawn Rain continent that was more proficient in movement techniques than him. Xiaohua only looked at it once and immediately understood that this so-called flowing cloud movement technique was the wind evasion elementary movement technique that he had never heard of before. It was a technique that borrowed the power of the wind to display a movement technique that was similar to the flowing cloud movement technique. Good boy, young master still hasn't thought of finding some water movement technique or metal movement technique to complete the 5 elements movement technique. Unexpectedly, there's this wind evasion that I've never thought of before. 10,000 demon realms wind evasion. This empress, what kind of true body does she have? Xiaohua was shocked and overjoyed. He was amazed at the wonders of this world's cultivation techniques. After a moment, Xiaohua once again calmed down. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown amount of time, a kacha sound of thunder woke Xiaohua up from his meditation. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, above the entire Guihe Sea, layers of dark clouds covered half of the sky. It was actually as boundless as the Guihe Sea. And the rolling dark clouds kept rolling, as if there were endless ghosts in the clouds. The rolling dark clouds took on all kinds of shapes. There were mountains, rivers, spirit herbs, birds. Within these rolling dark clouds, there was a faint dark red light that flickered. It flickered in and out of existence, and a boundless majesty overflowed from within the dark clouds. Grandma, it's really magnificent. Xiaohua was speechless. He could only sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a thunderstorm before, but he had never seen such a magnificent thunderstorm. These oppressive dark clouds were like a pressure on one's heart. Following the first thunder just now, like a firecracker, the sound of thunder continued to resound. Immediately after, a pitter-patter sound of raindrops the size of beans came one after another, hitting the surface of the Guihe Sea. One after another, fist-sized depressions appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, the wind became stronger and stronger. The waves gradually formed. At first, it was small waves, then it became huge waves. However, the rumbling sound of the waves was far from being able to suppress the flashing thunder in the sky. Xiao Hua was originally sitting within the rabbit formation. Most of the rainwater was blocked by the formation. A layer of faintly discernible faint golden brilliance flashed around Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. However, when the many lightning bolts above his head were like little golden snakes swimming around, Xiao Hua suddenly had a familiar feeling. I seem to. A scene suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. It was this kind of night filled with thunder, and a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged on the same island as tonight. In the pouring rain, strands of lightning struck that figure. Could it be me? I am actually not afraid of heavenly lightning. Xiao Hua's heart surged with pride. If I am struck by heavenly lightning again, would I be able to remember something? But, if it doesn't work? This heavenly lightning is not a joke. This young master's physical body, cultivation and so on, will all be damaged. This hesitant thought was merely a flash. Xiao Hua stood up. If I can recall my memories, even if my cultivation is damaged, so what? Moreover, didn't this young master get struck by lightning before? Seeing Xiao Hua stand up, Xue Xue, who was already frightened by the lightning, was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Husband, what are you going to do?" Xiao Hua hesitated. He didn't know how to explain it to Xue Xue. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "This husband has some things that I have to do. Now, I should do it." "You have to do it?" Xue Xue frowned slightly. "Could it be more important than your life?" "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded and replied. "Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly." Xiao Hua's words were said to himself. However, the speaker had intentions and the listener had intentions. These words seemed to have pierced Xue Xue's heart. Xue Xue's face immediately flushed red. Her eyes flickered slightly. She nodded firmly and said loudly, "Well said, husband. Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly. This concubine will accompany you." "Ah. You, what are you going to do?" Xiao Hua was shocked. He pulled Xue Xue and said, "This husband still has some confidence that he won't be struck by lightning. Can you do it?" He husband." Xue Xue held Xiao Hua's hand and said with a smile, "Actually, this concubine could have taken the Ling Lei pill long ago. With husband's secret cultivation method and the Tian mending pill, this concubine should have a 50% chance of reaching foundation establishment. However, this concubine didn't dare to reach foundation establishment because in my heart, I couldn't bear to part with husband. There was a trace of apprehension in my heart. Husband, I'm afraid you don't know why this concubine came to Gue Hisi. This concubine's parents met each other when they were traveling on Gue Hisi. And this concubine also knows that they came to Gue Hisi together to reach foundation establishment and never returned. This kind of gloominess forced this concubine to not dare to rashly take that step. And now, since husband wants to take the risk, how can this concubine not accompany you? So that's how it is." Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xue Xue, who had already cultivated the Ling Lei pill, Tian mending pill, and even the dragon transformation art, still hadn't reached foundation establishment. Obviously, her mental state wasn't perfect. Now that she heard his words, her mental state was perfect. If she didn't reach foundation establishment now, her mental state would inevitably be lacking. This was the best time for Xue Xue to reach foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, wife, please. Xiao Hua laughed and pulled Xue Xue out of the formation. The huge sea breeze mixed with bean-sized raindrops hit the two of them. Xue Xue's body faintly glowed. Obviously, it was a defensive yellow talisman. However, there was no movement on Xiao Hua's body. Obviously, this force wasn't enough to trigger a reaction from his protective light. Wife, please. Since it was Xue Xue who reached foundation establishment, Xiaohua naturally couldn't attract the lightning first. He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll give you a chance to protect this concubine." Xue Xue laughed and clapped her hands, taking out the Ling Lei pill refined by Xiaohua. "Take out the Tian mending pill as well, just in case," Xiaohua reminded. "Crow's beak." Xue Xue scolded jokingly, "The Tian mending pill is in the storage bag. This concubine can take it out with a raise of her hand. There's no need to be so cautious." Seeing that Xue Xue didn't have any burden in her heart, Xiaohua was secretly happy. Xue Xue sat cross-legged and looked deeply at Xiaohua. She raised her hand and put the Ling Lei pill into her mouth. Once the Ling Lei pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a surging current that rushed into Xue Xue's meridians. Ah! Although Xue Xue was already prepared, she was still shocked by the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Of course, Xue Xue was only startled for a moment. Immediately after, the mental cultivation method of the Thunder Control Sect Sunlei Palace began to circulate and forcefully guided the medicinal power to flow through her meridians. After the medicinal power had circulated 9 cycles in her meridians, Xue Xue's true qi had increased by 20%. Luckily, Xue Xue's meridians had been tempered by the dragon transformation art and had already become thicker by 30%. This amount of true qi was still within the limits of her meridians. Hong, a loud sound rang out and Xue Xue's mind exploded. The medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill had already seeped out of her meridians and directly entered Xue Xue's blood vessels. Xue Xue's blood vessels had already come into contact with the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Immediately, like an ignited explosive, it began to explode bit by bit and pushed forward bit by bit, gradually approaching her heart. "This is bad." Xue Xue was alarmed. She could use the dragon transformation art to control the true qi in her meridians, but how could she control her blood vessels? This was something she had never thought of before. Chapter 2147. Heaven Mend Pill. Xue Xue instantly thought of Xiaohua's warning. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand and the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth. "Io, why did you take the Heaven Mend Pill so early?" Xiaohua had been paying attention to Xue Xue, but he didn't dare to use his divine sense. Seeing Xue Xue take the Heaven Mend Pill from the start, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth, a flood immediately rushed into her meridians. It followed the path of the Thunder Pill and seeped into her blood vessels. At this time, the unstoppable explosion had already spread throughout Xue Xue's blood vessels and rushed straight to her heart. Rumble. When the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power reached her heart, Xue Xue's heart suddenly swelled like a bubble. Xue Xue's face was snow-white. She finally understood why the Xue family with the Thunder Beast bloodline had so few foundation establishment cultivators. The Thunder Beast's true blood was truly tyrannical. It was absolutely not something a human cultivator's body could withstand. Fortunately, just as Xue Xue's heart was about to burst, the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power arrived. It quickly repaired the damaged areas and continuously strengthened the heart's toughness. Roar! Just as Xue Xue's blood vessels were stimulated by the Thunder Pill's medicinal power, she raised her hands and let out a roar similar to that of a thunder beast. As Xue Xue waved her arms, a faint shadow of a thunder beast flew out from Xue Xue's body. At the same time, Xue Xue's snow-white face unexpectedly became a bit sinister. She actually showed signs of turning into a thunder beast. No way! Xue Xue won't turn into a female thunder beast, right? Xiaohua was stunned as he watched from the side. His mind raced. Not only did the terrifying figure and face of a female thunder beast appear in his mind, he even thought that if Xue Xue really turned into a female thunder beast, should he fall in love with someone else? It was also at this time that the true qi in Xue Xue's meridians suddenly changed. Threads of flickering lightning formed in the true qi. Her true qi suddenly increased and expanded by more than 30%. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their meridians would have been filled with true qi when they reached foundation establishment. Now that their meridians suddenly increased by 30%, they would have already burst. Even Xue Xue, who thought that her meridians were already full after taking the Ling Lei pill and heavenly mending pill, the sudden appearance of true qi caused her meridians to swell. Fortunately, Xue Xue had already practiced the dragon transformation art for a long time, and her meridians were already very tough. She only reached her limit after her qi increased by 30%. However, if he added even half a point more, he was afraid that he would have to examine Xiaohua's alchemy technique again. Kacha. A faint sound came from Xue Xue's meridians. It was the sound of a trace of true essence condensing. In Xue Xue's heart, this voice was like the sound of nature. Immediately after, a series of popping sounds, similar to the popping sounds in his blood vessels, resounded throughout his meridians. The true qi in Xue Xue's meridians showed a series of reactions, and a lot of true essence began to condense. Now is the time. Xue Xue didn't know how many times she had already imagined this in her heart. At this time, seeing that the time was ripe, she slapped her hand, took out the foundation establishment pill from her storage pouch, and put it into her mouth. Swish! Xue Xue also released her divine sense at this time, wanting to extend it in the direction of the Kuei He Hai. First, it was several tens of zhang, then it was close to Li, and finally it was several li away. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10 li had already converged. In the air within these several li, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to condense, and bit by bit, visible to the naked eye, crystals gradually formed. Although Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, it was still much more vast than an ordinary cultivator's foundation establishment aura. Kacha. At this time, tiny streaks of lightning began to flicker around Xue Xue's divine sense. Clearly, they were attracted by Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this lightning would strike Xue Xue, and even Xue Xue's body. He really wanted to release his divine sense to help Xue Xue resist, but at this time, it was also the crucial moment for Xue Xue's foundation establishment. He was afraid that if he released his divine sense, it would disturb Xue Xue's foundation establishment. How about I go somewhere else? Xiaohua immediately thought of the taboo that two cultivators couldn't enter foundation establishment at the same time. At this time, the thunder beast behind Xue Xue roared and gradually rose above Xue Xue's head, reaching a height of more than 10 zhang. Kacha. Although the lightning struck Xue Xue's divine sense, causing her Naiwan palace to be unable to escape the pain, the majority of the lightning was withstood by the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast was also in pain after being struck by the lightning. It roared and hammered its own chest. The thunder beast's body actually grew slightly bigger after being struck by the lightning. Xue Xue's Dharma body isn't afraid of ordinary lightning. Xiaohua suddenly realized. His figure flew several tens of zhang before stopping in midair. His eyes were bright as he stared at Xue. Lightning continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. Xue's face showed an extremely painful expression. Although the thunder beast's shadow had now risen to a height of 10 zhang, there was still some true qi in her meridians that hadn't been converted into true essence. More and more lightning was attracted by Xue and continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast's shadow began to show signs of collapsing. Xiaohua was very anxious. His figure flew again, but before he could fly several tens of zhang, he saw the thunder beast's shadow wave its hand again. As if it was an instinct, magic power similar to a spell appeared on its hand. Looking at the thunder beast's shadow again, two balls of brilliance suddenly flashed. It was actually the vague appearance of the male and female thunder beasts when Xiaohua refined the thunder pill. Kacha. Following the thunder beast's wave of its arm, a portion of the lightning that was originally attacking it was actually driven by it and turned to attack other lightning. The art of controlling lightning. Xiao Hua, who had been staring at the scene, was pleasantly surprised. He understood that this was the thunder beast's innate ability. Just how vast was this scene? Hundreds of zhang high in the sky, the thunder beast's shadow with green and red brilliance was flapping its wings. Its hands were constantly forming spells, and dozens or even hundreds of golden lightning were driven by it. They separately struck the sky, contending with the lightning falling from the sky. This thunder beast's hand. I'm afraid it's the art of controlling lightning. Xiao Hua understood that the thunder beast's shadow used it again and again, and he had long memorized the art of controlling lightning in his heart. However, when he tried to use it, his magic power was clearly surging, but the lightning didn't listen to his command at all. Why is this? Xiao Hua's gaze swept quickly, trying to find the reason. In the end, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the brilliance of the male and female thunder beasts in the thunder beast's shadow. Because every time the thunder beast's shadow formed a spell, the two balls of brilliance would flicker once. And, I'm afraid it's related to the two balls of light. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to take a closer look, a hurricane began to appear in the night sky. A suction force appeared above Xue Xue's head, and all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within several li was sucked in by Xiao Hua like a whale. Chapter 2148. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi shrank, Xue Xue's divine sense also converged. After the thunder beast's shadow waved a few lightning bolts, it simultaneously shrank back into Xue Xue's body. And, fortunately, after the thunder beast's shadow disappeared, Xue Xue's somewhat deformed face regained its original beauty and whiteness. Xiao Hua finally let out a sigh of relief. He nipped the thought of shifting his love in the bud. Rumble, Xue Xue's divine sense converged completely. Although the thunderstorm was still there, the lightning bolts no longer struck here. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over Xue Xue. He knew that she was driving her true essence, using a new technique to open up new meridians and stabilize her early foundation establishment cultivation. This process would probably last for several days. Therefore, with a joyful laugh, his entire body flashed and flew up into the sky. His divine sense rushed to the place where the lightning was produced. The thunder and lightning seemed to have been enraged by Xiao Hua. It was like the sound of a giant running, and also like a rushing river, unceasingly striking towards Xiao Hua. Let the lightning come more fiercely. Xiao Hua raised his arms and shouted, but his arrogant voice was drowned out by the sound of thunder. Gotcha! The first lightning bolt finally hit Xiao Hua's body. Ouch! A burst of numbness came from his body, and within the numbness, there was a tearing pain. Xiao Hua was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. Gotcha! The second and third lightning bolts came one after another. The power and energy within the lightning bolts were increasingly great. Xiao Hua felt like he was being torn into several pieces. Damn it, something's wrong. Why is this feeling different from what I expected? Xiao Hua immediately felt that something was wrong. This pain didn't seem to be as comfortable as he remembered, and it didn't evoke any of his previous memories. Better not. Xiao Hua frowned. If I can't recall my memories, I'll lose my life for nothing. Seeing the fourth lightning bolt coming even more fiercely, Xiao Hua shook his arm without hesitation. The phoenix Dharma body flew out, and the lightning bolt hit the Dharma body. Xiao Hua and the phoenix Dharma body felt the same. The intense pain still came from the Dharma body, but Xiao Hua understood that this pain was useful for refining the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body that had been baptized by the thunder tribulation should be able to withstand the lightning of this ordinary thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't have the method to refine the phoenix Dharma body. The thunder had a primitive function within it, it couldn't be used by Xiao Hua. Yes, Xiao Hua was a bit depressed. If I get the Dharma body incarnation method, I should be able to use the lightning thunder. Xiao Hua was a bit depressed. Rise, Xiao Hua endured the pain, sat down cross-legged, and put his palms together. He used the exquisite Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect. The 2 pieces of gold leaf from the Zhong family made up for the Heart Sutra. Now, there were only 9 empty slots in Xiao Hua's exquisite Heart Sutra. However, these 9 slots were all at the top of the exquisite Heart Sutra. Except for the last 2 floors that were completely empty, only the last slot on the 3rd floor was empty. Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't willing to give up this precious cultivation opportunity, he released the Buddha Sarira. Once the Buddha Sarira flew out, the golden Buddha's light immediately lit up the entire night sky. Although this Buddha's light was very faint, it was extremely tenacious. It was like a small golden sword piercing through the night sky. The dazzling lightning in the entire night sky must be somewhat dim under this. Obviously, this lightning was not willing to succumb to the Buddha's light, or perhaps, the Buddha Sarira was the center of Xiao Hua's divine sense. All of the lightning recklessly rushed towards the Buddha whose eyes were already clear and whose eyes were indescribably compassionate. Kachacha, indescribable pain. This pain was far from being comparable to pain. It was similar to Xiao Hua's experience of Huang Yi's 10,000 years of loneliness and hatred. This pain tormented Xiao Hua's heart and tempered his will. At the same time, it also pushed Xiao Hua's exquisite Heart Sutra to slowly advance. Every time the lightning struck the Buddha Sarira, Xiao Hua's state of mind would have a trace of carving, and a drop of golden liquid would be formed on the Buddha Sarira. This liquid would either be smeared on the Buddha Sarira to fill the gap on the Buddha's body, or it would seep into the Buddha's body to condense the golden body of the Buddha Sarira. When Xiao Hua's Heart Sutra couldn't catch up with the speed of the golden body, it slowly seeped into the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira. As a result, that 2 chi long Buddha Sarira gradually grew, and the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira also gradually condensed into a 3rd lotus. Xiao Hua who was in the sky was no longer sitting cross-legged. He was in the same posture as the Buddha Sarira, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Moreover, his slender eyes were slightly opened. Admittedly, his eyes didn't have the kind of majesty that looked disdainfully at the heaven and earth, but the compassionate contained in his eyes was extremely similar to the Buddha Sarira's eyes. Xiao Hua's state of mind, Xiao Hua's compassionate heart was precisely the same as the compassionate heart of Buddhism. On the path of merit cultivation, this Buddha Sarira was being tempered by the lightning. Xiao Hua's Buddhist Heart Sutra was also advancing at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, although the thunderstorm above the Qianhe Sea was several times more intense than the Xiaoyu continent, after 9 days, it also gradually stopped. That scorching sun revealed its head behind the dark clouds. The golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the waves of the Qianhe Sea. That wave was also like the thunderstorm, gradually calming down. Folds of broken gold covered the entire Qianhe Sea. Great! Xiao Hua's eyes were wide open, and the compassionate in his eyes was slightly restrained. His gaze passed through thousands of miles of blue waves, and he whispered, Amipa, is there right and wrong in the world? How can the word compassionate fill it? Withdraw. Xiao Hua kept the Buddha Sarira and the phoenix celestial body back into his body. His divine sense swept over, but he saw that Xue Xue was sitting cross-legged on the cliff outside the rabbit array. There was no surprise in her eyes, and there was a faint brilliance flowing around her body. In his senses, it was the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment. Where did I get this feeling from? Xiao Hua's mind turned again, when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. I attracted lightning. I'm afraid so. Since the phoenix celestial body can cultivate in lightning, I naturally have this memory when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. When this Xiao's cultivation is deeper, I'll flatter the Empress and see if I can follow her back to the 10,000 demon realm through the space crack. Maybe I can find my memory and find my birth and family. Then, Xiao Hua flew to the top of the cliff, some distance away from Xue Xue, to protect her. Just like that, Xue Xue opened her eyes after a dozen or so days. In her bright eyes, there was not the joy and pride of other cultivators who just entered Foundation establishment, but more, there was a flash of sadness. Wife. Xiao Hua, who was guarding beside Xue Xue, immediately sensed it and said in surprise, "Congratulations on advancing to Foundation establishment. After Foundation establishment, your lightning beast bloodline should be stable. Not only did your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but your strength now also surpasses those of the same level. Oh, right, has your realm stabilized?" A smile appeared on Xue Xue's face, and she covered her mouth and said, "I just entered Foundation establishment, how can I dare to boast? Now that my realm is stable, husband doesn't have to worry." Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly, flew in front of Xue Xue, and lightly kissed Xue Xue's temples, saying, "Wife is indeed a genius, you really have great premonition. Before leaving the Imperial Thunder Sect, you said Foundation establishment at Gue Hisi. You've only been at Gue Hisi for a few days, and sure enough, you said Foundation establishment. Your husband really admires you." Hearing this, Xue Xue's previously hidden sadness suddenly reappeared. She immediately lowered her eyes, looked at the distant blue waves, and said with a forced smile, "How would I know what premonition is? It's just that my parents went missing at Gue Hisi, so I wanted to come to Gue Hisi to take a look." Xiao Hua did not notice Xue Xue's uneasiness. He reached out and held Xue Xue's slender waist, opened his mouth and licked Xue Xue's earlobe, whispering, "Wife, now, you're a Foundation establishment cultivator. You and I dual cultivate, it won't affect your cultivation, right?" Hearing this, Xue Xue's face flushed red, and her body gradually became hot and dry because of Xiao Hua's flirting. The original trace of gloom in her heart had already flown out of the sky. "Wife, your husband has a dual cultivation technique here, it's far superior to that Qiumingwei's furnace technique." Xiao Hua said with a lewd smile, "Maybe you can even step into the middle stage of Foundation establishment." Bah! Xue Xue lightly spat, turned her head, and instead bit Xiao Hua's ear, saying, "Don't mention that dirty man and woman to me." "Io," Xiao Hua begged for mercy in a low voice, "Your husband knows his wrongs, your husband knows his wrongs. My wife and I are a match made in heaven. How can they compare to us?" Sigh, Xue Xue's heart seemed to emit a sorrowful sob, as if she was somewhat unwilling, however, Xue Xue's face was still red like fire, and the teeth that bit Xiao Hua's ear also loosened, replaced by her tongue. Her slightly nervous arms also stiffened, and she somewhat forcefully hugged Xiao Hua. "Great!" Xiao Hua secretly rejoiced, unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. His figure flashed, and he was about to fly down the cliff. Unfortunately, at this incomparably crucial moment, a weak divine sense swept over from afar, had already swept past Xiao Hua and Xue Xue, and immediately locked onto the two of them. Ah! Xiao Hua and Xue Xue were shocked, and Xue Xue's reaction was even more intense. She pushed Xiao Hua away, and urged her magic power to stand in midair. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes, and her face became even redder, and looked at Xiao Hua with eyes full of resentment. "Grandma, who is this? It must be on purpose." Xiao Hua's heart was immediately extinguished as if it had met with ice water. He jumped up in the air, shouting in exasperation, and instantly released his divine sense. If the distance was close enough, Xiao Hua definitely would not hesitate to release the soul stab technique, and would definitely ruthlessly teach this untactful cultivator a lesson. However, after Xiao Hua released his divine sense for a moment, a trace of strangeness appeared on his face, and he thoughtfully looked at the place where his divine sense swept past. After a moment, Xue Xue also returned to normal, rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua, and released her divine sense, also looking in that direction. Eh? When Xue Xue understood, an eager expression appeared on her face, and she said with a smile, "Husband, usually when I see you, you are happy to help others. Why are you so lazy today? Chapter 2149. Humph, the greatest pleasure in the world has been disturbed for no reason. Who would be interested in caring about others? Xiaohua said angrily, didn't you see that she's already coming this way? Looking at her, she has enough strength to fly here. Hee, since that's the case, husband will help me to prepare. I'll go and try my skills. Shui said, and without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she flew toward the depths of the Kuei Sea. Wife, Xiaohua was a little anxious, that sea beast has strength close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and that female cultivator is also at the early stage of foundation establishment. She can't fight it and is flying toward us. What's the use of you going? You just entered foundation establishment. I just entered foundation establishment, but isn't there a fellow cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment there? Shui said indifferently, moreover, don't I have a virtuous wife nearby? What's there to be afraid of? Ah. Virtuous wife. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, go, just go. Your husband will be your virtuous wife, and I guarantee nothing will happen. I knew my husband would agree. Shui said, and she sped up to fly into the distance. At the same time, beauty like a butterfly appeared in the air, and the colorful butterfly-like brilliance protected Shui's body. Seeing Shui take out her magic weapon, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and held the soaring dragon shears in his hand. Although there was no difference between holding it in the air and holding it in his hand, Xiaohua still felt at ease holding it in his hand. The two had just flown a few miles when they heard a rumbling explosion in front of them. They saw a short, petite female cultivator flying toward Xiaohua and Shui while constantly waving hand signs behind her. A string of water balls fell into the water of the Kuei Sea. The water balls exploded, and the sound of the explosion splashed the sea water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing sea water, a pitch-black sea beast several meters in size was exposed. Several soft tentacles stretched out from the two sides of the sea beast's back, and then it moved the sea water, chasing after the female cultivator as if it was flying. At the same time, several small, ink-ball-like particles also smashed toward the female cultivator. Whenever the particles exploded, a putrid stench and pitch-black smoke mixed in the sea water rushed toward the female cultivator. The smoke actually didn't dissipate in the sea wind. The female cultivator was obviously afraid of the smoke. She used several water balls to blast the smoke away, and immediately fled far away. However, the female cultivator's flying speed wasn't fast. In fact, it was even slower than the flying speed of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, no matter how fast she flew, the sea beast could easily catch up to her. Fellow cultivators, help me. When the female cultivator saw Xiaohua and Shui, who were both in the early stage of foundation establishment, fly over, she was pleasantly surprised. This gongzhe is too powerful, it should be close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The three of us together should be able to scare it away. After we escape this calamity, I will thank you two fellow cultivators. No problem. Hearing this, Shui pursed her lips and glanced at Xiaohua. With a wave of her hand, a dozen or so fireball talismans were taken out with a rumble. They really were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers on the black and white sea. Xiaohua curled his lips. Wasn't this the fireball talisman he gave Shui earlier? Now she actually took it out and used it. Xiaohua's fireball talisman was so powerful. Dozens of fireballs fell on the sea beast's pitch-black back and exploded at the same time. The explosion caused the gongzhe to shake violently, and the surrounding sea water was raised high. It was obviously in great pain. With a loud and clear sound, a water sword suddenly shot out in front of the gongzhe's head. As soon as the water sword came out, the Kuei Sea immediately condensed into ice and pierced toward Shui. The ice sword was so fast and so powerful that it contained a sufficient amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He was just about to wave the soaring dragon shears, but at this moment, he saw Xue Xue calmly urging the true essence in her body. The butterfly-like magic weapon suddenly flashed, and one of the butterfly-like magic weapon expanded, blocking the ice sword. The ice sword pierced the butterfly, twisting it. But in just a moment, the butterfly trembled slightly and returned to normal. The ice sword, however, lost its strength and fell into the Kueha Sea. Seeing this, Xiao Hua felt relieved. "Fellow Taoist, why didn't you come to help?" The female cultivator whose face was somewhat pale and seemed to lack blood was the female cultivator Xiao Hua met at the auction in Haoming City. She asked very strangely. Xiao Hua originally wanted to touch his nose out of habit, but he suddenly remembered that this female cultivator might have seen his actions. He immediately stopped and said with a smile, "My wife will do it. I will hold the fort for you." This. The female cultivator looked at Xue Xue and glared at Xiao Hua. She raised her voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, lure Zhenjie to the side. I know Zhenjie's weakness. If you and I work together, we will be able to drive this monster away." "Okay." Hearing this, Xue Xue waved her hand and threw out more than 10 fireball talismans, while she flew horizontally. Zhenjie was in pain. He swept his weak and tyrannical divine sense and chased after Xue Xue. At the same time, the ink balls in his tentacles shot toward Xue Xue. "Fellow Taoist, be careful." The female cultivator reminded, Zhenjie's ink balls are highly toxic. If the skin touches even a little bit, it will immediately disintegrate. If it touches the face. Hearing this, Xue Xue was shocked and hurriedly threw several fireball talismans in front of her. Unfortunately, Xue Xue's technique was not as good as Xiao Hua's. A few ink balls still dodged the fireball talismans and flew close to Xue Xue. When the ink balls exploded, the ink fog rushed toward Xue Xue. Xue Xue hurriedly flew up, and the butterflies around her rotated again. However, she flew a little too late. Moreover, the ink fog could actually seep into the butterfly orchids. Xiao Hua was already prepared. Seeing that Xue Xue had some mishap, he immediately swung his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve spell. A gust of wind was generated from his Taoist robe and instantly blew away the ink fog. Ah! The female cultivator was shocked at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. Heaven and earth sleeve spell. Fellow Taoist is actually in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua turned to look at the female cultivator. At first, he was somewhat puzzled as to why this female cultivator, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, knew about the heaven and earth sleeve spell. However, he immediately understood. This female cultivator, if she isn't a disciple of Blood Red Island, then she must be a disciple near Blood Red Island. However, Xiao Hua understood that the sea region he was in was far from Blood Red Island. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a disciple of Blood Red Island would come here alone. Just as the female cultivator was in a daze, several ink balls also flew to her feet and exploded extremely quickly. The female cultivator did not have any protective magic tools. Seeing that she was about to be tainted by the ink fog, Xiao Hua was helpless. He could only wave his sleeve again and use the heaven and earth sleeve spell to disperse the ink fog. Chapter 2150. This was great. The female cultivator who wasn't completely sure a moment ago was even more certain that Xiao Hua had the universe concealment sleeve. Now that she knew Xiao Hua's cultivation and saw Xiao Hua's universe creator, the female cultivator's expression calmed down. Her previous panic disappeared without a trace. She clapped her hands and took out an item. She smiled at Xiao Hua, formed a water-dispelling seal, and rushed into the sea. Ah! When Xiao Hua saw the item in the female cultivator's hand, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He saw that the item in the female cultivator's hand was none other than a devil spear tip. Damn it! Isn't this young master's specialty? How did this female cultivator steal it? Xiao Hua stabilized his body, and his face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He scanned with his divine sense and observed the female cultivator's actions. The female cultivator dived into the water. Only Genji's diamond-shaped head had some antennae, and there were no antennae on his oval-shaped body. Instead, because he waved his antennae, his entire body moved. As he moved, circles of ripples rippled outwards. It seemed that there was also a powerful magic power within it. The female cultivator flew into the sea and raised her hand. Dozens of water balls shot out and hit Genji's lower body. Obviously, these water balls were no different than tickles for Genji. Genji didn't even move. His body only moved, and he used his antennae to hit Xue Xue. Xue Xue saw that the ink fog was swept away by Xiao Hua, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She wanted to test her strength after foundation establishment. She had just started using her magic tool, and she hadn't used it much yet, but it was inexplicably blackened by Genji. If Xiao Hua wasn't beside her, she would have been poisoned. It was fine if it was in front of others, but this was in front of her own lover. Xue Xue's face really couldn't hang on. Thus, Xue Xue took out the lightning whip without hesitation. Under the urging of magic power, the lightning whip flickered with electricity. Following Xue Xue's wave, the lightning whip whipped Genji's body. Genji's strength was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he naturally sensed it. Dozens of antennae waved one after another, and the ink balls flew out. A few of his antennae suddenly extended and wrapped around the lightning whip. Chi la la. The lightning whip struck the ink ball, and the ink mist that had just appeared was immediately dispersed by the lightning. At this moment, the tentacles had also wrapped around the lightning whip. Moreover, the tentacles extended along the lightning whip, attempting to snatch the lightning whip away from Xue Xue's hands. However, bolts of lightning emerged from the lightning whip and struck Genji's antennae. The tentacle felt pain and didn't dare to move. Instead, it immediately retracted. Just as the tentacles retracted, a crisp "pa" sound was heard as the lightning whip struck Genji's back, which was exposed above the seawater. A slightly larger electric arc appeared and entered his back. A faint blue light flickered on Genji's back before it was extinguished. Roar! With a dull roar, Genji cried out in pain. His diamond-shaped head popped out of the water. The front of his head was covered with thick tentacles that covered a deep hole that looked like a mouth. At this moment, the deep hole had opened its tentacles, and a ball of water several feet in size shot towards Xue Xue. Evil creature! Xue Xue lightly reprimanded. The lightning whip in her hand waved again, but this time, it was a slightly rotating circle. A lightning net was formed from the lightning whip and scattered towards the ball of water. With a "pu" sound, the ball of water was caught by the lightning net and shot forward several feet. This time, under the extremely thin lightning, it gradually shrank and finally disappeared. Pa! At this moment, Genji's head once again smashed into the seawater. Immediately after, several water swords emerged from the water and shot towards Xue Xue. Roar! The moment the water swords turned into ice spikes, Genji roared again. This time, it seemed to be in even more pain. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, saw clearly that the female cultivator was hiding under the water. At this moment, she was using the devil's spear to pierce through Genji's defense and deeply pierce his body. Genji's body was especially soft and slippery, but the devil's spear seemed to be its nemesis. Although it was pierced very deeply, the light blue liquid that flowed out showed that Genji was injured. Rumble. Genji seemed to be angry again. A wave of divine sense rushed out of the sea and a wave of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed out from Genji's body. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Hua and the others. Within 10 feet, a bone-piercing chill was born. Kacha. Kacha. With Genja as the center, cracking sounds spread out in all directions. Immediately after, Genja nimbly turned around. It was very different from its huge body. Its tentacles swarmed out and reached towards the female cultivator. The female cultivator naturally chased after it. However, it seemed like she was far from being as nimble as Genja in the water. Moreover, within the seawater, the chill was also born. The female cultivator's body flickered as if she was trying her best to resist. Damn, it's really close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This young master has to make a move. Xiaohua saw layers of frost being born and pressing towards Shui. The spiritual energy within the frost was very strong. It was far from what Shui, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could compare to. Moreover, when Shui waved her lightning whip, she could only break the frost on the side. The frost's tendency to spread was beyond her ability. Thus, she waved her hand and ignited the Samadhi true fire. Like a fireball, the spiritual energy rushed towards Genja from all directions. Seeing this, Shui was overjoyed. She no longer cared about the strong frost and waved her lightning whip again, attacking Genja's back. How could Shui let Genja turn around? Pa! Pa! The lightning whip hit Genja several times. Although Genja's defense was strong and the lightning couldn't injure it, the power of the lightning could always penetrate its body, making it suffer unspeakably. Moreover, Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire had already completely melted Genja's frost. Genja's spiritual energy was really not worth mentioning in Xiaohua's eyes. Roar! Roar! Afterwards, Genja fought several times. Shui's lightning whip was its nemesis. Moreover, Genja's extremely powerful black fog was dispersed by Xiaohua's universe sleeve several times. The female cultivator under the water also stabbed Genja several times. Genja roared several times and suddenly disappeared into the sea. Its body quickly dived down and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool created by Genja's dive almost brought the female cultivator under the water. Fellow Taoist, help me. The female cultivator's face was filled with anxiety. It seemed like she still wanted to dive down and she shouted loudly to Shui. Shui wanted to help her, but she also understood that she and the female cultivator were not Genja's opponents. Once they reached the bottom of the sea, they would be even weaker. How could she help her? Thus, she could only smile and say, "Fellow Taoist, why are you so persistent? Genja has already escaped. Isn't fellow Taoist's life?" That's right. When the female cultivator met just now, she said that she only needed to chase Genja away. Now that Genja had escaped, what was she going to do? This concubine needs one of Genja's tentacles. Just one. The female cultivator's divine sense chased after Genja, but her eyes were looking at Xiaohua. Naturally, this idea only came to her after she saw how powerful Xiaohua was. The female cultivator hastily begged, "If this concubine obtains the tentacle, I will definitely repay you generously." Xiaohua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand and a black light flew into the sea. Fellow Taoist, this is. The female cultivator naturally couldn't obtain Genja's tentacle by herself. She also knew that Shui didn't have this ability and could only rely on Shui. However, when she saw that Xiaohua didn't move and only gave her a small and unremarkable magic tool, how could she not be worried? Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator with a smile and said, "What can fellow Taoist do you have to repay me with?" Fellow Taoist is so confident. The female cultivator was stunned and said, "That's a Genja that is close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the sea, it is comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment." Ouch! Before the female cultivator could finish speaking, her eyes lit up. She sensed something with her divine sense and her face was filled with pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in a moment, that black light flashed from the sea. It was Xiao Hua's black iron needle. On the black iron needle, there was a wriggling tentacle of Zhenzhe. The female cultivator looked enviously at the black iron needle in Xiao Hua's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She bowed and said, Junior Qua Chiao, from Blood Red Island greets Senior. May I know which island Senior is from? This junior is truly unfamiliar with it. He, I am Xiao Hua from the country of Shi's Thunder Control sect. Xiao Hua put away the black iron needle and held the ice-cold tentacle of Zhenzhe in his hand. He said with a smile, this is my dual cultivation partner, Xue Xue. Country of Shi. Thunder Control sect. Qua Chiao, was stunned. However, she immediately understood and bowed again, this concubine greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue. No need to be so polite. Xue Xue stepped forward and said with a smile, this concubine and my husband came to the Sea of Shi, to travel. We have already stayed here for a period of time and didn't see any powerful sea beasts. Fellow Taoist Qua, what is going on? You actually lured a middle-stage Foundation establishment sea beast so far. I am ashamed. Qua Chiao, glanced at the tentacle of Zhenzhe in Xiao Hua's hand, and a trace of shame appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, speaking of which, this concubine is somewhat overestimating herself. Every 10 years, my Blood Red Island has a competition between disciples. This is also one of the competitions. This concubine wanted to win, so she took the risk and accepted the mission of killing Zhenzhe's tentacle. However, fellow Taoist Xue also saw that this Zhenzhe was very powerful. This concubine spent a lot of effort to find it and wanted to catch it off guard and cut off one of its tentacles. That was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhenzhe chased this concubine for 10 days and still didn't let this concubine go. If this concubine didn't encounter fellow Taoist Xue and Senior Xiao, this time, I am afraid that this concubine would have lost her life. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. According to this Xiao's opinion, fellow Taoist Qua took out a demonic tool just now, right? This demonic tool is the nemesis of Zhenzhe. Qua Chiao didn't hide it. She clapped her hands and took out a demonic spear tip that was slightly smaller than Xiao Hua's spear tip. She handed it over and said with a smile, that's right. This demonic spear tip doesn't fear transcendence energy and can't be driven by divine sense. It is the best tool to pierce through sea beasts. This concubine obtained this demonic tool a long time ago and has always been able to use it with ease. Therefore, this concubine had the idea of cutting off Zhenzhe's tentacle. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2151. Xiao Hua took the demonic weapon. It was very heavy, but compared to Xiao Hua's demonic spear, it was clearly inferior. It didn't have the coldness and bloodiness of the tentacle. Seeing Xiao Hua take the demonic spear easily, Qua Chiao, was slightly stunned. She unconsciously sized Xiao Hua up again. Xiao Hua didn't care about Qua Chiao's gaze and returned the spear to her. He pondered in his heart, this Qua Chiao blocked the path of demonic weapons and only said that she only has one demonic weapon. How can I make her spit it out? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua handed over Zhenzhe's tentacle and said with a smile, the tentacle is here. Obviously, fellow Taoist also wants it. However, what can fellow Taoist exchange it with? This. Qua Chiao slightly frowned. Then, with a tug of her hand, she took the storage bag from her waist and generously handed it to Xiao Hua. Senior, take a look. If there's anything you like in this storage bag, you can take it. You're quite generous. Xiao Hua took the storage pouch with a smile and took advantage of the situation to hand over the tentacle to Qua Chiao. Qua Chiao was delighted to see that the tentacle was so easy to obtain. She was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Seeing Xiao Hua easily cut down Zhen Zhe's tentacle, she knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not someone she could defeat. What was the difference between having the storage pouch on her and having it in Xiao Hua's hands? Oh, Xiao Hua looked inside the storage pouch. Sure enough, there wasn't the demonic spear shaft he wanted. Thus, he slightly frowned. "Senior, you don't like anything?" Hua Qiao, somewhat embarrassedly said, "Junior doesn't have many things here. However, the remains of the sea beasts are also unique to my Gui He Sea." What's in this jade slip?" Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and casually asked, "It can't be the secret technique of your blood-red island, right?" "No." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the jade slip, Hua Qiao's eyes lit up. She was worried that she couldn't mention the secret method of the bloody red island. Xiao Hua's words were simply like giving her a ladder. "This is some information about the language of the devil realm that Junior has collected." Speaking of the secret method of the bloody red island, Senior, where did you learn this sleeve universe?" "Oh. Devil realm language." Xiao Hua didn't mind Hua Qiao's question. His eyes lit up as he said, "Then this Xiao wants this jade slip." "No problem." Hua Qiao was the same as Xiao Hua, both of them were somewhat absent-minded. She nodded and said, "Senior can make a copy." "But, Senior, can you tell me where you got your heaven and earth sleeve secret technique?" Xiao Hua took out the jade slip and copied it with his divine sense while casually saying, "This Xiao obtained a jade slip in the flame forest swamp, and it contains this heaven and earth sleeve secret technique." "Ah. It really is flame forest marsh." Hua Qiao exclaimed and asked anxiously, "Then, are the other things with the jade slip still there?" At this time, Xiao Hua didn't answer her question. He concentrated on copying the jade strip. Hua Qiao stood there awkwardly. Perhaps it was because they had fought sea beasts together, or perhaps it was because Hua Qiao was not as pretty as Xue Xue, but Xue Xue still liked Hua Qiao. At this moment, she stepped forward and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua, please wait for a moment. My husband will explain to you in detail in a while." Hua Qiao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Xue, don't call me fellow cultivator. Just call me Qiao, Hee, fellow cultivator's cultivation is deeper than this concubine's. This concubine has just entered foundation establishment. How can I casually address you?" Xue Xue also said with a smile. "Ah. It can't be." Hua Qiao's eyes widened as she said in surprise, "Big Sister Xue's magic power is deeper than Qiao's. How can you have just entered foundation establishment?" Xiao definitely won't believe it. Hee, Xue Xue was helpless and couldn't explain further. Thus, Hua Qiao casually explained to Xue Xue. Not long after, Xue Xue understood the reason. It turned out that thousands of years ago, for some reason, the island master of the blood-red island went to the flaming forest swamp of the country of Shi with the other island masters. It seemed like they were hunting some demonic beasts or searching for something. In short, a few early gold core stage cultivators went together. They thought it was an extremely simple matter, but who would have thought that these people didn't come back after going? After that, the other few islands were in a mess because of the inheritance. Many people even died. The inheritance of each island was divided into several branches, and some even died out. Sea City's Sioux family seemed to be a branch of one of the islands. Blood Ray Island was considered lucky because the island master at that time had a twin brother. Although his cultivation wasn't golden core, he was still in the late stage of foundation establishment. Under the consolation of this brother, Blood Ray Island didn't fall into decline. However, because the missing island master had brought along some of the Scarlet Island's secret magic books, the famous magic arts of the Scarlet Island, such as the Heaven and Earth Sleeve, were only elementary magic arts. The advanced magic arts were missing. Fellow Taoist Hua Shue Shue shook her head with a smile. Every thunder palace of my Imperial Thunder sect has a library. These techniques are all stored in the library. They definitely won't be lost just because something happened to the sect master. Don't tell me your sect doesn't have such an arrangement. Hua Qiao smiled bitterly. Of course my Blood Ray Island has a library, but it's also a coincidence. Perhaps that senior was comprehending these techniques and took away the jade slips of these techniques. If the island master didn't investigate carefully, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe that such a thing happened. I don't know about the other techniques. At this moment, Xiaohua also finished copying the jade slips. He handed over the storage pouch and said with a smile, however, I can guarantee that the heaven and earth sleeve jade slips recorded in it are complete. That's great. Hua Qiao was overjoyed. As long as I can find this technique, it'll be a great merit. When did I agree to return this jade slips to Blood Ray Island? Xiaohua asked curiously. Even if it's your Blood Ray Island's heaven and earth sleeve technique, I've obtained it in Flame Forest Swamp. It has nothing to do with your Blood Ray Island. Yes, I naturally know this. Hua Qiao smiled apologetically. Now that the jade slips are Senior Zhao's, and it can be said that heaven and earth sleeve is Senior Zhao's divine ability. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my Blood Ray Island. However, my Blood Ray Island also has heaven and earth sleeve. I believe that while Senior and his disciple can inherit this divine ability, if you completely copy this technique to my Blood Ray Island, you'll definitely be greatly rewarded. Hee, Xiaohua sneered, your island master is a gold core cultivator. Do you think I'll go? This Hua Qiao was silent. That's right. How could Xiaohua walk right into the trap? Sigh, Hua Qiao sighed and bowed. No matter what, I was able to obtain the whereabouts of the heaven and earth sleeve technique. It's also a merit to my Blood Ray Island. When I return to the island, I'll report to Island Master and ask Island Master to pay a visit to Senior at the Thunder Controlling Sect in the country of Shi. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote. Chapter 2152. Fine. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He didn't want Blood Ray Island to cause an uproar in Imperial Thunder Sect. How about this? Xiaohua glanced at Shue Shue and said, I'll believe you this time. Ah. What? Hua Qiao was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. This Xiao has always been merciful and benevolent. To be honest, this Xiao has already made a copy of this universe creator cultivation method. My thunder controlling sect's myriad Thunder Valley already has a copy. Xiaohua smiled and said, this Xiao is also willing to exchange this jade slip for some things. But what? Hua Qiao said nervously, Senior, I'll do anything you ask of me. Hee. Xiaohua's lips curled into a lewd smile. Hua Qiao's skin turned cold and she hugged her not-so-towering chest with her hands. As long as fellow Hua promises not to take the initiative to speak of this matter and help me ask for the location of an island in the Kuai-He Sea, I will find a safe place and return the jade slip to Blood Red Island before I leave. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke the question that Hua Qiao had in mind. Of course. Hua Qiao let out a long breath and patted her chest. Junior swears that I won't speak of this matter to Island Master. And I'll just say that Senior was invited by Junior to compete. Okay. Xiaohua didn't ask what this competition meant and nodded. In addition, what island is Senior Xiao looking for? Hua Qiao asked again, can Junior know this in advance? Of course. Xiaohua nodded, I'm looking for an island called Sunset Island. Sunset Island? Hua Qiao was indeed confused. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, Junior didn't know there was such an island in Kuai-He Sea. It seems that I have to return to Blood Ray Island and ask Island Master. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised by Hua Qiao's words. If Hua Qiao knew where Sunset Island was, Xiao Hua might kill her with one palm. Seeing that Xiao Hua was taking the risk to go to Blood Ray Island, Shui felt strange and whispered, "Husband, you took his secret technique, why are you sending it to him? It's best to stay as far away from Blood Red Island as possible." "Wife, don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "He's just a core formation cultivator." Her husband wasn't even afraid of old ghost Zhong from the Zhong family, so why would he be afraid of some unruly cultivators from overseas? Besides, I still have some things to ask of Hua Qiao. All right. Shui naturally had some understanding of Xiao Hua's cultivation, and also knew that Xiao Hua would not force others for his own cultivation, so she nodded in agreement. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Seeing that the matter was settled, Hua Qiao was happy. She smiled apologetically and said, "Junior wants to take some elixirs and adjust my breathing." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. When Hua Qiao took out a pill and was about to consume it, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Daoist Hua, what pill is this? May I have a look?" "Oh, this is my Scarlet Island spine pellet. It's refined from the inner core of a sea beast. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Shi country's medicinal pills." Hua Qiao understood Xiao Hua's words. She handed the spine purline pill to Xiao Hua and said, "This pill is for senior." "All right." Xiao Hua took it and put it in front of his nose to smell it. A slight fishy smell, accompanied by a trace of medicinal fragrance, entered his nose. "An." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He understood that the spiritual herbs on the islands of Gue He Sea could not compare to the Dawn Rain continent, but there were many sea beasts. Sea beasts that condensed their cores all had inner cores, which were also condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Refining elixirs was even better than using spiritual herbs. However, using the inner core of a fifth-rank sea beast to refine elixirs for a foundation establishment cultivator to consume, isn't it too extravagant? Xiao Hua sighed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua blushed with shame. He had obtained a lot of jade slips in Flame Forest Swamp. Later on, he obtained even more jade slips in Inkcloud Black Forest. He clearly knew that there were some things inside, but he only flipped through them to see if they were useful for his cultivation. There were many Qi refinement cultivation methods and some incomplete secret methods that he did not examine carefully. Didn't Hua Qiao also mention it? Xiao Hua had no impression of the other cultivation methods of Blood Ray Island that were together with the universe in the sleeve. However, Xiao Hua could not be blamed. This time, he left the Imperial Thunder sect and accompanied Shui to gain experience. His accumulation was really astonishing. In a short few years, not even 10 years, he still had to cultivate. Where would he have the time to comprehend the jade slips one by one? Perhaps, when the Sword Heart Energy Seed technique succeeds, I will also split a primordial spirit and focus on comprehending these jade slips. Xiao Hua slightly raised his lips. The Dream Execution Sword has been in gestation for several years. Why is there still no movement? Of course, Xiao Hua's split primordial spirit had an extremely subtle connection with his main primordial spirit. How could he not know about the budding changes? However, it had been several years now, and the sword spirit had not been born yet. This made him somewhat impatient. During this period of time, it was also fortunate that he had the soaring dragon shears. Otherwise, he would have suffered many times. After an hour, Hua Qiao finished adjusting her breathing. She took Xiao Hua and Shui and flew straight to the place where the sun rose. This flight lasted several days. What made Xiao Hua blush with shame was that Hua Qiao was different from him. She did not need to take out the Sinan at all. She knew where to go and how to hide like the back of her hand. It was as if this Gue He Sea was her own backyard. On this day, it was already noon. They arrived at a messy reef. Countless jagged reefs protruded from the sea surface. Large patches of seaweed and other things swayed between the reefs. White foam also floated between the seaweed. Hua Qiao stopped in midair and said in a low voice, "Senior Xiao, Sister Xue, please wait for a moment. I have a senior brother who is training here. I will call him later." When speaking of senior brother, Hua Qiao's face was slightly unnatural. Oh. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately thought of that tall cultivator who was as valiant as an ox. Xue smiled like a flower and said, "If Qiao is willing, of course it's good. Sister doesn't care." "Thank you, sister." Hua Qiao clapped her hands and took out a communication talisman. She whispered a few words and shook it into the sea. The communication talisman emitted a blue light and disappeared into the water. Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of air bubbles violently appeared. Soon after, there was a loud sound of water. From the gap between the reefs, a burly middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator squeezed out with difficulty. This cultivator's body was very large. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's Vajra Dharma body. It was the male cultivator that Xiao Hua saw. Xiao. The male cultivator floated to the sea surface and glanced at Xiao Hua and Xue. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then landed on the reef and called in a low voice, "What's the matter?" When Hua Qiao saw the male cultivator, a trace of warmth flashed in her eyes. She pointed at him and said, "This is Senior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is fellow Taoist Xue." Oh, the male cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and Xue and bowed. Hua rhyming of the blood-red island greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue. This Hua rhyming is a boor. Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't have a particularly good impression of Hua Qiao and Hua rhyming because he previously thought that Hua Qiao wanted to join forces with Hua rhyming to plot against him. But now, after hearing Hua Qiao's introduction, Hua rhyming called him senior without any explanation. This was absolutely not commensurate with his middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. However, after Xiao Hua and Xue returned the greeting, Hua rhyming said to Hua Qiao in a silly manner, "Qiao, the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent are all scheming. It's not like you were cheated a lot in Dawn City. Why don't you pay more attention now? Fellow Taoist Xiao is obviously at the early stage of foundation establishment. Why do you want me to call you senior?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face burned. Wasn't it him who coincidentally obtained the tail of the devil's spear during the auction in Dawn City? He, Brother Ming. This senior Xiao can't be compared to other cultivators. Hua Qiao pursed her lips and smiled. "It was Senior Xiao who rescued me from Zhenji's tentacles." "Ah. You really found Zhenji?" Hua rhyming was shocked. Without caring about anything else, he turned around and bowed deeply. "I really have to thank Senior Xiao. Xiao is a little headstrong. I have advised her several times, but unexpectedly, she still went to find Zhenji. If it wasn't for Senior Xiao, I wouldn't have known." Seeing that Hua rhyming had put Hua Qiao's safety first, which was completely different from Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhongyuan, Xiao Hua was delighted. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. Fellow Taoist Hua, just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare to call you senior. Senior Xiao called me Senior Xiao. How would I dare to change it?" Hua rhyming shook his head and said, "Moreover, Senior Xiao saved Xiao's life. I will definitely call you senior. Brother Ming, look at what I have here." Hua Qiao immediately took out Zhenji's tentacles as if she was presenting a treasure. "You really got it." Hua rhyming smiled and reached out to hold Hua Qiao's hand. He said with a smile, "The first place of this competition will definitely be yours." It's all thanks to Senior Xiao." Hua Qiao said with a smile, "I also asked Senior Xiao to help me." Senior Xiao also agreed. When Qua Rhyming heard this, he immediately turned around and wanted to bow. Xiao Hua had a headache. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Qua, you don't have to thank me." No. How could Qua Rhyming let it go? He still wanted to bow. However, Xiao Hua's arms seemed to be cast from copper and iron. He seemed to be unable to bow down. Qua Rhyming was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength again, he heard Qua Chiao say, "If Senior Xiao doesn't allow you to bow, then don't bow. You bowed so many times in such a short period of time. You are making me dizzy." Okay. Qua Rhyming was very obedient to Qua Chiao. He immediately stopped bowing and stood up. "By the way, Brother Ming, did you get the tiger mark amber?" Qua Chiao took back Zhen's tentacles and asked with concern. Chapter 2153. Hearing Qua Chiao's question, Qua Rhyming was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know why, but this tiger amber is especially smart this time. I have been guarding it for dozens of days and have seen a few of them. But, before I can make a move, they immediately run away, as if they already knew I was here. Hee, Brother Ming, you made a bet with me." Qua Chiao covered her mouth and said, "I already got this gungja." "What are you going to say?" "Yes, I lost the bet." Qua Rhyming nodded and said, "Whatever Chiao says." Okay. Qua Chiao puffed up her cheeks and said in a fit of pique, "It's always like this. You obviously lost, but you still act like you won. Even if you win, I still have the final say. What's the point?" "Xiao, Qua Rhyming took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Senior Xiao and fellow Shui are both here. Don't let them laugh at you." Qua Chiao slightly raised her head and avoided Qua Rhyming. She slightly blinked at Shui, but her face towards Qua Rhyming was still gloomy. Shui looked at Xiao Hua and secretly laughed. She knew that Qua Chiao was throwing a tantrum. She also lowered her head and looked at the dark green sea. She was very focused, as if there was the most attractive trick there. Xiao, Seeing that Qua Chiao did not forgive him because of his words, Qua Rhyming smiled apologetically and said, "Whatever you say, I will definitely listen to you." "You will listen to me? This is what you said." Qua Chiao frowned and said angrily. Yes, I will definitely listen to you." Qua Rhyming hurriedly said, "I will accompany you back to the island. It's fine if we don't catch this tiger amber." "No way." Qua Chiao said unhappily, "If you accompany me back, you won't be able to complete your task. Won't you be at a disadvantage in the competition?" "Then wait a moment." Qua Rhyming was played in circles by Qua Chiao. He hurriedly said, "I will go down and catch the tiger amber immediately. Do you think that tiger amber is yours?" When Qua Chiao said this, she seemed to have thought of something interesting and actually laughed. Although Qua Chiao was not as fair and beautiful as Shui, her bright eyes were also beautiful. Qua Rhyming's eyes were filled with tenderness. "How about this?" Qua Chiao thought for a moment and said, "I originally wanted to accompany Senior Xiao and wait here, but you have been waiting for dozens of days without any results. This tiger spot amber should be surrounded by several people, but my cultivation is not enough. Why don't I ask for Senior Xiao's help? We only need a small amount of tiger spot amber's inner core to refine the spine silk pill. You only need to capture one. How about we give the rest to Senior Xiao?" Oh, only now did Xiao Hua understand that Qua Chiao had been talking for so long because she wanted him to help Qua Rhyming, but she was afraid that Qua Rhyming wouldn't be willing, so she did this. She really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, Qua Rhyming was displeased the moment he heard that, and there was displeasure on his face. It was just that he had just said that he would listen to everything Qiao said, so he was too embarrassed to say anything more. He could only keep his head down and remain silent. Senior Xiao, tiger spot amber is a necessity for refining the spine silk pill. This great flag reef is also the place where tiger spot amber is most likely to appear. If you want to refine the spine silk pill, or exchange it with the islands overseas, this tiger spot amber is the best sea beast. At this moment, Hua Qiao smiled and said to Xiao Hua, my brother Ming's cultivation might not be as good as Senior Zhao's, but he has some talent in searching for tiger spot amber. It will be much easier for him to help you. And, Hua Qiao had put in so much effort, how could Xiao Hua not help her? Moreover, he also needed sea beasts like tiger spot amber, so he agreed without hesitation. Hua Riming heard Hua Qiao call him my brother Ming, and his unhappiness had already mostly disappeared. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xiao, please come down with me. Okay, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, fellow Taoist Hua, go first. Seeing Xiao Hua easily used the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, Hua Qiao also said to Xue Xue, Sister Xue, let's go down too. This great flag reef looks very dangerous, but the bottom of the sea is very beautiful. I followed Brother Ming here several times, and every time I was intoxicated. Oh. Is that so? Then we should go and take a look. Xue Xue thought Hua Qiao was worried about Hua Riming, so she said casually. Unexpectedly, when Xue Xue also used the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at this world that she had never seen before. When she just entered the sea, there was still sunlight, and after the sunlight was filtered by the dark green seawater, it actually turned into several different colors, dyeing all the seawater. Some small, almost invisible things swayed in the ripples of the water, and there were also small algae and other things floating. As she went deeper, the sunlight weakened, but she saw many fishes. Some were slender, some were thick, some were pitch black, some were colorful, some were in groups, some were alone, and there was even a long sea snake swimming in the distance like a belt. This was not the main reason why Xue Xue was shocked. She saw that the many reefs on the surface of Kuai He Sea had already become huge stone pillars in the sea. These stone pillars were like continuous hills, and the stone pillars were extremely tall. When Xue Xue scanned with her divine perception, she actually could not see the bottom of the sea. On top of the pillars formed by these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were multicolored and extremely dazzling. Although the sunlight was extremely weak, the ripples on the surface of the water were actually like rays of sunlight that shone directly on the surface. This. What is this? Xue Xue opened her eyes wide, and looked around. Looking at the multicolored stone pillars around her, she said curiously, why is it so beautiful? Okay, Sister Xue knows. Hua Qiao said proudly, these are corals, and they are the specialty of Kuai He Sea. You can't see them anywhere else. Moreover, the corals on this great flag reef are even more special. The other places are either red or pink, and they are all single colors. Only the corals here are multicolored. Or maybe it is because of the rainbow colors, tiger spots are the most likely to appear. It's really magnificent. Xue Xue dived all the way down, looking greedily. This was a strange sight that she had never seen before. It's even more beautiful when we go deeper. Hua Qiao pointed with her finger and said, there is no sunlight in the depths of Great Flag Reef, but there is no lack of light. In the abyss, there are all kinds of grotesque sea beasts and fishes. They can all glow by themselves, reflecting each other. It's even more beautiful than sunlight. Sister Xue, you don't know this, but there is a bald, flat sea beast that has rows of candles on both sides of its body. It's extremely bright. Where? Xue Xue was even more excited as she dived down. However, just as she dived down another few hundred feet, a huge force blocked them. No matter how Xue Xue urged, she could not go any further. Chapter 2154. Sister Xue. At this time, Hua Qiao said helplessly, "Our cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, we can only go this far by using the water-splitting art. This water-splitting art is not the 5 elements escape art, we can't go freely in the sea. If we can cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, we will be able to see the beautiful scenery in the abyss." "Oh, I see." Xue Xue released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she could see Xiao Hua and Hua rhyming, but she couldn't see the beautiful sea beast mentioned by Hua Qiao. Xue Xue was a little disappointed and looked at Xiao Hua with envy. She followed Hua Qiao to play among the corals. Xiao Hua was like Xue Xue, his eyes lit up and he was very curious. Hua rhyming didn't explain to Xiao Hua that Hua Qiao was clever, he just kept diving. Using the water-dispelling art was different from using the earth escape art. When it reached a certain level, it would immediately generate strength. Xiao Hua didn't notice it at all. He followed Hua rhyming deeper into the cave. When Hua rhyming stopped, Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and smiled, "Fellow Taoist Hua, you don't seem to be here, right?" "Yes, the tiger mark amber is still down there." Hua rhyming pointed at the place several feet below and said, "My cultivation can only go this far. If I want to catch the tiger mark amber, I will need to use a magic tool." After saying that, Hua rhyming clapped his hand and a 1-foot-long magic tool that looked like a ship's anchor flew out of his storage pouch. It slowly sank down until it reached a pitch-black hole that was several feet in size and a few square feet in size. "Hee, so you are waiting for me." Xiao Hua laughed secretly. Just as he was about to say something, his heart moved and he was about to release his divine sense. "Senior Xiao." Hua rhyming said, "Don't release your divine sense. The tiger mark amber is very sensitive to divine sense and magic power, N." Xiao Hua nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black square hole. His black iron needle was released along with his Buddhist sense. After half an hour, the seawater at the entrance of the cave swayed slightly, and a square-headed, pig-like sea beast poked its head out. However, as soon as the sea beast poked its head out, it immediately shrank back, as if it was frightened. After a few times, the sea beast came out of the hole. "Good. What a strange sea beast." When the tiger spot who completely came out, Xiao Hua was stunned. He saw that the tiger spot whose whole body was yellow. It really looked like a tiger spot. The square pig head was connected to a few ball-like bodies. Finally, there was a triangular tail. Under that ball-like body, there were a few baby claws. Hua rhyming's magic weapon didn't stop at the entrance of the cave. It was half a foot away from the entrance. The tiger swam out of the cave. While its body was still, its head spun a few times as if its head was separated from its body. Immediately after, the tiger leopard swayed its tail and swam towards the coral on the reef. Hua rhyming's magical artifact was guarding that direction. Seeing that the tiger leopard was close to the magical artifact, Hua rhyming was overjoyed. In these dozens of days, the tiger leopard had never been so close to the magical artifact. However, when he activated the magical artifact, a trace of magical power surged on the magical artifact. The tiger leopard's body didn't change direction at all. A water arrow like the water of heaven and earth sprayed on the magical artifact. Hua rhyming's body slightly stagnated and his true essence also stopped. The tiger leopard's body suddenly retreated and rushed into the black hole faster than the flying sword. At this moment, suddenly, a black light appeared in front of the black hole. It was the black iron needle that Xiao Hua released before. The tiger leopard couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the black iron needle like a candied haw. Half of his body rushed into the black hole before he finally stopped. "Hiss!" Hua rhyming gasped. He knew that although the tiger leopard looked very clumsy, it was actually very clever. Moreover, its square head was very hard. Even his magical artifact couldn't break its head. However, Xiaohua's black iron needle pierced the tiger leopard's head. On one hand, the tiger leopard's speed was too fast. On the other hand, the black iron needle was really sharp. Seeing that the black iron needle was effective, Xiaohua dove down several feet and easily arrived at the side of the black hole. He waved his hand and the tiger leopard fell into his hand. Sure enough, the tiger leopard's skin was very hard and cold. It was far from the soft skin that he saw. "This is for you." Xiaohua handed the tiger leopard to Qua Riming and said, "The rest is mine." "Thank you, Senior Xiao." When Qua Riming saw that Xiaohua was able to easily dive down, he knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was deeper than his own. After Qua Riming received the tiger leopard, he said, "Then let's do what we did just now. Junior will put the magical artifact there to lure the tiger leopard. Senior, use the magical artifact to kill it." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and still put the black iron needle between the corals. After a while, no more tiger leopard came out. Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoist Qua, I have something to ask." "Senior." Qua Riming smiled apologetically and said, "Junior has already said that the tiger leopard is very smart. Junior doesn't know where their nest is. Junior only knows that they often come out from this hole. Just now, after the tiger leopard disappeared, I'm afraid another tiger leopard will appear after an hour." "Oh, that's not what I'm asking." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I heard from Qua Chiao, that the tiger leopard's inner core is necessary to refine the ridge pellet, right?" "Yes." Qua Riming nodded and said, "Junior doesn't know the formula of the ridge pellet, but Junior knows that the ridge pellet is refined from the inner cores of several kinds of sea beasts. Although the tiger leopard's inner core is very little, without its inner core, the ridge pellet can't be refined successfully." "An." Xiaohua nodded, but he still didn't understand. Since the tiger leopard has an inner core, it should be at least a 5th stage sea beast, right? Why is its strength so weak? 5th stage sea beast. Qua Riming stared blankly and said curiously, "The tiger leopard isn't a 5th stage sea beast. It can barely be considered a 2nd stage sea beast." "No way." Xiaohua was stunned. How can a 2nd stage sea beast have an inner core? How can a 2nd stage sea beast not have an inner core? Qua Riming was even more baffled. Even if it's a 1st stage sea beast, it also has an inner core, right? Otherwise, what can the islands of my Gui He Sea use to refine pills? "Fellow Taoist Qua, you're saying that all sea beasts have inner cores?" Xiaohua patted his forehead and suddenly understood. "Yes." Qua Riming nodded. "Apart from ordinary fish, shrimps, and ordinary sea beasts that don't have inner cores, all the sea beasts that we cultivators hunt have inner cores. Otherwise, why would we hunt them?" "Hee, I understand now." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I thought that sea beasts were the same as the demonic beasts on Xiaoyu continent. Only after reaching the 5th stage can they have a demonic core and the strength of a golden core cultivator. Is that so? The demonic beasts on the continent are so strange." Qua Riming was also a little surprised. "I rarely go to the land. This time, I went to the Haoming City with my junior sister and lost a lot of spirit stones at the auction in the Haoming City, so I don't know much about the situation on the land." "Eh? What's going on?" Xiaohua was stunned. After Qua Riming explained the matter, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Sure enough, it was not far from what he thought. It turned out that Qua Chiao was the one who took out the jade slip with the demonic language to bid. She wanted to bait him or let him take more spirit stones to vent his anger. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly stop and let Qua Chiao bid for her own jade slip? Haoming City didn't care who bid for it. Although it was her own item, she still had to give a certain percentage of the commission. Hua Qiao tried to be clever but ended up with a loss of spirit stones instead. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed, but then frowned and said, right, why didn't you all take these inner cores to bid? Hee hee, Senior Xiao, do you think we are unwilling? Hua Riming smiled and said, unfortunately, the elixirs of the Dawn Rain continent seem to be different from those of the overseas islands. Moreover, most of the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent have an earth attribute physique, while most of the sea beasts in the Gui He Sea have water attribute inner cores. Who would want more? Besides, the elixir recipes of the Gui He Sea islands are rare, and each island treasures them like their own lives. They have never been leaked, so how could there be such elixir recipes on the Dawn Rain continent? Then, who would want the inner cores? I'm afraid that's not all. Xiao Hua smiled as if he had thought of something. Yes, in addition, the elixir refined from the sea beast's inner cores is very violent. Only the disciples of the overseas islands with tough meridians and solid bodies can take it. Ordinary cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent can't take it, so the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is more gentle and suitable for them. Hua Riming said with some jealousy, the disciples of the overseas islands also want to take that kind of elixir. Not only is its medicinal effect good, but it also has no impurities, unlike the spine pearlin elixir, which requires the use of cultivation techniques to refine its impurities. Alas, it's a pity that the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is too expensive. Each elixir costs a lot of spiritual stones. We can't afford it. Hee hee. Seeing Hua Riming start to complain, Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. Actually, the inner cores of the sea beasts might be different from the golden cores of us cultivators. Hua Riming said again, from what this junior knows, all the sea beasts with spiritual abilities have their inner cores. They use their inner cores to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Sometimes, on the Gui He Sea, on the night of the full moon, many sea beasts with profound cultivation will release their inner cores to absorb the essence of the moon. The power of their inner cores can fill the entire sea surface. Therefore, the sea beasts of the Gui He Sea are the same as the spiritual herbs on the Dawn Rain continent. The more profound their cultivation and the longer their lifespan, the more useful they are to us cultivators. Xiao Hua's expression changed. He raised his index finger to signal Hua Riming to be quiet. Impossible, right? Hua Riming was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to release his spiritual sense, but based on what he saw, the two of them talked for less than an hour. How could the tiger-spotted amber appear? However, when he looked at the entrance of the cave with some dissatisfaction, sure enough, an even bigger square head and big ears poked out. Chapter 2155. With Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness and the black iron needles without mana fluctuations, Xiao Hua and Hua Riming were able to capture the tiger spot amber with ease. In just half a day, they had already obtained 9 tiger spot amber. In front of Hua Riming's dumbfounded eyes, Xiao Hua even gave him a second tiger spot amber. Xiao Hua seemed to be addicted to it. He released his Buddhist sense to check if there were any more tiger mark amber coming out. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. A feeling of palpitations came from the depths of Great Flag Reef, pressing down on his heart tightly like a mountain. Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. This kind of warning sign was very serious. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he knew that the most important thing right now was to leave this place. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, a fiery red color gradually appeared from the depths of Great Flag Reef. Ah! Fire wave fish beast. Hua Riming's eyes immediately opened wider than a ball. His face was full of surprise and ecstasy. This is the legendary, sea beast. Fellow Taoist Hua. Xiao Hua said hurriedly. This place is extremely dangerous. Quickly follow me. Ah! Dangerous? Hua Riming was stunned. He quickly scanned with his divine sense but didn't see anything abnormal. He said disapprovingly, "Senior Shao, if we talk about cultivation, I can't catch up to you. But if we talk about experience in QC, you should listen to me. Good boy Spirit Min Beast, Qi Yen Sung." As Qua Rhyming spoke, he no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua. Instead, he used his divine sense to look at the dozen or so multicolored sea beasts that had spread out in all directions and were rapidly swimming away. He muttered, These are all rare beasts that I can't even see normally." As he said that, Qua Rhyming activated his magic tool. The ship anchor flashed with a blue brilliance and flew towards a Spirit Min beast that was approaching. "Fellow Taoist Qua, this is the last time I ask you. Don't forget that you can't even see a single one of these rare sea beasts normally. Why are they all out now?" Xiao Hua formed a water-dispelling seal and his body began to sway. Unexpectedly, Qua Rhyming's eyes lit up. He simply turned a deaf ear to Xiao Hua's reminder. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly flew towards the surface of the sea. "Wife." Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He had long since seen Xue Xue, who was lingering around the corals, forgetting to return. He hurriedly said, "Let's go." "All right." When Xue Xue heard Xiao Hua's call, she immediately activated her magic power and flew towards the surface of the sea. Of course, she didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Taoist Qua, quickly follow me." But Qua Chiao's body moved slightly. She still hesitated and said anxiously, "Where's my brother Ming?" Xiao Hua has already passed by Qua Chiao, grabbed Xue Xue and said anxiously, "I feel that there might be some unusual movement in the Sea of Life. I already warned fellow Taoist Qua, but he wants to capture some rare sea beast." Qua Chiao quickly scanned with her divine perception. Indeed, she saw even more rare sea beasts surging out. Her eyes also lit up. Praise fellow Taoist. Xue Xue knew Xiao Hua's premonition. Although her body had already flown several meters with Xiao Hua, she still didn't forget to shout, "Let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." "Oh." Qua Chiao casually responded. She waved her hand and a light purple rope flew out. It was caught by Xue Xue. At the same time Qua Chiao flew up, she hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Brother Ming, let's go, roar." At this moment, a sound similar to the roar of tens of thousands of bulls rose from under everyone's feet. The entire sea water seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles gushed out from the depths of the sea. Along with those bubbles, an extremely powerful confining force covered an area of more than 1,000 meters. Ah! Xue Xue was greatly alarmed. The magic power in her body had already begun to stagnate. Whatever water-dispelling art, whatever flying technique, they all slowed down. "Rise!" Xiao Hua roared. The phoenix body flew out of his body. With a phoenix cry, its fleshy wings flapped and shattered the confining force. However, this confining force seemed to be the might of heaven. Just as it was shattered by the phoenix body, it immediately gradually reappeared. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the magic power on the surface of Xiao Hua's body surged. With a burst of brilliance, he used the bright thunder escape and flew towards the horizon with extreme speed. Roar! Just as Xiao Hua flew for more than 1,000 meters, the confining force suddenly disappeared again. What followed was actually an incomparably powerful suction force, a suction force that spun towards the bottom of Gueha Sea. Rumble! Another deafening sound rang out. The majestic Great Flag Reef just now was still multicolored coral rocks, but now it was like a withered branch swallowed by a flood. It was instantly destroyed, and even the suction force rapidly sank. The seawater within 1,000 meters of Gueha Sea rushed towards the bottom of the sea like a funnel. It was as if the entire seabed had leaked a large hole here. "Brother Ming!" Qua Chiao screamed miserably. The hand holding the light purple rope actually loosened. Her small and delicate body instantly fell into the whirlpool. She simply didn't have time to struggle and was about to be swallowed. Do you want to die? Xiao Hua roared angrily. The phoenix Dharma body turned around and flew over. Its sharp phoenix claws instantly broke through Hua Qiao-er's defense and pierced into Hua Qiao-er's back, firmly grabbing her. Senior Xiao, quickly put me down. Hua Qiao-er screamed somewhat crazily. I want to find Brother Ming. I want to die together with Brother Ming. What's the point of this? Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. At this moment, he had already brought Xue Xue to the edge of the whirlpool. The suction force was already relatively weak, and Xue Xue was able to resist it. Even if I die, I want to be together with Brother Ming. Even if I die, I want to tell him that I love him. Hua Qiao-er struggled with all her might, but how could she break free from the phoenix Dharma body? Her petite body was brought to Xiao Hua's side. Her Taoist robe was already soaked in blood. When Xue Xue heard this, she was about to cry. She turned to Xiao Hua and said, Husband, I know you can save Hua Riming. Put me and Hua Qiao-er down, and I will immediately take Hua Qiao-er and escape from here. I don't want to see this pair of unfortunate Mandarin ducks separated from each other. This. Xiao Hua released his divine sense. At this moment, the entire whirlpool was already enveloped by a huge suction force. Under the might of heaven and earth, his divine sense couldn't reach far. However, he could still see Hua Riming struggling with all his might in the whirlpool, being dragged into the abyss bit by bit. After estimating for a moment, Xiao Hua understood that he should be able to save Hua Riming. However, this whirlpool and the collapsed Great Flag Reef were obviously the might of heaven and earth. Which cultivator could say that they could escape unscathed under the might of heaven and earth? However, Hua Qiao-er's extremely desolate gaze, incomparably desperate expression, and resolute actions all hit Xiao Hua's weak spot. Chapter 2156. Forget it. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and grabbed Hua Qiao-er. He threw her to Xue Xue and said, Fly horizontally as soon as possible. Then, he turned around and rushed into the whirlpool. But at this moment, there was another loud roar. The tremors were several times stronger than before. Countless bubbles surged out from the bottom of the sea, and countless corpses of sea beasts were tossed out by the whirlpool. In fact, Great Flag Reef was collapsing at an even faster rate. The suction force of the sea was several times stronger. Withdraw, Xiao Hua dived quickly, and his spirit was released at the same time. Xiao Hua, who had always been stingy and greedy, didn't forget to amass wealth even when his life was in danger. Fortunately, as the corpses of the sea beasts around Xiao Hua disappeared, Xiao Hua's speed didn't decrease. It even exceeded the suction force and approached Hua Riming at an extremely fast speed. Hua Riming's face was already pale. He could still use the magic power in his body and make a dying struggle. Just as Xiao Hua turned around, the suction force increased greatly. He was in the center of the whirlpool, and the suction force increased greatly. His true essence was now imprisoned, and he couldn't use any magic power. He could only be helpless. He fell into the whirlpool, and his whole body was not only spinning like a top, but also being dragged by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. There was no need to mention Hua Riming's mood. He was extremely depressed and regretful. In his mind, besides Xiao Hua's warning before he left, there was only Hua Qiao-er's smile. His mood was very similar to Hua Qiao-er's. He was extremely regretful that he didn't say anything to Hua Qiao-er. Qiao-er. Just as Hua Riming felt that the spinning sky and sea were extremely dark and was about to close his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. When he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, when he opened his eyes again, the figure was already close to him. However, it wasn't Hua Qiao-er, but Xiao Hua. Senior Xiao. Hua Riming was completely stunned. He was even more stunned than Kwa Chiao. Unfortunately, Kwa Rhyming could only think with his head, but he couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't have any magic power, so he could only watch with his eyes wide open. Just at this moment, a gust of wind was born from the center of the whirlpool. It went against the torrential seawater and rushed into the air. Following this gust of wind, the range of the whirlpool suddenly increased, and the suction force also suddenly increased. Oh no! Xiao Hua was shocked. The pressure on him had increased as well, and he had no choice but to release the phoenix technique. Moreover, he was extremely worried about Xue Xue. But at that moment, the strong winds and the suction force seemed to be able to absorb his spiritual will. Xiao Hua's spiritual will was unable to reach far. How could he meet Xue Xue? Forget it. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and stimulated his magic energy once more, causing his figure to flash once more as he flashed towards the center of the vortex where the suction force was the strongest. Crack! Just as Kwa Rhyming's body was about to sway, the Phoenix Dharma body extended its sharp claws and grabbed Kwa Rhyming's back. Oh my, this guy's physical body is a little strange. When the Phoenix celestial body's sharp claws pierced into Kwa Rhyming's flesh, Xiao Hua immediately felt something strange about Kwa Rhyming's flesh. It was incomparably tough, and if it wasn't for the Phoenix celestial body's continuous advancement, this claw might not have succeeded. This was a situation where Kwa Rhyming didn't have the slightest bit of magic energy. However, even though Xiao Hua had caught Kwa Rhyming, he had also fallen into a quagmire. This strong suction force had already enveloped the surroundings of the vortex, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Hua's own true essence was also condensed, and his magic energy was gradually unable to be used. Seeing his body being dragged into the vortex, his entire body also began to involuntarily spin. While Xiao Hua was inwardly complaining, his mind was also rapidly turning. Xiao Hua had already experienced this spinning vortex many times in the Dark Netherland, so he could be considered to have some experience. Therefore, he didn't struggle upwards, and only urged his limited magic energy to fly parallel to the direction of the vortex. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, although Xiao Hua didn't escape from the vortex and fell down a lot, Xiao Hua had already gradually flown out of the center of the vortex, and his escape was in sight. Wang, a buzzing sound, as if millions of flies were flying around Xiao Hua's ears, shook his entire head. At this time, his magic energy was also completely disordered, and he was simply unable to continue flying. Shua, in just a moment when Xiao Hua relaxed his strength, the entire vortex was like a huge mouth swallowing the entire sea, the Great Flag Reef, and many of the remains of the sea beasts that Xiao Hua didn't put into his space. Xiao Hua and Kwa Rhyming's bodies also fell down by several tens of feet. Damn it! I'm going to die. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and his mind became slightly clearer as he immediately urged his cultivation method, and the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was activated. Soon after, a rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Xiao Hua's meridians, and some of it overflowed from the surface of his body. Go! Xiao Hua's spirit was once again shaken. On one hand, he turned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into flowing true essence to urge his magic energy, and on the other hand, he used all his strength to urge the bright thunder escape to rush out of the vortex. He also didn't forget to continue putting the remains of the sea beasts in the vortex into his space. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Inside the vortex, all kinds of noises were unceasingly heard, and it was really lively. However, the suction force and the sweeping gale were similar to the dark wind, and gradually expanded, sucking in the several hundreds of feet of sea water. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked in by the gale, forming a huge funnel that directly pierced into the sky. It was as if the end of the funnel was the layers of white clouds in the sky, and those white clouds were also drawn into the vortex. The Great Flag Reef that was originally in this sea area had long disappeared. In its place was a vortex that looked like the mouth of a pitch-black beast. This vortex was very deep, and there was simply no bottom. Everything within several hundreds of feet couldn't escape this vortex, and was completely swallowed by this vortex. Xiaohua urged so much magic energy, and it was almost the same as when he was risking his life in the ink-black forest. On one hand, he skillfully corrected his body, and on the other, he urged his magic energy, and the earth-yellow brilliance around his body repeatedly flashed. And, in addition, about a foot behind his upper body, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings to resist the restrictive force, and its sharp claws even grabbed a sturdy man that looked like a diamond. G, the sound inside the vortex changed again. This time, it was as if a giant was pushing a stone door, and there was the rusty sound of the door's axle moving. Following this sound, the hurricane that stood erect in the sky suddenly slapped down, and this situation was simply a replica of the dark wind. A wave of vast and unparalleled power from the outermost part of the vortex, from the top of the vortex, suddenly began to shrink. Everything in this area, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was wrapped up, and suddenly restrained. Roar! Xiaohua was very anxious, and he used the dragon transformation art with all his strength. His meridians were agitated, and his true essence instantly multiplied. Moreover, for safety's sake, Xiaohua spat out another mouthful of blood, and he had no choice but to use the reverse blood-devouring art. The bright thunder escape changed direction again, and directly rushed out of the vortex. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and his speed instantly increased by half, just barely surpassing the enormous power of the vortex. At the final moment when the vortex was rapidly shrinking, he rushed out of the vortex. Like a wild horse out of control, Xiaohua's speed suddenly rushed into the still surging Kueha Sea. That speed had already broken through the water-dispelling art, and Xiaohua's whole body entered the sea water. That ice-cold sea water at this time made Xiaohua feel so familiar. At this time, Xiaohua's meridians were already flowing with true essence, and abundant magic power filled his whole body. Xiaohua naturally knew that using the reverse blood-devouring art would damage his cultivation. With a sigh, he let go of Qua rhyming, and the phoenix body returned to his body. He used the water-dispelling art again, and said indifferently, "Let's go up." "Yes, I will listen to Senior's instructions." At this time, Qua rhyming was extremely respectful. This vortex was formed by heaven and earth, and the might of heaven and earth was something that only spirit-severing cultivators could resist. And Xiaohua was actually able to escape from the vortex, and save him. Husband. Brother Ming, without waiting for the two to fly far, divine senses had already swept over. Xue and Qua Qiao shouted at the same time, and rushed over from the distance. Although Xue's face was filled with surprise, but it was obviously not out of her expectations. "I am injured. Take me and fly." Xiaohua unceremoniously leaned on Xue's shoulder and hugged Xue's small waist. Xue's mouth curved into a smile, and she nodded, "Okay." Saying that, Xue hugged Xiaohua's small waist and flew out of the Guihe Sea. When Qua rhyming saw that Qua Qiao's robe was stained with blood, he did not care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Qiao, your injury." If it was another day, Qua rhyming might not dare to do this, and Qua Qiao would definitely be shy, or even slightly angry. However, Qua rhyming had gone through life and death, so he did not care about anything else. Qua Qiao also slightly twitched, and then sadness came from her heart. The corner of her mouth opened, and she cried, and threw herself into Qua rhyming's arms, tears flowing down. Qiao. Qua rhyming was stunned, like a clay statue. At this time, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, but Qua Qiao gave him an even greater impact. For a moment, he was at a loss. It was still Qua Qiao. She raised her hand, took Qua rhyming's fan-like hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Qua Ryming's hand trembled, and after a moment, as if he was blessed by luck, he trembled and touched Qua Chiao's beautiful hair. However, he only touched it slightly, and immediately retracted his hand as if it was burned by fire. Then, he hesitated for a moment, and firmly stroked Qua Chiao's black hair. Chiao. Qua Ryming's voice was trembling. Your injury, is it serious? Is it a problem? I have healing pills here. You should take it according to your feelings. Qua Chiao shook her head vigorously in Qua Ryming's arms, and her tears and snot rubbed on Qua Ryming's body. Oh. After a moment, Qua Ryming was still not at ease, and asked again, how did you get injured? Did you hit a reef? Qua Chiao almost wanted to stomp her feet. She did not want to leave Qua Ryming's warm embrace, as if it was incomparably safe and tranquil there. However, she felt sweet in her heart, knowing that if she did not answer, Qua Ryming's heart would not be at ease. Chapter 2157. It's nothing. When Senior Shao saved me, he used his avatar to scratch me. Weren't you also caught? Qua Chiao opened her mouth and took a breath of air. She said with a choked voice, Sister Shui already gave me a pill. It's just that I didn't have time to change my Taoist robe. Oh, Qua Ryming nodded. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that Xiaohua's phoenix avatar's sharp claws were very powerful. His heart was also slightly distressed for Qua Chiao. Xiaohua and Shui flew into the air and watched the gradually shrinking whirlpool. They still couldn't use their divine sense to probe inside. Good girl. Xiaohua sniffed the fragrance of Shui's body and said, why is your husband's luck so bad? Wherever I go, there will be problems. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly happened in such a vast and boundless QC. Why did I have to encounter it? If you say I encountered it, then I encountered it. I could have run away by myself. But my wife's kindness was aroused and insisted that your husband go save them. My wife, how can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your husband will be in danger? Hee. Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, I naturally know that you won't be in any danger. That's why I let you go. Ah. My wife, you have the ability to foresee the future. How come I never knew about it? Xiaohua laughed and said indifferently. However, a trace of gloominess appeared on Shui's face. However, she forced a smile and said, that's right. My husband can do it on a whim. How can I foresee the future? Alright, this Qua Ryming was brought back by this young man. How will my wife reward this young man? Xiaohua said as his nose gently rubbed against Shui's snow-white neck. Alright, Shui's face flushed red and said, Qua Chiao and Qua Ryming are coming up soon. Don't let them laugh at us. TSK if these two people continue to chatter, let's see if my husband doesn't throw them into the whirlpool together. Xiaohua muttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to dawdle, Qua Ryming held Qua Chiao's hand and flew up from the QC. Qua Ryming looked a little embarrassed, while Qua Chiao was natural and unrestrained. She did not seem to be shy at all. Junior thanks Senior Shao for saving my life again. Qua Chiao and Qua Ryming bowed to pay their respects. At this moment, Qua Chiao was sincerely convinced by Xiaohua. This cultivator is truly resourceful and noble. Hee, get up. Xiaohua also couldn't stay on Shui's body. He straightened up and waved his hand, this is my wife's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. Naturally, the two of them bowed to Shui. Shui immediately supported the two of them. She blinked her eyes and said, since you've been through life and death, I hope that the two of you can connect with each other and cultivate together. Qua Ryming was a little embarrassed, but Qua Chiao nodded and said seriously, I will remember Sister Shui's words. Oh, although it was my wife's orders, you still have to thank me. Xiao Hua interrupted again. Yes, as long as I have it or Brother Ming can take it out, we will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Hua Qiao said without hesitation. Great. Xiao Hua praised in his heart, the last devil spear shaft won't run away. However, since Xiao Hua knew that there was no devil spear shaft in Hua Qiao storage pouch, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, since fellow Hua said so, I will remember it. When I think of something and ask you for it, don't refuse. Of course. Hua Qiao nodded and said, I still have some things left on the island. When I return to Blood Red Island, I will definitely let Senior Xiao choose. In addition, if Senior Xiao needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. If Brother Ming and I can do it, we will definitely do our best. Oh, right, fellow Hua, your body seems to be very tough. Could it be that you have a secret technique? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he thought of something and asked. Senior, this is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Hua Rhyming nodded and said, I have practiced it since I was young. Secret technique of body refinement. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he immediately connected with Hua Qiao, her strength. He turned his head and said, fellow Hua, have you practiced it before? Yes. Hua Qiao nodded without hesitation and said, this is the rule of my Blood Red Island. All disciples have to practice it when they are young. However, after they grow up, it depends on their aptitude. Most of the female disciples give up, and only 30% of the male disciples can continue to practice it. Brother Ming is one of them. Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this secret technique. I probably can't see it, right? Hua Rhyming's face showed that he was in a difficult position, while Hua Qiao said naturally, it is as Senior Xiao said. This is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Outsiders can't see it, and we have already made a blood oath. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Hua Qiao said with a smile, however, Senior Xiao has the complete technique of my Blood Red Island. If you want to exchange it with that technique, there will be no problem. Hua Rhyming looked at Hua Qiao with a puzzled expression, and Hua Qiao didn't explain. Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a wave of his hand, I just suffered a little injury and need to rest for a few days. Is there a place for me to rest? Can you two fellow Taoists lead me there? Senior, please follow me. Hua Qiao nodded and used her divine sense to scan the Great Flag Reef, which had disappeared without a trace. She flew up and flew towards the sunset. After more than 20 days, above the boundless sea, a blood-red color was painted on the horizon. Corresponding to the blood-red color, the Sea of Union was also blood-red. Moreover, there was a particularly bright spot amidst this blood-red color. When they flew closer, they could clearly see that it was an island that was connected together. On the island, blood-red plants covered the ground, and the rocks and soil on the island were also blood-red. It was very strange. Senior Xiao, this is my home. Hua Qiao said and pointed. However, when her hand reached for Hua Rhyming's hand flashed. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by the other disciples of Blood Red Island. Hua Qiao glared at Hua Rhyming, and this guy obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Hua Qiao to grab his carrot-sized finger. Xiao Hua stroked his chin and looked at the island about 100 li away. After thinking for a while, he released his divine sense and rushed towards Blood Red Island. Oh! Hua Qiao obviously sensed Xiao Hua's divine sense and was slightly stunned. Soon after, she understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. Sure enough, after a while, the same divine sense swept out from Blood Red Island, circled around Xiao Hua and the others, and locked onto Xiao Hua. Chapter 2158. The master of your island is about to step into the middle stage of gold core. Xiao Hua said thoughtfully. Now Qua Chiao no longer doubted Xiao Hua's cultivation. She also sensed the island master's cultivation and respectfully replied, Senior Xiao, please no. The island master's name is Qua Heng, he is an early gold core stage cultivator. I'm afraid his cultivation is similar to Senior Xiao's. Hearing Qua Chiao's probing, Xiao Hua smiled and didn't reply. His cultivation was still at the early stage of foundation establishment. After flying forward for a while, an early-stage gold core cultivator led several late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to welcome them. When Xiao Hua saw these cultivators, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Qua Riming, he already felt that this guy was tall like a giant ape. However, compared to these masters, Qua Riming was simply a small ape. The gold core cultivator in front of him was more than 10 feet tall. Moreover, he had big shoulders and a round waist. His body was incomparably sturdy. This was the appearance of Xiao Hua's mighty Vajradharma body. And Qua Riming was almost 2 heads shorter than this gold core cultivator. Looking at the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators near the gold core cultivator, they were also sturdy. However, they were still one size smaller than Qua Heng. Of course, they were still one size bigger than Qua Riming. Damn it! Xiao Hua was immediately overjoyed. The disciples of Blood Red Island don't need to compete at all. They just need to stand there and compare their height to see who is stronger. Qua Heng's divine sense swept over Xiao Hua and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw a cultivator's divine sense rashly sweep in and immediately checked. Only then did he realize that there was a cultivator 100 li away accompanied by Blood Red Island's disciples. He understood that this should be a gold core cultivator visiting Blood Red Island, so he brought the main disciples of Blood Red Island to welcome him. However, Qua Heng unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he not frown? It wasn't that he didn't know that Dawn Rain Continent had a mysterious technique to conceal one's cultivation, but it couldn't directly conceal one's cultivation from gold core to foundation establishment, right? He could believe it if it was from nascent soul or divine clone to foundation establishment, but he himself was a gold core cultivator. Of course, he knew how difficult it was. I, disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, greets Island Master Qua Heng. Xiao Hua stepped forward and saluted. He didn't use the identity of a junior. Xue Xue smiled and bowed. Junior Xue Xue of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Qua. So it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. No disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has ever visited my Blood Red Island. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Qua Heng no longer hesitated in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to return the greeting and said with a smile. Island Master, you're too courteous. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I accompanied Junior Sister to the QC to gain experience. Not only did Junior Sister successfully reach foundation establishment overseas, she even encountered 2 extremely outstanding disciples from your island. This Xiao is very happy. I heard from your island's disciple that Blood Ray Island is holding a competition that is held once every 10 years. This Xiao feels that it is fate, so I came to nag you. How presumptuous. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xue. Qua Heng was a gold core cultivator. He had already seen that Xue Xue's realm had just stabilized. He also heard that Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and even praised his disciple. He was happy in his heart. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He handed it over and said with a smile, This is my Blood Red Island's foundation establishment medicinal pill. It can't be compared to the Imperial Thunder Sects, but it is also a little bit of my appreciation. Xue Xue generously received it and thank you for the medicine, Senior. This junior has always been curious about the spiritual medicines of the overseas islands. Senior has satisfied this junior's wish. Hee, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Hua Heng waved his hand and introduced several people around him to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also didn't neglect and cupped his hands to return the greeting. These late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't understand as well as Hua Heng. Although they also bowed, they all addressed each other as equals. Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, he really was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When Hua Heng saw this, he didn't reprimand them. He only smiled and watched. After Xiao Hua finished greeting, Hua Riming and Hua Qiao came forward to report. Hearing that Hua Qiao actually asked Xiao Hua to be her helper, Hua Heng smiled. You little girl, if fellow Taoist Xiao is your helper, other people still want to compete with you like this? Immediately after, he pondered for a moment and said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao wants to see the competition of my blood red island and is still so enthusiastic, I can't not help but fulfill his wish. Moreover, now that we've reached the final stage of the competition, we'll simply hold the trial of the island tomorrow. All disciples will participate. Island Lord. Hua Qiao said in panic, Senior Xiao only has profound magic power. His physical body isn't necessarily tough. For him to participate in the entire trial of the island, I'm afraid, it's not suitable, right? Hua Riming seemed to have thought of something and said, Xiao, Senior Xiao should be fine. Seeing Hua Riming's abnormal correction, Hua Qiao was also slightly surprised. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao. Hua Heng said with a smile, fellow Taoist must also know that my blood red island's foundation is body refining. In this trial of the island, there are many areas that test the achievements of body refining. Other areas also test magic power. Yes, because this grand event is held once every 10 years by my blood red island, the fellow Taoists of the nearby islands also like to participate. Therefore, the ancestors allowed the disciples of blood red island to invite helpers. On one hand, it increases the fun, and on the other hand, it also strengthens the cooperation with other islands. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao participates, there's no need to talk about the magic power segment. Who can compete with you? However, if it's just magic power, fellow Taoist Xiao also feels that it's meaningless, right? Do you have to participate in all the trials? Including the body refining technique? Looking at Hua Heng's smile and the eager faces of the few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiao Hua said with a smile, all right. I also happen to know some body refining techniques. I can also compare notes with the fellow Taoists of Blood Red Island. Imperial Thunder Sect also has body refining techniques. Hua Heng was somewhat stunned. I've never heard of it. Hee, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally also has body refining techniques. It's just that it's not particularly famous. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't damage the reputation of Imperial Thunder Sect, so he replied with a smile. Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Hua Heng swung his Taoist robe. Fellow Taoist Hua, please go first. Xiao Hua said modestly. Immediately, several people flew towards Blood Red Island. This Blood Red Island was different from Awakening Silicon Island. There was no distinction between the main island and the auxiliary island. There was only a group of islands scattered together. These islands looked like one big island from afar, but when one looked closer, there were many cliffs, canyons, and accumulated seawater that separated these islands. Of course, the defense of Blood Red Island was even stronger than that of Awakening Silicon Island. There were many places that actually had magic power confining arrays. Everyone had no choice but to land and walk in step by step. In the evening, Hua Heng held a banquet to entertain Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. Of course, apart from these two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there were also some disciples from the nearby islands of Blood Red Island. However, most of these disciples were Qi refining realm cultivators, and very few of them were Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. During the banquet, Hua Heng was even more polite to Xiao Hua, and there was even a bit of respect in his tone. Xiao Hua understood that Hua Qiao and Hua Rhyming must have told Hua Heng about the matter of them being rescued. However, since Hua Heng didn't mention it, Xiao Hua didn't take it to heart. His road of experience was a road of sowing seeds, a road of doing good deeds, a road of fame, and a road of soaring cultivation. He could be considered to have regarded false reputation as a trivial matter. In addition, during the banquet, Xiao Hua could be considered to have seen all of Blood Red Island's Foundation Establishment Realm and Peak Chi Refining Realm disciples. Contrary to his expectations, there wasn't a single well-built female cultivator. All of the female disciples of Blood Red Island were as petite as Hua Qiao, looking thin and weak. This made Xiao Hua have no choice but to start thinking about the good deeds his Phoenix Celestial Body and Fairy Hong Xia's Ice Phoenix Celestial Body had done after drinking a few mouthfuls of spiritual wine. Alas, drinking more spiritual wine is indeed not a good thing. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue came to the resting place arranged by Blood Red Island and couldn't help but think. The resting place of the disciples of the overseas islands was somewhat different from that of the Dawn Rain continent. Most of them built their cave dwellings inside the stone walls, and all of them were underground. There were very few pavilions and palaces. My wife. Seeing this exquisite cave dwelling with bright red decorations, Xiao Hua became restless and said in a low voice, "Finally, it's late at night again. One night is worth several thousand spirit stones. Why don't we rest early?" Xue Xue was somewhat shy. She looked around and shook her head again. "My husband, this is obviously the place where Blood Red Island entertains guests. I don't know how many people have rested here. Wouldn't it be better if we just adjust our breathing, nourish our true origin?" "Damn it, that's right." Xiao Hua suddenly realized and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, "Your husband was wrong." Before he could explain further, a communication talisman flew in from outside the cave dwelling. Xiao Hua pinched the communication talisman and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "My wife, go inside and adjust your breathing. Your husband has good news." Xue Xue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Could it be that the female disciple of Blood Red Island has taken a fancy to my husband? Why are you so impatient?" Xiao Hua said helplessly, "Of course not. It's Hua Qiao and Hua Rhyming who came. I'm afraid they have good things for your husband." TSK. Looking at Xiao Hua's greedy appearance, Xue Xue shook her head helplessly. Don't you have enough good things?" My wife knows that there is no such thing as the most, only more. Your husband likes to have more, the more the better." Not long after, Hua Rhyming and Hua Qiao arrived together. The moment they met, Hua Qiao took out a few storage bags and said respectfully, "Senior Xiao, our lives were saved by Senior. Moreover, the tentacles of Gengzhe and the 2 tiger spots were also given to us by Senior. Junior discussed with Brother Ming, and these storage bags were hidden by the 2 of us. Also, Junior used the opportunity of the banquet to make some transactions with Senior brothers and Senior sisters, exchanging for some rare items. These are all for Senior. Senior, please accept them as a token of my appreciation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2159. Hua Qiao originally thought that Xiao Hua would refuse. Who knew that Xiao Hua would take it without hesitation and scan it with his divine sense? Nonsense, didn't he come to Blood Red Island just to get Hua Qiao, storage pouch? In order to gather all the demonic tools, Xiao Hua almost lost his life. Senior Xiao is really frank. Hua Qiao didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking and secretly praised him in her heart. Sure enough, one of the storage pouches contained many demonic tools. One of them was the demonic spear shaft that Xiao Hua wanted. The cracks and broken parts were very similar to the ones in the space. Moreover, the small demonic hammer that Qua Chiao used before was also among them. It seemed that Qua Chiao really took out all the things. What is this? Xiao Hua naturally couldn't show his attention and looked at the other storage pouch. The storage pouch was full of miscellaneous items. One of them was an ox head token. It was also mottled with rust and was very similar to the tiger head token in the space. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua took out the token and asked, "Xiao, what is this token?" "This? I also don't know." Seeing Xiao Hua directly call her Xiao, Qua Chiao, was very happy. She glanced at Qua rhyming and said, "This thing was picked up by Martial Uncle in the early years when I was doing a foundation establishment trial on the Sea of Kuei. There were two of them, one seemed to be a pig's head. I really don't remember, so Martial Uncle casually gave me this ox head token." "Which Martial Uncle?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If possible, can you also give his token to me?" "Oh, it's Martial Uncle Qua Yu." Qua Chiao answered without hesitation, but she was a bit embarrassed. "I will ask Martial Uncle Qua, but that thing is many years old. I don't know if Martial Uncle still has it. Moreover, who knows if he wants to exchange it with Senior Xiao." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "You can go and ask, see what conditions he has." "Okay." Qua Chiao readily agreed and pointed her finger, "Senior Xiao, the things in this storage bag are all strange things that Brother Ming and I obtained in the Qian Sea. We don't know their uses. Even if you ask me, I don't know." As expected, it's really strange. There's actually a small finger bone here." Xiao Hua smiled and put down the storage pouch. Then, he looked at the other storage pouches. They were filled with sea beasts' inner cores, bones, and other things. There were even some spirit herbs from the sea. Thus, Xiao Hua pointed at the storage pouch that contained devil tools and asked. "Devil tools are extremely rare in the Dawn Rain continent. Why do you have so many of them on Bloodshine Island?" I'll teach Senior Xiao well." Qua Chiao laughed and said, "Seniors all cultivate Dharma spells, and this demonic artifact is extremely heavy. Without a body-tempering cultivation technique, who would use it? My Blood Ray Island uses the body-refining technique as its foundation. Naturally, we need a lot of demonic artifacts. Many cultivators who obtain demonic artifacts would bring them to the Sea City to trade with my Blood Ray Island." Looking at the storage pouch, Qua Chiao was somewhat reluctant to part with it and said, "Since young, I've been fond of refining tools. I've dabbled in demonic artifacts. Among them, there's a mysterious demonic artifact. In my opinion, it should be the famous weapon in the demon realm, Qiu Yin Lu. However, I only have a small part of it, so I can't make a complete judgment." Then, a trace of regret appeared on her face. "When I went to Haoming City this time, I encountered another spear end. Unfortunately, it was snatched by another cultivator. It's really hateful." "Oh. Qiu Yin Lu." Xiao Hua was obviously stunned. This name was definitely unfamiliar to him before he came to the Qian Sea. But just now, when Heavenly Demon Sex Zhang Qingxiao wanted to escape from the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, she made up a lie. Wasn't it to find this Qiu Yin Lu? Could it be that it was this item? Is this it? There were many demonic artifacts in the storage pouch. However, only this spear shaft was left with a damaged section. Yes, Senior Zhao's eyes are indeed as sharp as torches. Qua Chiao praised. Xiao Hua originally wanted to take another demonic artifact first and then pretend to take this damaged one as well. It could be said that he couldn't refuse but reluctantly took it. Since Qua Chiao sincerely gave it to him, Xiao Hua didn't pretend and smiled. Since Chiao is so sincere, I'll accept it. Following which, Xiaohua took some of the spiritual herbs from the sea as well as the storage pouch that was filled with strange things. He then passed the remaining items to Qua Chiao, Senior. Qua Riming was a little anxious and said, "What you took, are all useless things. These, are the ones that are really useful." Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled. With a profound expression, he looked at the two with bright eyes. Xiao, and Xiao, brother Ming. Actually, what I take or don't take, isn't it your goodwill? I didn't save the two of you for your things. So what's the difference between taking more and taking less? Of course, I saw that Xiao had deep feelings for her brother Ming. Even if she didn't want her own life, she would still die with her brother Ming. This kind of deep affection, even the heavens and earth would be convinced. Why can't I take action? Although these things aren't of much use to me, I hope that the two of you can peacefully dual cultivate in the future and reach the gold core realm. Senior. Qua Riming's eyes were filled with tears. Qua Chiao, was grateful. They really didn't expect the person in front of them to be so noble. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go find Marshal Uncle. I'll definitely find the things that Senior wants. Qua Chiao, left without saying anything. He, Chiao, don't be anxious. Xiaohua stopped her and said. It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll also stay here for a while. Okay. Qua Chiao, was very obedient and asked again, other than, that thing, what else is Senior Xiao looking for in Qua Hisi? Junior wants to see what effect it has. So it's like that. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, if there are any special spirit herbs in Qua Hisi, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit herb it is. As long as it's a seedling or even a seed, help me find it. Okay, Junior understands. Qua Chiao, thought that Xiaohua was disrespectful and immediately patted her chest. Remember, I don't want anything that's perennial. I only want seeds or even seedlings. Xiaohua didn't forget to remind them. Yes, Qua Riming and Qua Chiao, took the storage pouch and rushed out excitedly. I am just so, noble. There's really no other way. Xiaohua naturally knew what the two of them were thinking. He loosened his shoulders and said helplessly. That's right, 1,000-year-old spirit herb is really useless to Xiaohua. Chapter 2160. Although the inner cores in Qua Chiao, storage pouch were not bad, they couldn't be compared to the sea beasts Xiaohua caught in the whirlpool. Xiaohua didn't care about spirit stones, so what could they give him? Perhaps only those strange and unknown things in the Kuei Hisi would be able to do so. Xiaohua threw the storage pouch into the space and placed the finger bone near the white bone in the space. Sure enough, they were one and had a faint lightning connection. Then, he looked at the tiger head token and the ox head token. They were similar, but they didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Who knew if they were really related? As for the demonic spear shaft, Xiaohua was most concerned about, it was real. When the fragments of the demonic spear were put together, it was really a complete demonic spear. Is this the dragon's silver armor? It's actually a famous weapon in the demon world. I can't see anything strange about it. Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought in confusion, perhaps, I can see its uniqueness after I repair it. Actually, Xiaohua wanted to ask Qua Chiao, about the refining method or her experience. However, since Qua Chiao, didn't put the jade slip in the storage pouch, the refining method should be a secret of Blood Red Island. He didn't need to make things difficult for her. Moreover, if Xiaohua asked, wouldn't his noble image be destroyed? Forget it. I know the refining method of the 5 elements, and I also have the demonic slip from the demon world. With Chiao's annotations, how can it be worse than Blood Red Island? Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the jade slip that he had been referring to for the past few days. Early in the morning, when the sun rose, the clear light swept across Blood Red Island and dyed it red. Outside the cave where Xiaohua and Xue Xue were resting, there were already Blood Red Island disciples waiting for them. Xiaohua opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. Naturally, he couldn't let them wait for too long, so he walked out of the cave with Xue Xue. Senior Xiao. The disciple standing in wait was a qi refining cultivator. He said respectfully, "My Blood Ray Island's island test will begin in an hour. All the martial uncles and senior brothers are preparing for it, so the island master had to ask this junior to invite senior over for the test. Please forgive us, senior." He, no problem. Xiaohua suddenly understood and raised his hand. Senior Xiao, please. The attendant disciple respectfully activated the yellow talisman and led the way in front of him, flying directly to the location of the blood-colored beach that Xiaohua had just passed when he entered the island yesterday. At this time, a lot of disciples had already gathered on the beach. Many of them were from the banquet last night. More than 10 Middle Foundation Establishment stage disciples came over to chat with Xiaohua. Xiaohua also responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I heard that you want to exchange some things with I. Just as Xiaohua was responding, a slightly cold voice sounded. Xiaohua turned his head and saw a slightly tall female cultivator with slightly dark skin and faint wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Moreover, her hair was also somewhat white as she landed behind him. Fellow Taoist? What do you want in exchange for I? Xiaohua thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen this female cultivator last night. However, she was very far away, so he only swept his eyes over her. The female cultivator was slightly taken aback. Weren't you the one who sent Xiao, to look for me last night? Oh, so Kuo Yu is fellow Taoist. Xiaohua immediately realized. Last night, he mistook Kuo Yu for a male cultivator, and Kuo Qiao didn't explain. What? Is it not me, but someone else? Kuo Yu said unhappily. Qiao didn't make it clear yesterday. Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, this Xiao apologizes here. Kuo Yu's face was slightly happy, and she nodded. This old one hasn't seen that token for a long time. I originally wanted to look for it again in a few days, but Xiao sincerely requested, so this old one took a long time to find it. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua was very happy and said, if fellow Taoist needs anything, you can tell this Xiao. If this Xiao can satisfy fellow Taoist, I will try my best to satisfy you. No need. Kuo Yu waved her hand and said, you saved Xiao, my Blood Red Island is indebted to you. How can this old one ask you for something? Oh. Really? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Kuo Yu shook her head and said with a smile, this old one didn't agree to give it to you. This old one only said that you don't need to exchange it. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Kuo Yu pointed to the distance and said, there is a departure realm heaven in the Ring Island trial. When you go there, the disciples of Blood Red Island must defeat one person to pass, and the person who is defeated will be eliminated. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old one will wait for fellow Taoist's arrival inside. If you win, this old one will give the token to fellow Taoist. Departure realm heaven. Xiaohua muttered and said, alright, this Xiao accepts fellow Taoist Kuo's challenge. But, what if fellow Taoist Xiao loses? Kuo Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiaohua with interest. Fellow Taoist Kuo, are you that confident? Xiaohua said with a smile, fellow Taoist Kuo seems to only be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Kuo Yu covered her mouth and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a disciple of a large sect of thunder-controlling sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to only be at the early stage of foundation establishment, right? Ha ha ha, that's right, this Xiao was wrong. Xiao Hua laughed and looked at Kuo Yu's hair. He patted his hand and took out a spiritual grass, saying with a smile, if this Xiao loses, this face-retaining grass will be fellow Taoists. Ah, face. Face-retaining grass. When Kuo Yu heard this, she was overjoyed and almost stuttered, is this really the face-retaining grass? Fellow Taoist, do you think my thunder-controlling sex disciple would lie? Xiao Hua patted his hand and put the face-retaining grass back into his storage pouch. At this moment, Kuo Yu's heart was filled with regret. She really didn't expect that Xiao Hua would have something that all female cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent yearned for even in their dreams. Although she already had some gray hair, after taking the face-retaining grass, not only would her appearance not change, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes would also disappear and her gray hair would also become dark. Ai, this Xiao Hua is so young, yet he can be welcomed by the island master. How could he be a young cultivator? If he has the face-retaining grass, it wouldn't be surprising. Kuo Yu sighed inwardly. Her previous frosty elegance also disappeared. At this moment, Kuo Heng's figure flashed in midair. He held a dark green ocean pearl in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Disciples of the Blood-Red Island, are you ready?" Reporting to the island master, "We are ready." The disciples of the Blood-Red Island sweated in unison. "Good." Kuo Heng said with a smile, "Today is the last day of the 10-year tournament. The previous results have already been recorded in a jade slip by the elders. After the results come out today, the top 10 will be decided. These 10 disciples will not only obtain suitable magic tools, but also get a glimpse of the secret books of my Blood-Red Island. Their cultivation will definitely rise to another level." As he said this, Kuo Heng's body overflowed with brilliance. A water blue color emerged from his hand like a fountain and poured into the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately let out a wang wang sound and trembled as it flew into the air. Swish swish swish. A series of wind whistled and a water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was sucked into the ocean pearl. It gave rise to gusts of wind. After absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi for half an incense stick's time, the ocean pearl grew to half a chi in size. The dark blue color inside became even deeper. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, he felt as if he was about to be sucked in. Just when Xiao Hua was surprised and guessing the effects of the ocean pearl, he saw Kuo Heng stretch out his hand and grab the ocean pearl. Then, he spread his wings and used his hand to smash the ocean pearl onto the beach of the Blood-Red Island. With a loud ping sound, the ocean pearl smashed onto the beach. Not only did it splash up a lot of sand, but the ground under everyone's feet also shook. The sand that splashed up didn't fall down. Instead, it spread along the ocean pearl's spiritual chi and rapidly fluctuated. The ground under everyone's feet also shook more and more. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that all the disciples of the Blood-Red Island were eager to give it a try. They were all staring at a place about 10 zhang in front of them. Roar! A few earth-shattering roars were heard. Plumes of smoke and dust rose from the sea of sand. A blood-red bridge, over 100 feet wide, arched out from the smoke and dust. It gradually crept forward like a spirit snake. The rainbow bridge was either winding, tall, or deep into the island. Xiao Hua's divine sense chased after the rainbow bridge and shockingly discovered that this rainbow bridge circled around the entire blood-red island. Oh, so this is the island trial by fire. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Above the rainbow bridge, there were more than 10 places where the spiritual chi was obscure. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. He was afraid that they were some checkpoints of the trial. The departure heaven that Kuo Yu mentioned earlier was probably one of them. Disciples. Tomorrow morning will be the limit. When the first ray of sunlight rises, the rainbow bridge will be closed. My Blood-Red Island's once-in-a-decade competition is about to end. The first disciple to reach the end of the Rainbow Bridge will be the first in this island trial by fire. Kua Heng raised his voice and said. After Kua Heng finished speaking, he cast a spell on the transparent enchantment formed by the sea pearl. The enchantment melted like snow and flowed to the ground, connecting the beach where everyone was to the Rainbow Bridge. Several Chi refinement disciples had long been impatient. As soon as the restriction opened, they immediately activated their flying talismans and flew toward the Rainbow Bridge like arrows leaving the bow. "Husband, you go. I won't participate." Shue Shue said with a smile, "I will wait for you at the end." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He said with a smile, "Wife, you don't have to be idle. Take one of these beauty-retaining grass. Your husband still doesn't know how to refine the beauty-retaining pill. Wife, please bear with it for now." "Okay." Shue Shue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Xiao Hua take out the beauty-retaining grass. Now that Xiao Hua gave it to her, she wasn't surprised. She reached out to take it and flew out of the beach with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we'll go first. If there's a chance, we'd like to see the means of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." After waiting for the Qi refinement disciples and early Foundation establishment disciples to fly away, a group of middle Foundation establishment and late Foundation establishment cultivators looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said. To be continued. Chapter 2161. There really are people who are not convinced. Xiao Hua secretly laughed in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Well said, but this Xiao wants to make a bet with all of you fellow Taoists. Whoever loses will have to come out from that rare thing inside the storage bag." "Ha, no problem, fellow Taoist Xiao, I hope you have enough face-retaining grass." The cultivators all laughed and flew out using their magic power. Strange. How can they be so sure? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised, but he still carefully used his magic power and was the last one to get on the Rainbow Bridge. Although he was not a body-refining cultivator, he had tempered his bones for many years. Even Qua Rhyming could not compare to him. He did not feel that these Blood Ray Island cultivators were stronger than him. Far away on the other shore of QC, many fishermen in the small fishing village had already begun to worship Xiao Hua before they set out to fish. No matter how far away they were from QC, in the villages and farms of Ocean City, Cloud City, and other places, the common people of the secular world had also planted the fine seeds gifted by Xiao Hua. This fine seed was clearly different from the previous rice. It was not only resistant to drought. Moreover, it matured early, and the food it produced was incomparably fragrant. Not to mention eating it after steaming, even if it was chewed in the mouth, it would still be sweet. Many babies in the peasant families, because their mothers did not have enough milk, ate the thin porridge made from this grain since they were young. Although they were only a few months old, their small chubby bodies and sparkling eyes were not inferior to those babies of rich families. The farmers' eyes were bright, and they fought to find this fine seed everywhere. What made them gratified and surprised was that this fine seed was actually the same price as ordinary fine seeds, and there were even many places where they did not need silver. Of course, not needing silver also had a price, and this price was to remember the owner of the fine seed and be grateful to this owner from the bottom of their hearts. For the simple farmers, this was really not a big price to pay. They felt that they should be deeply grateful. So much so that when the farmers knew about this matter, when they went to get the fine seed, they had already brought a statue. Although the face was not clear, the person's name was not wrong. The 5 words, Taoist Master Xiao Hua, were clearly written on the body of the statue. Moreover, after these farmers returned, they really did pay their respects to him. Because it was the same as thanking anyone. As long as they could bring benefits to the farmers, they would sincerely thank them. Outside a mountain village in the west of Mongolia, due to the drought, many people were carrying a human-shaped statue and climbing up a steep mountain with great difficulty. It seemed like they were going to worship the statue at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a rainbow streaked across the sky from afar, and 3 cultivators landed on the peak. The one in front was a young cultivator wearing a bright red Taoist robe. Behind him were 2 elderly men. However, the 2 old men were very respectful towards this cultivator. This was because the young cultivator was at the nascent soul stage while the 2 old men were at the mid-gold core stage and early gold core stage. "Master, you should rest here for a while," an old man said respectfully. He hurriedly took out several spirit fruits from his storage bag and handed them over respectfully as well. "Okay." The young cultivator nodded and waved his hand. A dark green praying mat appeared under the shade of the mountain peak. The cultivator floated up and landed on the praying mat. When the cultivator took a bite of the spirit fruit, he casually glanced around and saw a farmer climbing halfway up the mountain. What are these mortals doing?" the cultivator asked casually. Another cultivator scanned with his divine sense and said with a smile, "The farmers are inviting the god. Right now, this place seems to be in a drought. They are inviting the Dragon King to reign." "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of ignorant idiots." The young nascent soul cultivator laughed. "How can there be a Dragon King in this world? Even if there is one, it would be a pet in our hands. Who can give them clouds and rain? Why are they begging the Dragon King? They might as well beg I." "Hee, that's right, master." The tall and thin cultivator who offered the spirit fruit smiled apologetically. "The people of this world are all stupid. How would they know that there are only immortals in this world and no gods? Moreover, they don't know how to beg the true immortal in front of them. Instead, they are praying to a fake god that doesn't exist. What a joke. Humph, how can these fools be compared to us cultivators? How can they distinguish right from wrong?" The cultivator sneered with disdain. Just as he was about to look up, he frowned. "That's not right. From what this old man knows, the dragon god that the mortals worship is the head of a python dragon. It looks exactly like the python dragon of Taichin sect. This statue seems to be in a human shape. There seems to be writing on this statue. Taoist Xiao. What kind of immortal is this Taoist Xiao? Could he be a cultivator of my Meng country?" "Hee, master." The tall and thin cultivator laughed and explained, "Since it's a Taoist, it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a Taoist Xiao. From what this disciple sees, this Xiao is a surname. Maybe that Qi refinement cultivator did something and they remembered it. That's why they directly called him Taoist Xiao. How could they know that the title, Taoist, is not a casual title? And, what Guan Ming said is true. That nascent soul cultivator was actually Taoist Jingru of Changbai sect. Also, master." Another cultivator hurriedly said, "When one's cultivation reaches master's level, one can understand the nature and temper one's infant. The correct way is to enter the spirit-severing stage early and peek into the heavenly Tao. Who would have nothing to do with these fools? It must be some insignificant cultivator who forcibly made a name for himself." And Taoist Jingru waved his hand and said, "There's no need to pay attention to them. Guan Ming, the materials you collected this time are very good and will be very useful for the magic treasure I'm refining this time. Once the magic treasure is completed, Master will reward you heavily." "I don't dare. It's all because Master's luck is good. This disciple was able to find it after a bit of searching. This disciple is filial to you. Master doesn't need to worry about it." Just as Hu Guanming was about to decline modestly, a series of gongs sounded and the merciful voice of Taoist Xiao was heard. "Master, take this disciple to drive them away." Hu Guanming saw Taoist Jingru frown and hurriedly said, "No need, Master has rested enough. Let's go. Taoist Jingru waved his sleeve and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they turned into a rainbow and rushed into the sky. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. The three of them passed by a swamp and saw that there were many incense candles placed on the terraced fields on the hillsides. Regardless of gender, old or young, everyone was placed in front of the incense candles and kowtowed to the candles. The smoke from the incense and candles lingered on the hillside. Chapter 2162. Good Heavens! Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense swept over the enshrined tablet and said in astonishment, "Who is this Taoist Xiao? What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do? Why have I been seeing the same situation these past few days? Master, please wait a moment. Take this disciple to ask." Hu Guanfu was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to talk to these farmers. After a while, Hu Guanfu's expression turned somewhat strange, carrying a trace of hesitation. Upon seeing this, Taoist Jing Ru couldn't help but be startled and said in displeasure, "What's wrong? Hu Guanfu, who is this Taoist Xiao? Is he that fellow Taoist I know? Or, is he a spirit-severing senior? Alright, Master knows." Hu Guanfu hesitated for a moment and said, "This Taoist Xiao is Xiao Hua. It is said that he is a young cultivator. As for his specific cultivation, these fools don't know." Xiao Hua. Taoist Jing Ru raised his eyebrows and stood up with a hoot sound. He anxiously said, "Is it Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect? This disciple doesn't know." Hu Guanfu smiled apologetically and said, "Those farmers also don't know which sect Xiao Hua comes from. However, I heard that he is a tall and thin young man." Humph. Taoist Jing Ru's expression changed slightly. He extended his hand and a ray of light flashed. A large hand rushed over and grabbed the three farmers from the ground and lifted them high into the sky. "Immortal, save us! Immortal, save us!" The three farmers were greatly alarmed and their faces were deathly pale. Taoist Jing Ru simply didn't listen. He grabbed one of the farmers and pressed his hand on the forehead of one of them. A blood-red light flashed on his hand and a sinister expression appeared on the farmer's face. Taoist Jing Ru actually used a soul-searching technique on a secular person. In just a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on the farmer's face. The fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a vacant look. Humph. Taoist Jing Ru waved his hand as if he didn't care about the farmer's life or death. He suddenly threw the farmer down from the sky. "Immortal, spare us! Immortal, spare us!" The other two farmers pleaded with all their might, but Taoist Jing Ru didn't let them go. They didn't know how they had offended this nascent soul cultivator. Their souls were searched and thrown down from the sky for no reason. Xiao Hua. It really is Xiao Hua. Taoist Jing Si's face is ferocious as he roars, "The last experiential learning didn't take your life, yet you still dare to come out for experiential learning. You actually dared to leave the Imperial Lightning sect. You actually dared to come to Mongolia. It even caused such a sensation in Mongolia. You're simply looking down on this old man. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you don't go near the Changbai sect? You." Taoist Jing Ru was so angry that he was speechless. Yes, Xiao Hua had taken away the Grand Universe teleportation token, taken many of his medicinal pills, and even assassinated Fan Tong. This was something that Taoist Jing Ru, who had always been extremely protective and narcissistic, couldn't tolerate. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had obtained these items at the Feather Immortal Assembly, so Taoist Jing Ru had no reason to do so. Now that Xiao Hua actually ran to Meng country, how could Taoist Jing Ru not be angry? If you're here to gain experience, then so be it. If you're sneaking around, no one will know. You actually used the banner of the Imperial Lightning Sect's Xiao Hua. Those who didn't know would still be fine, but those who knew wouldn't ridicule him. Daoist Jing Ru claps his hand and takes out one of the storage pouches. It's actually the storage pouch that Xiao Hua gave to the Changbai sect to store the remaining medicinal pills. Daoist Jing Ru spits a mouthful of essence blood on it, then he continuously seals with both hands and hits the storage pouch. As the storage pouch emits a bloody brilliance, that brilliance suddenly flies up and flies in the direction of the Kuei He. Good, it's actually the Kuei He. Daoist Jing Ru laughs, let the Kuei He be the place where you die. Daoist Jing Ru's figure turns into a rainbow and flies towards the bloody brilliance. A voice comes over, Hu Guanfu, you all return to the mountain for the time being. Once I kill Xiao Hua, I'll return to the sect. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanfu looks at the other disciple. The two of them exchange a look, then their figures also fly up and return to the Changbai sect. Poor Zhong Yejing, she originally wanted to handle Xiao Hua's matter beautifully and spread Xiao Hua's reputation. She wanted to repay Xiao Hua's great kindness and even make up for the misunderstanding between Zhongling Mountain Village and Xiao Hua. However, she didn't expect that her orders would be carried out by the secular disciples of the Zhong clan without any discount, and even, doubled. The result of this completion, was that Xiao Hua's enemy was directly in front of Xiao Hua. Poor Xiao Hua, at this moment, he was only slightly shocked. He actually thought that this warning sign was the difficulty of the island trial ahead. Of course, just as Xiao Hua flew onto the Rainbow Bridge, there was suddenly a huge force pressing down on him. This huge force was extremely strange. It was similar to the pressure that Xiao Hua encountered before, but it was also completely different. That force seemed to be tearing in all directions at the same time, and what it was tearing was Xiao Hua's body. An extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. He didn't even know how to circulate the true essence in his meridians. I understand. Xiao Hua's figure fell slightly, slowly preparing to land on the Rainbow Bridge. He thought to himself, the force on the Rainbow Bridge is tearing in all directions, giving people a kind of unbalanced feeling. It's as if a cultivator is in a kind of inverted or crooked space. If it's in a normal space, true essence will circulate in the meridians as usual. In this kind of space with an illusion, true essence might not be able to coordinate with the body. It might be stagnant, or even go into a fork in the road, and thus suffer from qi deviation. The cultivators of Blood Ray Island are all body refiners. The coordination of true essence must be combined with the tempering of the body. This is their basic homework. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Hua Heng's voice transmission came over with a hidden smile. On this Rainbow Bridge, there are some places that you can't touch, and some places you can only walk. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't land here. Once you land, there will be even more powerful restrictions and tests waiting for you. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly circulated his magic power. At this moment, his feet were only a few inches away from the Rainbow Bridge. The ribbons on the Rainbow Bridge were already blurred, and there seemed to be some obscure spiritual power gradually forming. If it wasn't for Hua Heng's reminder, the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge would have been activated. Many thanks, Island Master Hua. Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, this Xiao didn't know there were so many taboos. Moreover, this Blood Ray Island's magic power has really opened this Xiao's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm indebted to the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' praise. Hua Heng also laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, go ahead. There are many interesting tests on this Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist can give it a try. Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and his figure slightly swayed. He had originally cultivated the Buddhist sect's great strength Vajra Dharma body. Even the chi-refining disciples of Blood Ray Island weren't afraid of this little thing for body refinement, so how could Xiao Hua be afraid? Without using the bright thunder escape, Xiao Hua urged the wind escape technique that he felt a moment ago. His figure very strangely floated up, and like a flowing cloud, he flew forward. Others didn't feel it, but Hua Heng could see Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He knew that the initial restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were somewhat strange. The stronger they were, the stronger they would be. Even if he was at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, it was impossible for him to move as fast as usual, let alone with his elegant posture. I'm afraid those few little guys will be tortured by Xiao Hua. The corners of Hua Heng's mouth curled into a smile. He seemed to recall the arrogance of several late Foundation establishment disciples who came to his place to test him last night. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua had thought, he had only flown a few dozen feet when the pressure suddenly rose. If Xiao Hua hadn't been prepared, or if he hadn't been able to control his true essence with ease, he would have definitely been lifted into the air by this force. Although the dozen or so Qi refining disciples had flown earlier than everyone else, their feet were now facing up, and their heads were facing down. They were adjusting their sense of direction. They were adjusting their true Qi. Motherfucker, I'm afraid this force can change at any time. Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. Otherwise, these blood-red island disciples who know the inside out about the trial by fire would all be caught. In the following several hundred zhang distance, that indescribable force suddenly moved up and down, suddenly to the left and suddenly to the right. At one point it was even extremely restrained, as if a large hand was grabbing onto Xiao Hua. The true essence in his body was extremely difficult to circulate, and his figure was also falling down. At this moment, several Foundation establishment disciples fell below Xiao Hua. These disciples' feet were firmly stuck on the Rainbow Bridge. No matter how they urged their magic power, they were unable to free themselves from the Rainbow Bridge. It seemed that one of them had already rolled up his Daoist robe, revealing his thick arms. That arm's bow-like fist was precisely hitting the restriction below his feet. However, when Xiao Hua flew past this section, suddenly, another unparalleled force descended from the sky, imprisoning Xiao Hua's entire body. His true essence also stagnated, and he was simply unable to mobilize his magic power. Xiao Hua's body couldn't help but fall down. How can this be? Xiao Hua thought of the embarrassment of those Foundation establishment disciples just now, and he was shocked. Others could make a fool of themselves, but he couldn't. That was the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, making others laugh. Rise! Xiao Hua's body slightly slid forward. He didn't rely on magic power, but pure flowing cloud movement technique, and even some ethereal steps techniques. Borrowing this moment of respite, Xiao Hua shook his arms. A blood-red brilliance flashed around his body, and one could almost hear bang 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 sounds. Many of the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were actually broken by him. The true essence in his meridians could circulate, and Xiao Hua's flying technique could be used. You want to use restrictions to imprison this young master? Dream on. Xiao Hua was secretly pleased. His body swayed again, and incomparably dashed across the Rainbow Bridge. Very quickly, he turned a corner. However, when he turned the corner, he was once again stupefied in midair. Below his feet, on the Rainbow Bridge that was roughly several hundred zhang in front of him, there was a black mass of people moving about. It was precisely all of the Blood Ray Island disciples who had landed on the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge had already transformed into a towering mountain path, and everyone was doing their best to climb. To be continued. Chapter 2163. Damn it! I didn't make a mistake. Xiao Hua almost stretched out a small hand from his throat. No wonder Hua Heng said just now that there are some places that can't be landed, and some places that must be landed. This place is a place that tests the strength of the physical body. Xiao Hua hardened his heart. Since this young master is already flying, I might as well not land. I'll directly fly to a high place in front and show them my power. While thinking, Xiao Hua urged his magic power. Although his figure wasn't as graceful as before, it was more or less the same as an ordinary cultivator's flying technique. He flew over the heads of a group of Blood Ray Island disciples and flew to a high place on the Rainbow Bridge. "Io, someone can fly. Which senior brother is this?" Immediately, someone clamored. To be honest, they already knew that one couldn't fly in this place. All magic power was restricted, and only the physical body could be controlled. Perhaps some people had tried before but failed. Now that they saw someone actually fly over, how could they not be surprised? Good, as expected of a thunder-controlling sect disciple. He's really different. The disciple who recognized Xiao Hua panted as he ran and climbed while looking up at the sky and sighing with emotion. Xiao Hua's little tail gradually rose up. However, after he flew for nearly 3 minutes, below him were several late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Xiao Hua originally wanted to see their envious gazes, but one of them actually had some ridicule in his eyes. "Strange, is there something wrong?" Xiao Hua immediately became suspicious and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, this place naturally also restricted divine sense. Without waiting for his divine sense to leave his body, a powerful hurricane descended from the sky and blew toward Xiao Hua, wanting to blow him straight out of the Rainbow Bridge. "I say." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why can't you even give me a chance to steal a trick?" If it was someone else, this hurricane would probably blow them away in one breath. However, Xiao Hua had just learned the flowing cloud movement technique, which was the wind escape technique. This wind was admittedly powerful, but it was precisely what Xiao Hua wanted. Xiao Hua controlled his body to descend while flying forward. When he landed steadily, he had already landed in front of everyone. It can also be like this. The few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples in front were somewhat stupefied. Even in their dreams, they didn't think that this punishment technique would actually send Xiao Hua flying so far. "I'll run." Xiao Hua landed on the ground and laughed heartily. As his feet glided, he dashed towards the top of the Rainbow Bridge. His figure was precisely ethereal steps. The Rainbow Bridge was still under their feet. Stepping on it was no different from stepping on a beach. It seemed like there was sand around their feet, making it difficult to walk, let alone walk up. The group of Foundation establishment and aura refining disciples were like ordinary farmers climbing a mountain. Their foreheads were covered in sweat as they climbed with great difficulty. Unlike the disciples of Scarlet Island, the tall and skinny lad who was leading the group was actually walking in an indescribable pace. His waist was slightly swaying and he seemed to have a rhythm to his movements. It looked like it was still rather easy. Xiao Hua. How interesting. Hua Hang could naturally see everything that was happening on the Rainbow Bridge. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile while feeling surprised. After passing the peak of the Rainbow Bridge, there was another stretch of slow road. Xiao Hua saw that the restriction on his body had disappeared and hesitated. He didn't know if he should use his magic power to fly or continue using the ethereal steps. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, good luck." At this moment, a burly disciple of Scarlet Island caught up from behind. Without any hesitation, he activated his magic power and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Pine. It was as if he had broken through a restriction. With a flash of brilliance, the fatty disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on now? Xiao Hua looked at the empty Rainbow Bridge in front of him in a daze. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you hurry over? Immediately after, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators also caught up and one of them asked curiously. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to go, we'll go first. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, the two people behind him hurriedly activated their magic power and rushed towards the restriction. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry up and go. Use your fastest speed to rush towards the restriction. The cultivator who reminded him earlier didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "The greater the impact, the further the distance the restriction will teleport. Moreover, the quota is limited." He saw that the disciple had also disappeared. Xiao Hua no longer hesitated. He activated his magic power and used the bright thunder escape. With a boom, he rushed into the restriction. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds came from the Rainbow Bridge and the entire bridge shook slightly. A few of the Scarlet Island disciples who were climbing the peak actually lost their balance and fell down with a few plop sounds. It didn't matter if they sat down, but they saw a red brilliance flash above the Rainbow Bridge. Their bodies were completely submerged by the Rainbow Bridge as if they had fallen into the sea, gradually leaking out from under the Rainbow Bridge. Who is so shameless to do such a thing? Several Scarlet Island disciples who were eliminated shouted in exasperation. Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed the Imperial Thunder Sect. Hua Hang sighed and shook his head slightly. Fortunately, I didn't listen to the instigation of those little bastards. They wanted me to personally go down and compete with this guy. They were simply looking for their own humiliation. This flying technique is my shortcoming. Compared to this guy, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes. However, I heard from Hua Qiao, that Xiao Hua is a cultivator with a benevolent heart. Moreover, he has a request for my Scarlet Island. Yes, he can even bring great benefits to my Scarlet Island. Hua Hang thought inwardly. Unfortunately, Hua Qiao, and Rhyming have already made a heart oath. They can't speak blindly. They can only remind me to treat Xiao Hua well. Moreover, they also vaguely warned me not to provoke him. Look at Xiao Hua again. Today, he participated in some island trial for no reason. Isn't it just to give me a warning? Hee, how many years have I lived? How can I not see through this? However, what good things can Xiao Hua have to make my Scarlet Island happy? Sigh, Xiao Hua actually charged into the huge stone array. This guy, how fast is his flying speed? This huge stone array, if one doesn't have the strength of a late gold core realm, it's impossible to pass through the restriction. This is bad. This late gold core realm strength is only for my Scarlet Island disciples. He is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, this huge stone array is hidden within the Rainbow Bridge. Even I can't control it unless I interrupt the entire trial. This is bad, this is bad, this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple will be smashed into a meat patty. I'm in trouble. Hua Hang muttered. His expression changed rapidly. His figure flew, and he rapidly flew toward the opposite side of Scarlet Island. As for Xiao Hua, he felt a sudden pressure on his body. Traces of black and white light flashed before his eyes. Xiao Hua knew that what the Scarlet Island disciple said was true. He was indeed transported. Chapter 2164. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his eyes, an extremely cryptic fluctuation came over. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and was immediately shocked. An absurd feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Hua was in a vast starry sky. In front of him were many planets that were constantly revolving. The trajectory was very obvious. It was extremely chaotic. The loud sound just now was the sound of two planets colliding with each other in the distance. This. Xiao Hua's divine sense could not scan the end of the starry sky, but he was complaining in his heart, damn it, this starry sky is definitely not a real starry sky. This bloody red island can't have such a powerful transmission array. But how can there be so many ancient ruins on the islands overseas? Meng country, it's really a strange place. While he was thinking about this, a fierce howl of the wind resounded from behind Xiao Hua. Besides that, the howl of the wind was accompanied by a shackling force that enveloped the space in an area of 300 m around Xiaohua. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Why is it a shackling force again? Xiaohua really hated the shackling force that appeared from time to time on Bloody Red Island. It restricted all true essence, leaving no trace of magic power in his body. Everything had to rely on his physical body. Since he was a cultivator, he must have the awareness of a cultivator. If he relied on his physical body, he would be a boorish man. Naturally, this shackling force also blocked Xiaohua's divine sense. At this moment, Xiaohua could only rely on his physical strength. It's just a trial for Bloody Red Island disciples. I don't believe that I would be afraid of this. Xiaohua suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand, holding the devil hammer in his hand. Behind Xiaohua, a meteor streaked across the night sky, rushing toward Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's face was calm, his heart was also nervous. After all, this was a starry sky. If a meteor really came, how could he catch it? Fortunately, the power of the meteor was swift and fierce, and the wind was already blowing against Xiaohua's face, almost suffocating him. In Xiaohua's field of vision, the meteor was not as big as he imagined. It was only a few zhong in size. This kind of huge rock, even if it came from afar, Xiaohua was confident that he could still fight it. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to stay in place and wait for the meteor to fly over. He quickly rushed forward, raised his devil hammer, and smashed it in the direction of the meteor. Boom! Xiaohua's ears vibrated with ringing. A wave of pain came from Xiaohua's arm that was holding the devil hammer. Xiaohua himself was shaken and sent flying. That meteor was actually shattered by Xiaohua. Ha ha ha! After the soreness in his arm subsided, a refreshing feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. No matter how many meteors there are, let them all fall. Even if it's a meteor shower, I will smash it flat. Xiaohua's arrogant voice reverberated through the starry sky. As if he had hit the nail on the head, the two planets around him suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance and flew towards Xiaohua like moths to a flame. Boom! Boom! Although the two meteors fell at the same time, they were still smashed apart by Xiaohua without delay. This array seems to have an extremely great effect on refining the body. Needless to say, Xiaohua's arm became even more sore and numb. But after the numbness, a comfortable feeling once again spread throughout his body. Xiaohua somewhat felt that his body had a slight improvement. Great! Knowing that the starry sky had such an effect, Xiaohua's spirit was greatly shaken. He waved his devil hammer and waited in the sky again. Just as Xiaohua expected, after the two meteors, another 3 meteors came. They emitted a sharp sound of wind as they attacked Xiaohua from 3 directions. Naturally, the size of these 3 meteors was slightly larger than the previous one. Although Xiaohua didn't have any magic power at this time, he still had the ethereal steps and the Big Dipper divine fist. Dealing with these meteors wasn't a problem. Once the number of meteors reached 6, Xiaohua would be unable to deal with them by relying on the devil hammer alone. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to take out the Great Wisdom Sword. He used the Heavenly Staff technique to deal with the 7 meteors that were pouncing towards Xiaohua from all directions. The meteors in the starry sky were quite ingenious. Although 7 or 8 huge meteors smashed towards the small Xiaohua at the same time, there was an extremely subtle gap between them. Not only did they smash at different angles, but when they got close, they absolutely wouldn't touch each other. When Xiaohua waved the Heavenly Staff technique, he couldn't stop one strike after another for even a moment. This was because as long as there was a slight pause, the following meteors would immediately smash into his body. When there were 24 meteors in a group, Xiaohua finished smashing the first 22 meteors. A wave of exhaustion suddenly came from his body. This was something that Xiaohua had never felt before. This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. He knew that as long as he finished smashing the 24 meteors in a group, the comfortable feeling afterwards would immediately drive away this feeling of exhaustion. Or perhaps, he could also rely on the flow of the Big Dipper Divine Fist to eliminate this exhaustion. However, the left and right meteors were right in front of him. Where would he find the free time? Just at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He slightly closed his eyes, and the Heart Sutra of the Wind Escape technique flowed. He comprehended the two incoming boulders from the left and right at the same time. As the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth faintly rose, he very confidently raised his hand slightly and raised the Great Wisdom Sword horizontally. With a loud bang, the two meteors smashed into the two ends of the Great Wisdom Sword at almost the same time. The two boulders shattered at the same time. Xiao Hua didn't use the slightest bit of strength. However, the comfortable feeling of Xiao Hua's chi wings also didn't appear at the same time. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to use the Big Dipper Divine Fist, he saw the two shattered boulders suddenly swirl up in the air, separately forming two vortexes that enveloped Xiao Hua. Ouch! Xiao Hua stared blankly. Just when he was about to dodge, he saw the two vortexes faintly flickering with black and white brilliance. It was the legendary array that was about to activate. Thus, Xiao Hua didn't resist anymore, allowing the vortexes of shattered rocks to envelop him. After the brilliance flashed, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from this space. And the hundreds of boulders that had previously disappeared gradually flashed again. Good. Just when Xiao Hua's figure appeared on the rainbow bridge, Kua Heng's praise rang in his ears. Xiao Hua composed himself and saw Kua Heng standing outside the rainbow bridge, looking at him with a kind of admiration on his face. Fellow Taoist praise. Xiao Hua complained as soon as they met. Why does this rainbow bridge sound have so many taboos? Why didn't you tell me in advance? You made this Xiao Hua very embarrassed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really hid your strength well. Kua Heng simply ignored Xiao Hua's complaints, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he said, "My blood-red island's boulder array hasn't been broken in for thousands of years, no, it should be for tens of thousands of years. I remember in the ancient records that the last person who entered was a late gold core stage senior whose cultivation was extremely close to the nascent soul stage." Ah! Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't expect that just by casually flying, he would cause such a big trouble. Hee, fellow Taoist praise is a bit exaggerated. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and said, "Just now, weren't there a few late Foundation establishment disciples who were transported together with this Xiao? Could it be that they didn't enter this boulder array? My praise isn't exaggerated at all." Kua Heng laughed and said, "The restrictions that were taken out just now were to test the degree of body tempering of my blood-red island's disciples. Whoever can fly with the greatest weight can be transported into the corresponding array. This array has the yellow wind array, invisible rain array, open fire array, flying snow array, fine metal array, and boulder array. If every disciple who enters the array can pass the test of the array, not only can they obtain certain benefits from the array, they can also be transported across the rainbow bridge according to the power of the array. Among them, the yellow wind array, invisible rain array, and open fire array are open arrays, while the other three are hidden arrays. Without the cultivation of gold core stage and above, it is impossible to enter. Those little brats probably learn some tricks and know that as long as they fly fast, their speed increases and the weight of the impact on the restrictions will also increase. That's why they tried their best to fly. With their cultivation, at most, they can enter the invisible rain array. I'm afraid that they can't even enter the open fire array." This old man didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiao could actually enter the boulder array directly. Kua Heng said with interest, "That boulder array is something that even this old man didn't have the chance to enter. What benefits did fellow Taoist Xiao get inside? How many boulders did you dodge?" "Dodged?" Xiao Hua was taken aback. He rolled his eyes and didn't answer Kwa Hang's question. Instead, he asked curiously, since fellow Taoist Kwa knows that I can enter the boulder array, you naturally have the ability to control the rainbow bridge. Furthermore, the ocean pearl, ha ha ha. When Kwa Hang saw that Xiao Hua was being careful, he explained, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. The Rainbow Bridge isn't just a training ground for my Blood Ray Island's disciples, it is also a powerful method for my Blood Ray Island to defend against enemies. The Ocean Pearl is this old man's artifact, and it is also an artifact passed down by the previous island lords. This old man can control the Ocean Pearl to bring out the Rainbow Bridge, and I can sense the movements within the Rainbow Bridge. However, as for the boulder array, this old man doesn't know where the hidden array is located. Oh, I see. Seeing that the array was related to Blood Ray Island secrets, Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions and was about to fly up again. However, Kwa Hang persevered and asked, fellow Taoist Xiao, you haven't told this old man how many boulders did you dodge? Hee, fellow Taoist Kwa, can you tell me how many boulders did you dodge? Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to answer Kwa Hang's question. Kwa Hang rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment before replying, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. I heard that a certain senior shattered 17 boulders and dodged 18 boulders. I'm ashamed. Xiao Hua's face was flushed with shame. He cupped his hands and said, compared to senior, this Xiao is still far inferior. This Xiao only shattered 14 boulders. I had just dodged the 15th boulder when I was sent out. Oh, even though Kwa Hang's expression was calm, his heart was in turmoil. When he explained the situation in detail, he had already increased the number of boulders. In reality, it was 12 boulders. However, he still didn't expect that Xiao Hua was more powerful than he had expected. Chapter 2165. This was because according to the records, Blood Ray Island's Chi refinement disciples were considered to have passed the test by passing 3 layers of boulders. Passing 6 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the foundation establishment stage. Passing 9 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the body tempering stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to actually shatter 14 boulders. In other words, Xiao Hua's body refining technique was even more powerful than that late-stage Golden Core realm senior who was about to conceive a nascent soul. Kwa Hang knew that Xiao Hua could only say less and absolutely not more about the numbers Xiao Hua mentioned. This guy, with such a body refining technique, why did he come to my Blood Red Island? Kwa Hang was even more curious. But seeing Xiao Hua looking at the front of the Rainbow Bridge and about to fly again, Kwa Hang couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what's wrong? You still want to continue the trial? My Blood Red Island's trial is body refining technique and magic. Fellow Taoist's body refining technique is so powerful, not to mention your magic power. Why do you still need to participate in the trial? Kwa Hang curled his lips in his heart. You've already shown your strength, and I also know. What's the point of continuing the trial? Oh, Xiao Hua laughed. There's a fellow Taoist called Kwa Yu on your island. He invited me to a battle in Departure Realm Heaven. I can't not go. Ha ha ha, Kwa Hang laughed. Departure Realm Heaven is in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already crossed 80% of the bridge. How can you return? Besides, Kwa Yu chose Departure Realm Heaven because he wanted to use the illusion to confine his magic power and divine sense. He could only rely on his physical strength to fight. His plan. I'm afraid he's also part of fellow Taoist Xiao's plan, right? I can't go back. Xiao Hua was stunned. He turned around and flew back. Who would have thought that just as he flew one zhang, a huge force blocked his front, preventing him from retreating. This huge force was completely different from before. It was extremely powerful and couldn't be broken by relying on his physical body alone. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't need to try anymore. Hua Heng laughed. After crossing half of the Rainbow Bridge, you can't go back unless fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power surpasses nascent soul. That's just one realm higher than me. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and said, in that case, the disciple closest to this Xiao. Hua Heng nodded and said, yes, we just passed through the leaving realm heaven and reached the halfway point of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to bother with them. Come, fellow Taoist Xiao, we will wait at the end. This old man wants to know why fellow Taoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island. Oh my, could it be that? Fellow Taoist Hua knows where the Sunset Island is. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Hua Heng nodded and said, I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows about this in QC. Actually, this old man is also surprised. Where did fellow Taoist Xiao learn of the setting sun island? Now that Xiao Hua had shown his strength, he didn't stay on the Rainbow Bridge to train. Instead, he flew out of the Rainbow Bridge and followed Hua Heng to the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Landing in front of a cave, Hua Heng looked at Xiao Hua and said, yesterday, Xiao told this old man that fellow Taoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island. This old man was very surprised. The Sunset Island has been there for hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even millions of years. No one mentioned it. Why did fellow Taoist suddenly look for the Sunset Island? Hundreds of thousands of years. Xiao Hua was stunned. What's wrong with the Sunset Island? Fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't answered this old man's question, right? Hua Heng didn't answer but asked instead. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this old man got some information from the city lord of Haoming City. This old man is looking for a kind of cultivation technique, which can only be found on the Sunset Island, so, Haoming City? Hua Heng seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stared at Xiao Hua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of cultivation technique do you need? Fellow Taoist Hua, you only need to tell this old man where the Sunset Island is. Why do you need to know what cultivation technique this old man is looking for? Xiao Hua said hesitantly. Actually. Hua Heng hesitated for a moment and said, actually, the Bloody Red Island is the Sunset Island. Well, you can't say it like that. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, just think of the Bloody Red Island as the Sunset Island. Xiao Hua was even more shocked, but he immediately understood. Of course, the Bloody Red Island was built on the body refining technique. Every male disciple had extraordinary strength. Wasn't that the effect of bone tempering? If it was purely for the body refining technique, why would the male disciples have such a high level of cultivation? He really couldn't see the tall mountain for a leaf. Good, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, since fellow Taoist Hua is so frank, then this old man won't hide it. This old man is looking for the Sunset Island's body refining technique. Strange. Hua Heng laughed and pointed at Xiao Hua, saying, fellow Taoist Zhao's body refining technique is actually more profound than this old man's. This old man doesn't think that my Bloody Red Island's body refining technique can be of any help to fellow Taoist Xiao. Alas, actually. Only now did Xiao Hua realize that he had been led astray by Hua Heng. He smiled bitterly and said, this old man was wrong just now. This old man actually wants the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique. Bone tempering technique? Hua Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why does fellow Taoist Xiao want the bone tempering technique? This old man cultivates the lightning evasion technique of my Imperial Thunder sect, and it needs the help of external forces to temper my bones. Otherwise, the lightning evasion technique can't reach great success. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. This old man also thought of many ways. Later, I got the news of the Sunset Island from Haoming City's Yaohongzhen. Only then did I come all the way here. This old man didn't expect that Kwa Chiao and Kwa Rhyming were both descendants of the Sunset Island. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xiao, the bone tempering technique is a secret technique of my bloody red island. Kwa Hang sighed and said, however, this bone tempering technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. If you only cultivate the bone tempering technique, you can't reach great success. Therefore, my ancestor combined the bone tempering technique with the help of other body tempering techniques. Only then could the bone tempering technique of my bloody red island have some success. However, look at my physique and the other male cultivators of my bloody red island. These are the drawbacks of cultivating the bone tempering technique and the body tempering technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think this bone tempering technique will have an effect on your lightning evasion technique? Yes, Xiao Hua nodded without hesitation. Kwa Heng thought for a moment and said, this old man already understands your intention. Then, what will you use to exchange with this old man? From what Xiao Hu said, you have something that this old man urgently needs. However, this old man can't think of anything after thinking about it for a long time. With a smile on his face, Xiao Hua suddenly flicked his big sleeve and covered Kwa Heng from top to bottom. A kind of confining force was generated from his big sleeve, which was extremely similar to the one on the Rainbow Bridge. All of a sudden, all of Kwa Heng's magic power was confined. Ah! Whirled in the sleeve. Kwa Heng was suddenly startled. Soon after, he was wild with joy. At the same time, the red brilliance around his body flashed extremely quickly, and the big sleeve of his Taoist robe was also raised. Chapter 2166. Unfortunately, under Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve technique, Kwa Heng's Taoist robe was like a broken bag that couldn't be opened. The heaven and earth sleeve technique that Kwa Heng was usually proud of actually didn't work. Just as Kwa Heng's expression slightly changed, Xiao Hua swung his sleeve, and that restrictive force immediately dissipated as if it had never appeared and was withdrawn into Xiao Hua's sleeve. So that's how it is. Kwa Heng clapped his hands and said, this old man was wondering what could make this old man submit. It turns out that fellow Taoist Xiao obtained the complete heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood red island. He, fellow Taoist Kwa, you're wrong. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, this old man also copied a jade slip in the Imperial Thunder sect. This heaven and earth sleeve technique doesn't completely belong to blood red island anymore. This. Kwa Heng's expression was somewhat uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, presumably, Xiao has already told fellow Taoist Xiao that the heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood red island is already incomplete. Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua also secretly nodded and answered. All right. Kwa Heng said again, this old man won't talk about the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has already copied a copy in the Imperial Thunder sect, presumably, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect will also practice it in the future. As for the bone tempering technique, fellow Taoist Xiao definitely can't leave a copy in your sect. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said with a smile, not only the bone tempering technique, but also the heaven and earth sleeve technique. This old man can also promise that only the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect's myriad Thunder Valley can practice it. Great! Although Kwa Heng said it was great, he was really bitter in his heart. Of course, this old man took the thing that he lost and wanted his own thing, but he couldn't refuse. Firstly, this old man had already left a copy of the thing that he lost, so it was meaningless for him to keep this old man here. Secondly, he didn't have the confidence to keep this old man here. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please keep this matter a secret for this old man. You can't let the disciples of Blood Red Island know about it. Kwa Heng clapped his hands and took out a slightly larger jade slip and said, bone tempering technique is only the foundation of another technique of Blood Red Island that has been completely lost, but now it has already become a secret technique, unique technique of Blood Red Island. If this disciple finds out that this old man has leaked the information, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Hee, fellow Taoist Kwa, you traded an insignificant instance for the complete jade slip of Blood Ray Island's long-lost universe within sleeve. In that case, fellow Taoist praising is a meritorious service to Blood Ray Island. Who would spout nonsense? Xiao Hua already knew from Kwa Chiao, how important this world in sleeve was to Scarlet Island. Naturally, he ignored Kwa Heng's nonsense. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a short moment, a smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip as well, and then he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, please take a look." Kwa Heng's hands trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He took the jade slip and hurriedly checked it. After a long while, Kwa Heng let out a long sigh. He put the jade slip into his storage bag and said, "I've finally completed the sleeve cosmos technique. I fulfilled the wishes of several generations of island masters." As he spoke, he bowed towards Xiao Hua and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "Ha, no need, no need." Xiao Hua hurriedly supported Kwa Heng. "I also want to thank," however, before Xiao Hua could finish speaking, another burst of indescribable palpitation surged into his heart. It interrupted Xiao Hua's words. "My goodness, what is it now?" Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Oh, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple has already come out." Kwa Heng's heart was extremely refreshed. He pointed at the pitch-black hole and said, "That's not right. When I entered the Rainbow Bridge just now, I felt some palpitation. I thought the Rainbow Bridge's restrictions were somewhat powerful." Xiao Hua thought to himself. "Now that I've already come out of the Rainbow Bridge, why do I still feel palpitation? This feeling should be coming from the hand of karma. It has nothing to do with the Buddha's Saraira. Could it be that there's some karma entangling me? Fellow Taoist Xiao, how can you go back on your word?" A loud and clear voice was heard. "I waited for you in the departure heaven for a long time. I didn't expect you to leave the trial so early. In that case, your youth-retaining grass should have lost to I." When Xiao Hua raised his eyes, he saw that it was Kwa Yu. He was somewhat angrily shouting at him. "Kwa Yu! Don't be rude to fellow Taoist Xiao." Kwa Heng scolded. Fellow Taoist Xiao came out of the huge stone array. According to the rules of the previous trial, the first place of this trial belongs to him. Fellow Taoist Xiao felt that he was an outsider and didn't want to compete with you. That's why he came here to talk to this old man first. Tell me, if he went to the departure heaven, would you be his opponent? Moreover, even if he didn't go to the departure heaven, could you be considered to have won? Ah! Huge stone array. Is it the legendary huge stone array hidden in the Rainbow Bridge? Not only was Kwa Yu shocked, but the other late-stage Foundation establishment disciples were also incomparably astonished. Would this old man lie to you? Kwa Heng said with a smile. Alas, that's right. Kwa Yu sighed and hung his head dejectedly. Fellow Taoist Xiao passed through the departure heaven first. This servant has already lost. This token is fellow Taoist Zhao's. As he said that, Kwa Yu patted his storage bag and gave a pig-headed token to Xiao Hua. What is this? Kwa Heng obviously saw it for the first time. This disciple also doesn't know. I just picked it up in the sea a long time ago. Kwa Yu said helplessly. Don't look at this Xiao. This Xiao also doesn't know. This Xiao just thought it was fun. Xiao Hua took the token and hurriedly waved his hand. But how could Kwa Heng believe him? This youth-retaining grass is for fellow Taoist Kwa. Xiao Hua generously gave the youth-retaining grass to Kwa Yu. Really? In that case, many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kwa Yu was even more overjoyed and reached out to take the youth-retaining grass, just when everyone was a bit envious, roar, an earth-shaking clear sound rang out, as if tens of thousands of bulls were roaring. The entire Scarlet Island was shaken. This sound was extremely similar to the sound Xiao Hua heard when the Great Flag Reef sunk into the Great Flag Reef. This is bad. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He knew that the warning in his heart just now was probably the heavenly might triggered by this sound. Thus, without hesitation, he immediately flew up and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, I'm afraid this Scarlet Island is about to sink." Previously, this was the situation that Xiao and I encountered on the Great Flag Reef. Quickly gather the disciples and escape. Immediately after, Xiao Hua sent out his divine sense and transmitted it to Xue Xue. Sure enough, before the sound disappeared from their ears, the Scarlet Island was greatly shaken. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Withdraw. Seeing such a situation, how could Kwa Heng dare to hesitate? His figure quickly flew up, and he unceasingly struck the pitch-black hole on the rainbow bridge in front of him with magic seals. A blood-colored halo was repeatedly emitted from the hole, and like flowing water, it quickly circled around the entire rainbow bridge. All the disciples training in the rainbow bridge revealed their bodies in an extremely terrifying manner. Kwa Chiao and Kwa Riming's faces were even more ashen. No one knew the power of heaven and earth better than them. Rise, just when Kwa Heng stretched out his hand, like an eagle's claw, to grab the sea pearl from the disappearing rainbow bridge. Suddenly, in the direction of the setting sun outside the Scarlet Island, the sea surface within a range of several dozen li abruptly surged like boiling water. At this moment, the Scarlet Island was unexpectedly calm. An incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth overflowed from the sea surface. Along with the sea breeze, it blew to the Scarlet Island. This. Xiao Hua was originally looking for Xue Xue. Just as he was about to flee, he smelled something fresh from his nose and mouth. He immediately operated his cultivation method, and he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually several times more than usual. He was slightly stunned. Buzz buzz, like thousands of wasps flapping their wings, it was emitted from the bottom of the sea to the west of the Scarlet Island. Quickly look. Sword ruler fish beast. A sharp-eyed disciple was the first to see the sea beast in the surging sea foam. Before his voice fell, many strange sea beast corpses gushed out from the sea foam. Strange. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out again. Unfortunately, the several dozen li of sea area seemed to be confined, and his divine sense couldn't explore at all. It was the same as the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. It was just that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed that day, but now, it was actually gushing out. No way, the Great Flag Reef was brought here. Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue in astonishment. Xue Xue was naturally also very surprised. Don't worry. Don't search for the sea beasts. Kwa Heng saw that some disciples were eager to give it a try and immediately warned. Then, Kwa Heng patted the sea pearl again, and several blood-red flames flew out, hitting various parts of the Scarlet Island. With a wave of spiritual energy, the Scarlet Island's defensive array was activated to the extreme. Everyone stood in the air above the Scarlet Island, quietly looking at the vast sea area in the west. The corpses of various sea beasts were scattered all over, and in the surging waves, it was like a pot of meat soup. Another 5 minutes passed, and a smear of blood red rippled in the entire several dozen li of sea area. Reflecting the setting sun, it was incomparably bloody. Ah, sunset! Sunset Island! Kwa Heng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth and couldn't help but groan. What? Sunset Island? Xiao Hua wasn't far from Kwa Heng, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't the Scarlet Island Sunset Island? No, Kwa Heng said that the Scarlet Island can be called Sunset Island. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, that blood-red color came from under the sea. It was actually a piece of land. Following a loud buzzing sound, a piece of land that was several dozen li darker than the Scarlet Island rose from under the sea. It was to the west of the Scarlet Island, in the direction of the setting sun. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, that vibration gradually stopped. Only then did the rising Sunset Island stop. At this time, Xiaohua could already see clearly that the entire Sunset Island was in the shape of a huge oval. Most of it bulged above the sea surface, and it was really similar to the setting sun on the horizon with a small part of it falling below the sea surface. Wasn't this Sunset Island? Things didn't end here. After the sound stopped, a blood-red brilliance flashed on the Sunset Island, and strands after strands, like a string of fireworks, came toward the Scarlet Island. Chapter 2167. Wu, a whimper, which seemed to be from the formation of Blood-Red Island, also emitted a blood-red brilliance. Not only did it resonate with the brilliance of Sunset Island, but it also flowed in the direction of Sunset Island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, help me. Suddenly, Hua Heng hurriedly shouted. Ah! What's wrong? Xiao Hua heard the voice and looked over. He saw the ocean pearl in Hua Heng's hand overflowing with red light and growing bigger and bigger. Hua Heng urged his magic power to control it, but the ocean pearl actually showed signs of flying away. Hua Heng's magic power surged. Obviously, he had pushed his true essence to the extreme. Damn it, you're a golden core cultivator. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. However, since he was here, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly flew over and waved his big sleeve. The heaven and earth sleeve technique suddenly covered the ocean pearl. Xiao Hua was indeed smart. The heaven and earth sleeve technique was really the technique to control the ocean pearl. Wherever Xiao Hua's magic power went, the ocean pearl's brilliance flickered slightly. Then, like an obedient child, it slowly shrank. Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that if he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique a little more, he could take the ocean pearl from Hua Heng's hands. Xiao Hua's brows swept. Sure enough, Hua Heng's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were slightly trembling. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and shrank his magic power by half. He laughed, fellow Taoist Hua, you're testing me. Hua Heng's eyes suddenly opened. His other sleeve also covered the ocean pearl. His expression calmed down and he forced a smile. Right now, I'm afraid only fellow Taoist Xiao can help me in the entire Blood-Red Island. If not for fellow Taoist Zhao's help, this Blood-Red Island, hee. Hua Heng didn't say much. He urged his magic power and took the ocean pearl into his hand. Xiao Hua also took the opportunity to withdraw the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Heaven and earth sleeve technique. Hua Yu and the others were very close to Xiao Hua, so they naturally saw it. Everyone's eyes were wild with joy. Ha ha ha! Hua Heng controlled the ocean pearl and laughed. I have good news to tell you. Thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect for the righteousness of returning my Blood-Red Island, no, my Setting Sun Island's long-lost heaven and earth sleeve technique. Woo! Everyone cheered. After a while, Hua Heng pointed at the Sunset Island and said, the universe in the sleeve technique has returned to the Sunset Island. The reappearance of the Sunset Island is a joyous occasion for the disciples of the Sunset Island. Seeing that all the disciples were puzzled, Hua Heng said in a clear voice, I'm sure all of you know. My Hua clan is an ancient clan. Although the bloodline is already thin, it is still an ancient bloodline. It is different from those people in the Kuei he see who are selling dog meat under false pretenses. Ha ha ha! The group of Scarlet Island's disciples laughed loudly. Hua Heng was in an extremely good mood. He waved his hand and said, actually, my Hua clan didn't live on Scarlet Island in the beginning, but on Sunset Island. That is, the island in front of us that looks like the setting sun. At the same time, it was also the most powerful force in the Kuei Sea. This blood-red island is only a place for the disciples of our Kwa family to cultivate and train themselves. At the same time, it is also one of the defensive formations of our Sunset Island. Millions of years ago, or even tens of millions of years ago, the records in the clan are no longer very detailed. This Sunset Island disappeared for some unknown reason. My Kwa clan will disappear as well. Only a few disciples who went out were lucky enough to escape and moved to this blood-red island to live and reproduce. Now that the Sunset Island has reappeared in the Kueha Sea, it is the place where my Kwa clan's disciples will rise. It is also the beginning of my Kwa clan's disciples dominating the Kueha Sea. The group of disciples felt their blood boil after hearing Kwa Heng's words. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was very emotional. Damn it. Being an island lord or sect master is really not to be underestimated. Just this ability to talk is more powerful than any cultivation or realm. I'm afraid I don't have a chance in this lifetime. With this ability of mine, I can only deceive little girls and tease little girls. It's really too difficult for this young master to deceive these old men. Alright, you all can go now and search for all the sea beasts in the surrounding sea. This is a gift from the ancestors of my Sunset Island. Kwa Heng waved his hand and said, also, as a guest of my Sunset Island, fellow Taoist Xiao happened to encounter a joyous occasion of my Sunset Island. I would like to invite fellow Taoist Xiao to be a guest of my Sunset Island and accompany me to the island first. Good, the group of disciples, especially the few late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, all cheered, let alone Kwa Chiao, or in Kwa rhyming. Fellow Taoist Kwa, this is somewhat difficult for me, right? Xiao Hua naturally knew the role of a guest and said with a frown. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there is no need for you to do anything for my Sunset Island. Even if the Sunset Island has something to do, they will definitely not invite fellow Taoist Xiao over. Kwa Heng immediately transmitted his voice. Sunset Island has just appeared. I want to go to the island with the other elders. Those who are not cultivators of Sunset Island are not allowed to set foot on an island without cultivators. Otherwise, this island will be the first place where cultivators set foot on. I can't completely control Haiju now. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't help me, how can I control Sunset Island? While they were talking, several old cultivators flew over from afar. They were all late-stage Foundation Establishment and early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Presumably, they were the elders of Blood Ray Island who were attracted by the appearance of Sunset Island. I see. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked again, in that case, if I become a guest of Sunset Island, then I can cultivate all the cultivation techniques of Sunset Island. Kwa Heng saw Xiao Hua bargaining and said with a bitter smile, of course. However, apart from universe within sleeve and bone tempering technique, what other cultivation techniques do the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect covet? Didn't fellow Taoist Kwa say before? This bone tempering technique is the foundation of another cultivation technique. This cultivation technique isn't universe within sleeve, right? Xiao Hua said proudly. Oh, that. When Kwa Heng heard this, a trace of relief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, he was also regretful. He shook his head and said, I spoke too much. However, at that time, I also didn't know that Sunset Island would appear. That cultivation technique should be on Sunset Island. I only saw the records in the clan. As for whether it exists or not, fellow Taoist Xiao can cultivate it, that's not something I can know. Good. Xiao Hua immediately nodded. If fellow Taoist Kwa agrees, then I will agree. Can this old man not agree? Kwa Heng smiled bitterly as he looked at the group of excited disciples who were heading to the sea area to fish up sea beasts. There were also several elders who were about to arrive. What other choice do I have? Very good. Xiao Hua raised his hand and the two clapped their hands. Immediately, several elders flew over. Hua Hang told them the secret. Those elders were so excited that tears flowed down their old faces. Xiao Hua also greeted them. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.